This story starts with the sound of glass shattering. Someone shouted, "Aria!" The maid hurriedly tried to clean up the mess. "I'll clean this up," she muttered. "There's a cut on your leg, Miss Aria," a concerned voice pointed out. "What?" Aria looked down, surprised. She dropped the glass. "How clumsy," whispered a voice, and glances followed. "What a crude girl. She doesn't have any manners. Oh, whatever shall we do with her?" Another voice snickered. "She'll probably start bawling her eyes out soon." Another sneered. Aria, however, remained composed. "Would you bring me a handkerchief, Jessie?" she asked calmly. "Huh? Oh, of course," Jessie replied. Aria added, "And I've hurt my leg, so please fetch some bandages as well," the maid replied. "Yes, my lady." Aria turned to her family. "I apologize for causing a commotion. Although it goes against etiquette, I will have to end my mealtime early. Please do not worry about me. Enjoy the rest of your meal." She stood and gracefully left, her heels clicking against the floor. Murmurs followed her departure. What? No way, Aria has manners, someone pointed. "Can you believe it? She seems like a different person." Aria's expression remained unreadable. As she was walking, she thought to herself, "Of course I do. I'm not the Aria that you people know. Miel, it's good to see you again. I owe you a lot, so this time, I want to repay you for everything." She recalled her past life where she was detained as a criminal in the town square. A cold command followed. "Have the criminal lift her head." A rough yank forced Aria's chin up. "I expect you know your crime," Kane stated. "Be thankful. This is all for your benefit." Aria trembled as Kane continued, his voice unwavering. "Your tongue is full of malice and has slandered many. It will be purified, and you will no longer be able to commit such sin." Meanwhile, children in the audience whispered among themselves. "Hey, mister, let us see," the guard said. "No, I can't. Seeing something like this can curse you," the children insisted. "We'll only look for a little bit," the guard said. "There's poison on the villain's tongue. We must keep it tightly bound with salt, like this," a child replied. "You're a scaredy cat, mister." Then the children giggled among themselves. "No fair," their giggles rang out. Aria's mind, however, was clouded. "I can't recall how things ended up like this. I can't think straight," she exhaled slowly. "Now, all I want is to be at peace." A voice interrupted her thoughts. "Brother, I have something I must tell Aria." Kane turned towards her. "You cannot, Miel. Not to this criminal. Please," Miel pleaded. She uncovers her head saying, "It is partly my fault that Aria has ended up like this." Kane asked, "What do you mean?" "Miel, I know." Miel's voice softened. She stepped up saying, "Aria accused me of being a thief, pushed me down the stairs, and even tried to poison me recently. But all of that could have happened because I didn't do enough." Kane hesitated. "Miel, she continued. "Please, let me say my final goodbyes to Aria. If you can understand how I feel, even a little bit." Murmurs spread through the crowd. "Why is she struggling like that all of a sudden? Maybe she's scared, now that she's in front of the very person she was trying to kill?" But Aria shook her head, her voice trembling. "That's not it." She struggled against the weight of her past. "Miel didn't do anything wrong. This is all my fault. Before I knew it, I had become a bad person. And now I'm being punished for tormenting you. I'm sorry, Miel. I'm so ashamed." Then Miel came close to her and leaned in. Aria thinks, "I'm so ashamed. I can't even look you in the eye." She looked up and saw Miel's happy face as she was happy and proud. Aria was taken aback for a moment. Then Miel began. "Aria, I've been keeping this to myself, but I wanted to tell you." A sneer cut through the tension. "You stupid wench! How could you be so clueless?" Aria's breath hitched. Miel continued, "All of your servants were actually my servants." She lifts her face up saying, "They told you to harass me, right? I'm the one who told them to do all of that." "You poor fool." Murmurs spread like wildfire. "Wow, Miel, she's praying for Aria, the person who tried to poison her. As expected, she's a saint." Miel's expression remained unreadable. Then, with a cruel smile, she continued, "Shall I tell you why I did this? The reason is very simple. When you first came to our house, clutching your vulgar mother's hand, I wanted to kill you. You both were a disgrace to our family, and yet you waltzed in, smiling so confidently. Trash like you didn't deserve to smile. So I let the people know." Miel's voice echoed. "These people deserve to die. I will show you their true colors." She leaned in, whispering, "I'm so happy to see you in pain." A sharp laugh followed. I thought it'd be dull to poison you, like I did with your mother. So I used the same plan in reverse and told them that you poisoned me, and goodness, they all believed that you were to blame. Miel's voice crackled. You had done so many bad deeds before that no one doubted your guilt. But then again, I manipulated you into doing those bad deeds too. How could you be so foolish? It's tragic that you were born at all. Arya. A voice pierced through the madness. Arya, Arya. Then soft words, unlike the rest. She quickly changed and said, I don't know how you feel about our past, but I won't forget the joyful memories we've had together. It breaks my heart to think that you won't be around anymore. I'll miss you. Arya, as Cain raised his sword to execute her, Arya's thoughts swirled in panic. No. This is insane. I can't die like this. I don't want to die like this. Suddenly a shiny golden light appeared at the tip of Cain's sword. Her eyes flickered to the hourglass. Let me return to the past. If I go back, I'll change everything. I won't be deceived by the servants, and I will save my mother. And, as her mind was thinking, she got executed. The next moment she heard someone calling for her. Arya! She heard the noise of glass shattering. She was stunned as to she was not believing that she came to the past. Murmurs filled the air. Her mother said, Really, I don't understand you. You have no manners, and you even fall asleep at the table. She commanded the maid. Clean up the broken glass, the maid replied. Yes, madam. Arya's fingers twitched. If I've really come back. Then Miel asked concerned. Arya? Are you all right? Arya turned, locking eyes with Miel. If I have a chance to pay you back for what you've done, I should take it, right? She smiled. The way you wanted me to be, like a true villainess. Then she said, Will you pass me the handkerchief, Jessie? Later Arya was in her room when Jessie was tending to her wound. She thinks Jessie. She was the one servant who looked after me and gave me advice. Arya recalled accusing her. Send this useless thing to the stables. She thinks I didn't have to cast her away so harshly. I'm sorry, Jessie. Tears welled up to her eyes seeing the Jessie asked. Are you unwell, Miss Arya? She thinks I should have at least refrained from pulling out her tongue. Then she said, No, I only yawned because I'm sleepy, Jessie nervously said. Oh no! I'm sorry that it took me so long to tend to your wound. You seemed so tired during dinner and yet, Arya replied. No, it's fine. Thank you. I want to rest now. Will you help me prepare for bed? The maid replied. Of course. As Jessie puts nightgown on her, Arya thinks in her mind, my body feels so heavy. I still feel like this might be one long nightmare. But that's also hard to believe. She looked at the things. Because the person I am now can't accept that this is my room. Why did my previous self accumulate so many childish possessions? I'm only 13. But even so, then Jessie's voice cut through her thought. Miss, your bed is ready. Please rest. You don't look well. She extends her hand towards the blanket thinking, whether this is a dream or the other reality was a dream, I'll just rest for now. Suddenly she screamed. Jessie flinched hearing that and turned to her. Miss Arya? Arya shouted, yanking the cover. Jessie! There's something under the covers, she wondered. Did Miel do something? Then they puts the cover aside and saw a broken hourglass. Jessie said, Oh, Miss Arya, this is… Arya filled in. An hourglass? Jessie told. It was on your bed since before your meal. I was sure that I had put it aside safely. I'm sorry, miss. I'll clean this up immediately. Arya's mind wandered. An hourglass. Then she remembered her past where shiny light appeared at the end of the sword. Jessie said, worried. Be careful, miss. She leaned in, murmuring, Right, that's what it was. I know what this is. She thinks God gave me a second chance, so that I could repent my past foolishness. He wanted to save me, a poor girl who was stupid enough to be deceived before. She picks up the broken glass and sand thinking, This is God's mercy. You took pity on me and gave me another chance, didn't you? She clenched her fists, quivering. Jessie again called, concerned. Miss, your hands, she said inwardly. Thank you. Thank you. You've shown me such grace after I died a pitiful death. I will repay your kindness and do my best in this life. Merciful God! Tears came to her eyes as she was thinking. I will not live a life of regret this time. I promise. Jessie was still oblivious as to what was happening to her. Arya thinks, I will make all those who led me to my downfall so miserable and wretched that they would choose death over continuing on. That is what I shall do. Thank you for giving me this chance for revenge. Tears fell from her eyes. Looking at Eris, Jessie thinks in her mind, Miss Arya, Maybe it was because she was born as the child of a prostitute, but she was always ill-behaved and had no manners. But there's not much that can be done. That is her origin. Miss Miel understands this. That's probably why she sent me to serve Miss Aria. She recalled visiting Miel. Miel instructed her. Take good care of Aria, Jessie. She lacks in a lot of areas, so you'll have to watch over her. Her meaning was, keep an eye on that vulgar thing so I can get her thrown out of here, Jessie replied. I understand, Miss Miel, but Jessie thinks she is so benevolent. Back to present, Aria turned to her. Jessie, do you think you could fix this hourglass? She replied. Oh yes, I will send it to a repairman, she said to herself. Don't worry, Miss Miel. I will do my very best to take care of Miss Aria. I'll do my best, Aria smiled. Thank you. You see, I owe this hourglass my life. Isn't that amazing? Jessie also smiled. Yes, we should finish treating your wound first. Oh, right. Then they both laughed. Later at the dining table, Count Rose St. Aria's adopted father said, It's been a while since everyone has gathered in one place. Her mother said, It was quite a lonely time in this house while you were away working to support our family, Count replied. That's how things are when you're the breadwinner. Do understand, my dear, the Countess Aria's biological mother said. Don't worry. I will continue to take good care of the household. Looking at her, the firstborn son of House Rosecent, Cain Rosecent thinks, crocodile tears, as expected of a prostitute. The second daughter of House Rosecent, Miel Rosecent added, I'm always excited to see what presents you have brought back for us each time you return. I can feel how much you think of us through your gifts, the Count chuckled. Ha! I'm always thinking of you all, no matter how far I am from home, then Aria said. I would like to thank you, Father, for always thinking of us. Would it be all right if I recited a poem? She said inwardly. Not that you've ever given me a gift, the Count asked. You, Aria, want to recite a poem? She replied. Yes, then the Count agreed. We do have a little time before our food is served. She recited it, ending with, A heartrending spring has passed, and therefore, oh, I applaud your rose, for you are the woman I love. Her voice was clear and sweet. The Count applauded. You must be studying hard, Aria. She bowed. Then her mother said, Aria would always read books, even when we were poor. She has improved in her studies, thanks to all the learning opportunities she's had since we arrived here. Aria said inwardly, What books? I was eating rotting grass just to survive. She smiled and said, I'm devoting myself to my studies so that I do not taint the family name. She remembered before I was always being compared to Miel because I was uneducated. Back then, I didn't realize that Miel had simply learned everything before me. I thought studying would be too hard for me, so I gave up early on and focused on taking care of my appearance. And I naturally became a villainess. Then Miel clapped, saying, That is a well-known poem by the first Count. I learned it when I was 4. I don't know if you are aware that there is a responding poem. Aria thinks hearing that. Yes. This is what Miel does, Miel continued. It's not very widely known, so you probably would not have heard it before. I shall recite it for you. I am currently memorizing it. She recited it, ending with, And so, you gather all my roses without fail, and with respect. May you scatter it all across your future days. After hearing that, everyone clapped. The Count said, Ah, Miel, your recitations are becoming more and more beautiful, she replied. Thank you. Then Aria said, clapping. That was a very beautiful poem, Miel. But I don't think you're aware. That response poem was actually written by the first Count's younger brother, who was attempting to assassinate him. That's why. I didn't even bother to memorize it, she said in her mind. Thanks for falling into my trap. Though I did memorize it in the past. In the past, Cain shouted at her. How could you recite a poem without even knowing its meaning? You are of lowly birth, yet you dare make a mockery of us through imitation? How dare you look down on us nobles? She recalled. I was criticized by your brother. It was the exact opposite of the situation today. And now, he sits with his mouth tightly shut. Cain glared at her. To lighten the mood, the Count said, It was a prohibited poem until a few generations back. Because it contained metaphors cursing the family. But I suppose you must have memorized it without knowing. Miel was trembling. Aria thinks in her mind, I thought Miel would have memorized the entire book, so I took advantage of that fact. She didn't even pay attention behind the poems. Then the servant said, Dinner will be served. Later Cain patted Miel, saying, It's impressive that you memorized a response poem, Miel. Even though you're only 13, she replied. Brother. Thank you. Looking at them, Arya thinks, those siblings really get along well. Look at how they're comforting each other. Thanks to seeing that, she beamed up thinking, the food tastes so very delicious. The juices are overflowing, thank you, God, for this bountiful food. It is more than satisfactory. Later, Arya thinks in her mind, I was able to return to the past with the power of the hourglass. This time, I already know what will happen in the future. Therefore, I know what I have to do first, and that is learning etiquette. She was practicing cutting steak. After cutting it, Miss Sarah exclaimed, Wow! Goodness, Arya, you're getting better and better. That's impressive. This is the only daughter of Viscount Loren, Arya thought. She said, It's easy to learn when you're the one teaching me, Miss Sarah. Sarah Loren, Arya's private tutor, smiled warmly. I want to become graceful like Miel. Arya continued. I also want to work hard and make you proud, Miss Sarah. Touched, Sarah placed a hand over her heart. Arya, goodness, she said inwardly. I really mean it. Please take good care of me, future Marquise. You are to be Marquis Vincent's wife in the future, and you were said to love children a great amount. So I'll exploit that love and use it as a foothold to expand my influence. In my past life, I wasn't able to follow a single rule of etiquette before dying. I didn't even try to learn the rules because I didn't think I needed to. I had inherited my mother's beauty, so even though I lacked manners, there were many men who sought me out. Back then, I thought my looks were the only weapon I could use to win against Miel. But looks fade, and people grow bored of them quickly. My suitor's affections never lasted long. The only reason Miel was more outstanding than her peers was because she was educated from an early age as the daughter of a noble. If that was the case, then there's no reason why I shouldn't be able to do the same. She started getting etiquette lessons. She thought determined, just wait and see, Miel. I will become a villainess just like you. No, I will surpass you and become the perfect villainess. She gracefully drank tea. Looking at her, Sarah thinks, she's such a bright and innocent child. She recalled meeting Arya first time. Arya hugged her happily, saying, Hello, Miss Sarah. Oh, Arya. Sarah laughed. Her mother, the Countess, excused. Ha ha. I'm sorry, Lady Sarah. She still has a lot to learn. Please excuse her lack of manners. Arya giggled. I'm so happy to see you, Sarah replied the Countess. That's all right, my lady, she thinks in her mind while teaching Arya. I wonder how all those bad rumors about Arya came about in the first place. I'm sure someone must be jealous of her. After all, Arya has enough charm to win over any of our social circles. She is also a noble now. I should help her as much as I can. You're doing very well, Arya, Sarah said. If you keep learning at this pace, you'll be able to master all the basic etiquette within the year. You're too kind, Miss Sarah. Arya smiled. Sarah said, Have you gotten used to dining etiquette? You said before that it was confusing. Yes. It's all thanks to your teachings, Miss Sarah. Even yesterday, she recalled at the dining table. Arya, your table manners are refined today, her mother noted. Miss Sarah has been teaching me. Arya responded with a smile. She thinks, before I would make a mess on my plate because I didn't want to eat the salad. I've eaten plants all my life before I came to this house. Why do I have to eat more here? Then the Count said, They do say that education is the answer, but I'm still amazed. You may continue to learn as many things as you'd like, Arya, she replied. Thank you, Father. Looking at the food, she thinks, I can handle the lettuce if I focus on the dressing instead. Not that the leaves taste any better because of it. I always thought that the servants were being sloppy in arranging your plate, Arya, Miel remarked. Arya replied, Miel, are you saying that the servants dislike me? Miel retracted. Pardon? Oh, that's not what I meant, Arya continued. I see, Miel. I suppose you thought that because you've never seen my plate stay clean. I know that you're imaginative and intelligent, Miel, but I didn't realize that you think so poorly of me. Flustered, Miel stammered. Huh, and no, it was just a joke. Then the Count cleared his throat. Ahem. Miel, from now on, please think more carefully before you speak. You've hurt your sister's feelings. I'm sorry, Father. And Arya, Miel said, shaking. Arya shook her head with a smile. I didn't mess up the salad, and I also cut the steak evenly, her mother remarked. You did an exceptional job, Arya. Back to Miss Sarah, Arya said. Miss Sarah, there's something I really want to learn from you, Sarah asked. By all means. If it's something that I can teach you, I will. What might it be? Arya smiled. I want to learn embroidery. She remembered. It's a well-known story. The reason Marquis Vincent and Sarah ended up meeting was because he saw one of her handkerchiefs. The embroidery on it was so beautiful that he was at a loss for words. They say that being skilled with your hands is a sure sign that you will make a good wife. And with such talent, Sarah was able to become a model wife for many of the other ladies. Later in her room, while lying on bed, Arya thinks flapping a piece of cloth. It is said that if a man carries around a handkerchief given to him by his wife or daughter, he will be blessed with good health and longevity. It's a silly notion fit for nobility. How can this flimsy thing protect anyone? Fluttering the cloth, she thinks, well, it is easy to take advantage of nobles because they're so vain. Because I suddenly went from living on the streets to being a count's daughter, I couldn't understand the nobility at all. And I couldn't accept a lot of things about being a noble myself. This society didn't welcome me with open arms either. She resolved, thinking, so this time, I'm going to try and blend in as naturally as I can. I'll ruin them little by little so they don't notice. After all, that is why God gave me a second chance. Later Miss Sarah was instructing her. Good. Now wrap that thread around the back, Arya showed her. Like this? Sarah replied. Yes, that's right, she remarked. You really are a fast learner, Arya. She smiled. Thank you, Eris thinks in her mind. This is easier than I thought it would be. Before, I would throw my embroidery aside in frustration. It must have been because I had no reason to do it before. But now, my embroidery will serve a clear purpose. Then she showed her work to Sarah. Sarah asked, looking at it. Oh my, what is this silk for? She replied. Oh, I'm going to make a handkerchief for my father. Mother found me the best silk for it, Sarah said. It really is beautiful, Arya smiled. I'll be embroidering our family seal on it. A lily. After hearing that, Sarah thinks, how thoughtful of her. She is such an innocent and kind child. While Arya was seriously thinking, I can't let news of my embroidery lessons reach Miel's ears. If it does, Miel will start learning embroidery as well. And if the Count finds out, he might purposely decline my handkerchief in favor of Miel's. She remembered, so I asked Mother for help while keeping it a secret from others. Thank God I at least have Mother on my side. Either way, Miel's hands are slower than you'd expect. She didn't finish her first work of embroidery until she was 15. But you never know what would happen if she finds out about my lessons and starts learning earlier. I must learn everything as quickly as possible before Miel can, so that I can take everything that Miel has ever accomplished away from her. A while later, Sarah remarked, looking at her work. Arya, really, your embroidery is amazing. You could proudly show this handkerchief off anywhere. You could even sell it. You flatter me, Arya responded. She thinks, this person really is good at embroidery. She must have learned it at a young age. Sarah continued, since the handkerchief for your father is finished, we'll move on to something else for today. A more challenging task, perhaps, Arya said. I would like to embroider a gold rose. Upon hearing that, Sarah halted, freezing in her shoes. She asked, Arya, do you know what that symbol means? She replied, of course. It's the seal of House Frederick, is it not? She thinks in her mind, my target is Miel's fiancé, Oscar Frederick. Miel was always quite taken with him, and so, I will take him away from her. There was a brief pause. Sarah thinks, I thought House Frederick and House Rosecent were arranging a marriage between Lord Oscar and Lady Miel. Could it be that Arya has feelings for Lord Oscar? Panic filled her mind. No, if this comes to light, there will be even worse rumors about Arya. She'll be devastated. A giggle escaped Arya, followed by an unsettling smirk. I have no interest in Oscar, but I want to see you suffer. Concern grew within Sarah's mind. I can't allow such a kind child to get hurt. Then, addressing Arya directly, she asked, Arya, will you be giving this handkerchief to Lord Oscar? Showing surprise, Arya tilted her head and replied nonchalantly, Lord Oscar? Who is that? Turning to Sarah, she explained, I just think the seal is pretty. That's why I want to embroider it. Sarah seemed relieved, her concern unwinding with a breath. I see. Phew. Touched by Sarah's worry, Arya mused internally. You're worried about me. You're such a kind person. You don't even realize that I'm using you. She repeated the thought again, her emotions wavering between guilt and strategy. Sarah said, I'm sorry for suddenly bringing up something silly. Shall we embroider a rose today, then? Come and sit next to me. To this, Arya responded warmly. Yes, please. Elsewhere, Oscar stood outside, feeling the chill of the evening wind. A voice called out to him with concern. Oscar, the wind is cold tonight. Come back inside. He hesitated for a moment before replying softly. Oh, all right. Arya recalled her past where Miel gave her father the handkerchief. This is a gift for you, Miel said with a warm smile. Why, Miel? The embroidery on this handkerchief is beautiful, her father admired. She said. Please keep it on you at all times, he laughed. Haha, of course I shall. This is a gift from you. Arya thinks in her mind. I was always seen as unladylike in comparison to Miel. No one believed I would ever be able to catch up to her, including me. I accepted that assumption, as if it were an absolute truth. At the dining table, Cain began. Now, about our previous business venture, the Count interjected. Right. It's about time we looked for other products to invest in, Miel suggested. How about leather, father? The Count asked. Leather, you say? She replied. Yes. All the fashion-forward ladies are wearing leather over their dresses like their corsets. And I think it's a novel idea, the Count said. There were rumors since last year that leather would become popular. It seems a little late at this point. But I think it'll be a good idea to get in on this leather business, like you've suggested. Miel laughed. Ha! Looking at her, Arya thinks, icy and sharp. Miel, did you always say such stupid things? You seemed smarter when we were younger. I see now that you blurt out things without really understanding anything. If leather corsets have been around since last year and still aren't a popular trend, then there's clearly something wrong with them. Leather is difficult to produce and manage. Moreover, if you're not careful, it can take on the most horrendous odor, she remembered. That's why those corsets never became fashionable. May I also offer my opinion, father? Arya's voice was calm, measured. The Count was surprised. You, Arya? I didn't know you were also interested in fashion, she replied. Yes, father. I am, a maid snickered. I wonder what she's going to say, Arya continued. I had also heard that a few noble ladies would wear leather over their dresses. Hearing about it made me wonder whether leather can really become a popular trend, the Count asked thoughtfully. Why? What do you mean? She replied. It's exactly as I said, she articulated. Even if you dye leather, the color fades easily. Not to mention that it's hard to dye in the first place. It's also difficult to produce leather, so people aren't so eager to make a business venture out of it. If it had the right potential, it would have been a popular trend already. At least, that was what I thought. The Count gets surprised again. He replied. Well, that's true to an extent, Arya continued. Also, there's something else I heard about recently. Not long ago, the princess took a vacation to the northern region. When she was there, she purchased a large quantity of fur, the Count asked. What? Fur, she replied. Yes. There were rumors that she brought several carriages filled with fur back to the palace. You can produce fur in many different colors. It's soft and doesn't give off any odors. Also, anything the princess wears becomes popular. So if the princess chose to wear fur, it's likely that fur will become the next big trend, is it not? The Count fell in thought. Fur, you say? It's true that fur has a higher chance of becoming popular, but the demand isn't high yet, and it takes a long time to manufacture. So if I were to go that route, I'd need to dominate the market early on. A sharp gaze turned toward Arya. Where did you hear that information? Let's see. Where did I hear it from again? Arya feigned nonchalance. I just remember thinking that it'd be good to let you know, father. So I don't quite recall. Think about it carefully and try to remember, the Count urged. She said aloud, acting. Who was it again? She thinks. Wouldn't it be faster to just send someone to find out? Then the Count indicated towards his attendant. Seeing that, Arya said in her mind. Yes, that's right. That's the quicker route. A smirk played on Arya's lips. If he followed her suggestion, his success would all be thanks to her. If he didn't, it would be on him for not listening. Either way, she didn't lose. She then playfully smiled. My apologies, father. I really can't remember. I see. He cleared his throat. Ahem. I can't believe I was almost swayed by the words of a child for a moment there. Oh, father, Miel chimed in. More importantly, I found a hairpin that I received from you when I was younger, the Countess remarked. Oh my, that's quite an elegant hairpiece, the Count laughed. Haha, this has a pearl on it. Pearls were popular at the time, Cain added. It looks like it would still suit you today, Miel. The room filled with chatter, the echoes of past and present mingling. The conversation drifted, but Arya's thoughts were elsewhere. Later the Count prepared to leave for the business of fur. As she watched the departing figures, Arya noted with satisfaction. It seems he did send someone to check if the rumor about the princess is true. He's already made a decision and is headed to collect the furs. He really is a businessman. As the carriages were ready to leave, the Count said, I shall be off then. I'm sorry I couldn't stay longer than a few days. Cain bowed. I wish you a safe trip, Miel added. You mustn't strain yourself, father, he chuckled. Ha ha. All right. Take care of yourselves as well. As he turned to leave, Arya suddenly stepped forward, grasping his hand. I have something to give you, father. Arya pulls out a handkerchief with the house seal. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes as he took the small embroidered cloth from her hands. She said, My stitches are still sloppy, so I'm a little embarrassed, but I thought you'd need this for your long journey ahead. She beamed, saying, Have a safe trip. My goodness. Her mother examined it closely. She said she was going to do some embroidery, so I got her some silk, but this is better than I expected. The Count looked at it, saying, Haha, this is quite the gift. I will treasure this, he said with finality. She giggled. Haha, I'm glad it seems to your liking, father. Then turning to Miel and Cain, Arya asked, Would you like me to make you one too, Miel? What about you, Cain? Cain barely spared a glance. No, I don't want one. Oh, really? Arya's inner voice was light, playful. Honestly, it didn't matter whether Cain wanted one or not. She just wanted to see Miel's defeated face. Miel trembled. I don't need one either. Okay, that's fine, Arya replied, her voice laced with amusement. After the carriages left for business, doors slammed shut behind Arya. Miel's composure cracked. She throws things in anger in her room. Meanwhile, Arya simply watched. How many teachers has Miel rejected today? Well, after seeing how perfect my embroidery was, she wouldn't be satisfied with just any old teacher. I'll continue learning everything before you, and the gap between you and me will only widen from here. Eventually, our endings will change. Even though you're young, you can still sense that much, can't you? Miel. Later, Arya was lying in the shade alongside her mother in garden. Her mother remarked, This tea has a nice fragrance. You're right, came the response. Her mother said, When I look at you lately, I think it's about time you started looking for a husband, Arya replied. But I'm only 14, her mother said. You'll be 15 soon. A woman's youth is short-lived. When I was your age, things were really difficult. I had to keep every customer happy just to survive. It was hard work. There were men who genuinely wanted love, but even those men stopped coming to see me eventually. They were all just talk, the reminiscing continued. On the other hand, there was a baron who turned and walked away as soon as he heard that I was pregnant with you. The nerve! Arya's voice was sharp as she said, Then you should have gotten rid of me. The response was cold and matter-of-fact. I would have. A child would just be a burden when you're trying to survive in a place like the streets. That country bumpkin wouldn't have taken me, even if I had gotten an abortion. A sip of tea seemed to soften the atmosphere. Well, I did regret giving birth to you at the time, but things worked out well in hindsight, did they not? Arya asked. Did they? The response was firm. Of course. A count with a domain and high status is better than a mere baron from the countryside, don't you think? I had to struggle for a few more years, but that's all in the past. Then she turned to the maid. The tea has cooled down. Brew us some more, the maid complied. Yes, madam. Then Arya thinks in her mind. I suppose you were only able to make it off the streets because of how you are, mother. I'm just grateful that you brought me along to the manor without casting me aside. Before, I was a useless fool and couldn't do anything to stop your death. The topic shifted abruptly. You know, it seems that Miel has taken an interest in the first son of House Frederick. There was a dramatic pause. Then Arya replied, You mean Lord Oscar? Her mother said. Yes. I hear he's in the same year as Cain at the academy. Miel was begging us to invite him here. The house of Count Rosecent and the house of Duke Frederick. It's the perfect union. Of course, House Rosecent has 2 daughters now, she remarked with a chuckle. Arya replied, That's true. Came the laughter in return. As the laughter subsided, her mother's voice softened, addressing Arya. I only wish for you to be happy, Arya thinks in her mind. Don't worry, mother. I'm prepared to ruin Miel, at the very least. They say that people feel happiness through comparing their lives to the misfortunes of others. The wind stirred, cool and sharp. It was a quiet end to their conversation. After a few days, Arya was having tea with Sarah. She thinks in her mind, Cain has gone off to the academy, and Miel has shut herself in her room with her embroidery. None of the people who usually look at me with contempt are around. I can't help but smile. Seeing her happy, Sarah asked, "Did something good happen, Arya?" She replied, "I think many good things have happened lately." "Of course. Out of all those things, meeting you was the best thing that happened, Miss Sarah." Sarah looks touched. Arya thinks, looking at Sarah, "There are many ways in which I can use you. You're really helpful, you see." Sarah smiles brightly and continues, "I have some exciting news for you today, Arya." "What is it?" she asked, curious. She said, "In a few days I will be holding a small tea party with only my close acquaintances, and I would like to invite you too, Arya." Sarah wasn't well connected at all before she married a marquis. But now, she's acting like a proper noble. Sarah continued, "You're such a lovely little lady, Arya. I would like to show you off to all my acquaintances." She hesitates, but Sarah seems eager, almost too eager. "Everyone is positively lovely. Won't you come?" she asks again. "There will be good tea," she adds as a final lure. Hearing that, Arya thinks, she's inviting me to prove those rumors false. The prostitute's daughter is jealous of the count's daughter and harasses her every day. She takes after her mother and her nasty disposition. That sly minx is trying to ruin House Rosent. Poor Miel has no choice but to cry herself to sleep every night. Those rumors, they're all true. That was all in the past, but the truth is the truth, except that last rumor about Miel. Well, I suppose it's about time I dispel those rumors. Sarah continues, "It'll be good for you to meet new friends. You don't leave the manor often, so people don't know what you're really like." Arya replied after thinking, "I'm not sure that I'm worthy of such an event, but since you're inviting me, Miss Sarah, I will humbly accept and join you at the tea party." Sarah beams. "Wonderful! I'm sure everyone will welcome you with open arms." She smiles at her, grateful. "Thank you, Miss Sarah, for a lot of things. Now, first things first." She decided she needs to pick out a dress. She called. "Jessie," the maid replied. "Yes, Miss Arya?" After opening the wardrobe, she said, "Throw away all these dresses." Jessie blinks. "Pardon?" Then quickly complied. "Oh, yes, my lady." Arya thinks in her mind, plopping on bed. Even Jessie realizes these clothes should be discarded. In the past, I was probably the only one who didn't. Who even made all these flashy dresses. I bought them just because they were in stores, without knowing a thing about fashion. Jessie suddenly speaks up. "Oh, Miss Arya. About that hourglass," Arya asked. "The hourglass? Is it fixed?" she said. "Yes." "Shall I go collect it after I dispose of these dresses?" Arya shakes her head. "No. I need to go out to buy new dresses, so I'll pick the hourglass up myself. Just help me get ready." She thinks, it's probably best that I don't let other people touch the hourglass too often. It saved my life, so I should treat it with care, Jessie cautiously said. "But Miss Arya, if you throw away all your dresses, you'll have nothing to wear out. Only your dressing gowns are left," she gasped, stunned. "Gah. That's right. Nobles have separate outfits for indoors and outdoors. How troublesome. Back when I lived on the streets, I only had one outfit. But now, I can't wear those tacky dresses again. There must be something else I can wear, somewhere in this house." Just then, an idea strikes her. Miel and I are similar in height. Jessie watches in confusion as she changes her mind. "Jessie, please put those dresses back in the closet," the maid asked. "All of them?" she replied. "Yes, all of them. You can leave once you're done." As Jessie leaves, Arya rummaged through the room, looking for something. "I know I kept them around here somewhere to light my scented candles." Finally she found, my matches. She struck a match to light and fire broke in her room. "Ah!" Arya shrieks. Seeing the fire, Jessie entered the room, saving her. "Fire! Miss Arya!" Water is fetched in a panic. The dresses catch fire, flames licking the fabric. Arya, acting, cried. "I was trying to light my scented candles," she says weakly. "But the match was so hot that I dropped it." Jessie and the maids whisper among themselves, concern evident in their eyes. "She must have been so scared. Poor thing. It's a relief that only the dresses caught on fire. She's still a child, after all," her mother said. "It's okay. You're young, so you can make mistakes like this. It's a relief that it didn't turn into a bigger fire," Arya whimpered. I was going to go out, but all my dresses have been burnt. Her mother glances at her. You can't leave in a dressing gown. Then we should find you some clothes that belong to someone with a similar build. Everyone turned to Miel, so she flinched. The Countess thought to herself. She's become more ladylike lately, so she must not have wanted to wear the childish dresses she already had. They were a bit flashy, even in my opinion. Arya turns to Miel and put on a pitiful expression. Miel. I'm sorry. I didn't want to cause you any trouble, but then this happened. I suppose you wouldn't want to lend me your precious clothes. That's understandable. She let out a small sigh. You don't have to force yourself if you don't want to. I'm fine with that. It'll be embarrassing, but I can go out in my dressing gown and return home quickly, so you needn't worry. Upon hearing that, the maids whisper among themselves. A noble going out in a dressing gown. Is that even allowed? Oh no, she continued. I'll be quick about it so I don't bring shame to our family. No one really knows my face anyway. The maids whisper to each other. The murmurs and whispers grow louder. Is Miss Miel not going to lend her a dress? Miss Miel is colder than I thought she'd be. Oh no. If she leaves dressed like that, it will bring shame to the family. Arya thinks if I had thrown a tantrum like before, the servants wouldn't have been this sympathetic. Now that I know there's a more effective way of getting what I want, I won't react so childishly anymore. Miel finally gave in. Fine. You can borrow one. Arya was about to leave, but upon hearing that she stopped. Miel said, Clothes aren't important anyway. Arya brightened up. Really? Thank you, Miel. A maid remarked, seeing that. Gosh, that's wonderful. How cute. Miel smiled. Thank God we wear similar sizes, Arya happily said. You're such an angel, Miel. Thank you. What can Miel do at this except laughing? Then she showed Arya her dresses, she said. You may wear any dress you like. Arya wondered, rustling through the closet. It should be around here somewhere. Finally she found it. Then she turned to her. Miel, I'll wear this one, Miel replied. Huh. All right. But froze after seeing it. She hesitated. That one's a bit. Arya said in her mind. It's the dress you got as a birthday present from Oscar last year. How pretty. Who cares? You put it away in that box for so long that you grew too big and couldn't wear it anyway, she asked, oblivious. Oh, do you not want me to wear this one? She lifts the dress, watching Miel quiver. Miel said, I didn't think I should wear anything too pretty, so I chose one without any lavish patterns. Arya began. Oh, it's just, then the maids whispered. Did she always have a white dress like that? I don't know. But why is she reacting so badly? Miel was trembling. I hid that dress far back in the closet where nobody could see it. So how did she find it? Arya said. I don't have an eye for dresses, so I guess I chose something too expensive. Sorry, Miel. I didn't know. Then which dress should I choose? Again the maids murmured. I guess she didn't want to lend Miss Arya a dress after all. Miel was speechless and trembling as to what to do. Looking at her, Arya thinks, the noble, charitable, and saintly Miel Rose sent. Shouldn't you show the generosity that you've built your reputation around? Finally Miel couraged up. Abd said. You can borrow it. Arya jumped with joy. Really? I didn't think you'd lend it to me because it's such a lovely dress. Yay, I'll keep it clean and return it to you safely. I promise, Miel replied. I'd be grateful if you did. Arya thinks in her mind, what a relief. Had Miel been a little older, she wouldn't have fallen for my trap so easily. Luckily, she's still a child who doesn't know how to gracefully turn down a request. Before the young lily blooms, I must kill its roots, so that the head that rolls around the town square will be yours. While she was in the carriage, she recalled her past where Miel told her, I was the one, telling them what to do, you foolish thing. I'm so happy that you're in pain. I'll miss you. Arya thinks to herself, that hasn't happened yet. After that she went to a shop to buy clothes. With the sound of jingles she entered the shop. The boutique owner gets startled seeing her approach. Arya thinks in her mind, imagining the scene. Will the Count be surprised if I dress too plainly? She thinks, since her earns so much money thanks to her, it would no doubt alarm him if she dressed that way. He imagined his reaction. Goodness, Arya, why are you wearing such shabby clothing? She replied imaginatively. It's all due to my negligence, father, she murmured, settling on a plan. I like that plan. Right, I'll go with that. She smiled proudly. Haha, our clothing is simple, the shopkeeper stammered. But please take your time to look around. Arya ran her fingers over the fabrics. Simple clothing. A year ago, she couldn't afford a dress like this, even after starving for months to save up money. Let's see. She picked out a few garments. This, and this one. This too. We have more classy pieces upstairs. The shopkeeper suggested hesitantly. She replied, It's fine. Please package everything, including this item. The owner dashed away saying, All right away, miss. Please enjoy these refreshments while you wait. She glanced at the tray of snacks. When did he bring this out? You don't have to eat those, miss, Jessie whispered. The quality is a bit. In the past, Arya would have died for cookies like these. She couldn't imagine having enough food of any kind to fill her stomach. A few moments later, a sharp voice rang out. Your items have been packaged. Thank you for waiting. When she gets outside, she saw children playing on the streets. She recalled herself and those children, playing and giggling. A newspaper vendor called out, Newspapers on loan! 5 shillings for 10 minutes! Catch up with important news for just 5 shillings! Arya's eyes narrowed, recalling her past. Hans! Now, are you selling newspapers? Hans grinned. No, I'm loaning them out to customers. It's cheaper than buying them. This way, I can earn as much money as I want with just one newspaper, Arya exclaimed. Wow, that's amazing. I want to sell newspapers too. You can't be serious, Arya. Hans laughed. If you start selling them, we'll become rivals. Actually, it doesn't make me that much money, he admitted with a chuckle. Few days later, Hans got hit by a carriage. Looking at the scene, people whispered, Isn't that the kid who loans newspapers? Oh dear. It looks like he's been hit by a carriage, one mentioned. They say he ended up dying. That Hans. Arya's expression darkened. She said, Jessie, tell that boy I'll pay him a month's worth of earnings for that newspaper. And whenever a new issue is printed, buy a copy for me, Jessie nervously replied. Pardon? Why yes, Miss Arya. Then she got on carriage thinking, the newspaper for nobles only held information fit for polite society, but the commoner's newspaper was filled with rumors and juicy stories. The underground slave trade incident at the casino was brought to light by the Crown Prince. The institution of slavery exists simply because people want livestock that they can communicate with. Whether the slaves live or die depends on the owner. At least Miel and Cain went through a legal process to have me executed. They seem like civilized people in comparison. Civilized? Yeah, right. They were just being pretentious, like any noble. Though that was a weakness she could exploit. Her mind was racing thinking about all of that. Anyhow, she didn't know much about the casino's slave trade incident when she was young, but she did remember there was a lot of talk about the Crown Prince solving the issue. It'd probably be too hard to get the Crown Prince on her side. Even when she was most active in social circles, she never caught a glimpse of him. Their worlds were that far apart. She cursed this darn class system. Then she went to another shop where Jessie gave the hourglass to get repaired. As she entered the shop, the owner welcomed them, yawning. Seeing her, the owner showed familiar expression. Oh, noticing that, Arya thinks, does he remember me? I did come here often to buy this and that, she said. I've come to collect my hourglass. The owner presented her with the fixed hourglass. She picked it up and examined it. Not bad. This old man has skilled hands. Arya inspected his work. She said, Your work is impressive. I'm very pleased. The hourglass was shattered, yet you repaired it so well, the owner replied. Thank you. Then she turned to the maid. Jessie, she handed over extra coins. You're paying me double? The old man gasped. Thank you. Unlike the boutique, she had stopped by here often. She felt a little nostalgic. She thinks, wondering, should I look around a bit more? She giggled, thinking I would transform from a frivolous Arya to a slightly plain Arya. A lady who tried her best to learn, even though she knew little about the world of nobility. I need to keep changing in that direction if I want to lower the noble's guard. Suddenly someone entered the shop and passed by her. She flinched and shivers. As her heart raced, she thinks, what was that? There isn't anyone who would have a reason to look my way. But something feels off. Then her guard turned up, saying, Miss Arya, should we head back to the manor? Arya nodded, turning quickly. Yes, we should. I have nothing more to attend to here. She felt relieved. For some reason, she felt like she was in danger. She thinks in her mind, I finally got a new start in life. I can't fall into danger now and jeopardize that. The shop owner bowed to her as she was about to leave. Have a safe trip home. She had been leaving quickly, trying to escape the suspicious men. However, whether it was because of nostalgia, or a desire to thank the old man for repairing her hourglass so superbly, the words slipped out before she realized. It will serve you better to sell that auction ticket, the owner asked, confused. Pardon? She said, indicating the ticket. You won't be able to use it. Looking at the flustered old man, she thinks. A ticket for an auction hosted by the casino. Many people swarm the place to gamble and bid on rare items, but this old man is unaware that the crown prince will soon shut the place down. He probably borrowed money to buy the ticket. He can't even pay the loan back, the owner asked, confused. What do you mean? She replied. The choice is up to you. I've told you all I can, she concluded. Well, there was no way he would take a child's words seriously. I didn't mean to let that slip. Suddenly the suspicious man attacked her guard and grabbed her hand. He pulled her arm to him and asked, What was that? Why did you say such a thing? A sharp voice. I'm asking you why you said that to the owner? Arya looked at him and observed those blue eyes. She felt like she had seen them before. He pressed. If you're going to pretend that you can't hear me, I have no choice but to use force. His gaze hardened. Arya was stunned for a moment, wondering, what's going on? Who is this man? Where did he come from all of a sudden? He squeezed her hand tightly. Then she observed the situation, looking around. She thinks, I was caught off guard when he grabbed me. But now that I look at him, he's just a tall, overgrown child. He probably isn't even 20 yet. For someone who wields a sword, his skin is very smooth, and he's rude enough to talk down to a person he's just met. If I put all these factors together, he's probably a poor noble from the countryside who is clueless about life and came to the city to get rich. So that's why he reacted to what I said earlier. I paid so much money for the same ticket, yet I can't use it anymore? That's what he was probably thinking. Then he said, You look composed, Arya began. Hey, you seem more capable than my guards. Do you think a young girl like me will be able to run away just because you let go of my wrist? I think you're using a little too much strength here, she pressed. If you want to hear my answer, release my arm, he asked, surprised. What? She said. It hurts. What are you going to do if I can't use my hand properly after this? He released her hand and said, There. Now answer me. Patting her hand, she said. I heard rumors that the casino is going out of business, the person asked. What? She explained, going away. Viscount Lupre made several reckless investments and lost a great deal of money, so there are rumors that he's about to sell off the casino and make a run for it. Is that all you wanted to know? Then, he interrupted. Wait, if you're lying, I won't let you live. He showed his sword. She smiled. How will you know what the truth is? They're just rumors, after all. He kept silence for a moment, then said, You have a point. After she left in carriage, the person with his companions observed. The seal on that carriage is that of House Rosecent, he said. I saw that she was wearing the golden rose of House Frederick as a brooch on her ribbon, his companion replied. Then she's probably Lady Miel. I think I heard that there were talks of marriage between House Frederick and House Rosecent. Count Rosecent brought in another daughter after getting remarried, but she's rumored to be a basket case, the first person said. Miel, you say? I believe it means honey in the olden tongue. It's a name. That doesn't suit her, and she seems familiar. Have I seen her somewhere before? His companion asked. Should we get someone to follow her? He replied. No. We know who she is, so it's fine. There isn't anything more we need to find out from her. First, we need to sort out that casino. His companion gets flustered. Do you really believe what she said? She could have just been joking. Besides, we don't have enough information right now, so our plans aren't ready yet, he retracted. Whatever the outcome, it'll be better than letting Viscount Lupre run off to seek help from abroad. Even if our plans change a little, it'll just be a slight nuisance. At the moment, there's no place with better business than the casino, he pondered, saying. This is the first time someone other than us has claimed that it will close down. His companion laughed. Technically, we'll be the ones to shut it down. Haha. So, when are we going? He replied. Today, his companion jolted. Today? But that's so sudden, he said. We'll finish all arrangements within the hour and head straight in. His companion agreed. Ha! Understood. We'll start preparing immediately. Then Arya returned back to the manor, where Jessie greeted her. Welcome back, Miss Arya, she said, playfully laughing. I'm home. It's been a while since I've been out. While I was away, I had a frightening incident happen to me. The guards behind her paled, thinking, will we get fired? She thinks in her mind, a guard that doesn't protect their master, or even attempts to protect them. She plopped OM's sofa thinking, ugh, what useless bastards! I have half a mind to ask mother to fire them without recommending them elsewhere. But using this to my advantage is also a possibility. The guards were nervously fidgeting. Arya turned to them. It might be because I haven't gone outside in a while, but I forgot that commoners can be quite rough. Things could have ended badly, don't you think? One of them jumped, saying, why yes. The other whispered to him, you idiot. She's saying we're useless. Arya playfully acted. Oh dear, you both look paler than my wrist is right now. Gosh, my hand aches. Both of them trembled, feeling caught. She added, your opponent was higher in skill, so there was nothing you could have done. Is that right? Anyhow, this water is a bit lukewarm. She picked up a glass and winked to Jessie. Oh, if only someone could fetch me some cold water, that would be lovely. Both of them dashed to get water. I'm getting that water first. No, I will. Looking at them flustered, Arya burst out laughing. Wahaha! Jessie, could you wait outside for a minute too? The maid replied. Yes, of course. I'll fetch some refreshments. After she left, Arya went and opened the door to her secret place. Her mind was reflecting as to what had happened. I really could have been in danger today. I should return this dress to Miel quickly. My height, hair, and eye color are similar to Miel's, so he won't immediately realize that it's me. If I tell Miel that I got compliments wearing her dress, she'll want to make sure people know it's hers and will wear it out a lot more, though it really is her dress. By doing that, I can pass off any bad impression of me to Miel. She puts the box with the hourglass in safe. Then the guard rushed back with water. While receiving it, she laughed. I thought I would die of thirst. She smiled, saying, please keep up the good work. She thinks, because I now know the future, I'm that much more afraid of not being prepared for it. So I will work to make you both my faithful dogs. Of course, if I never see him again, that would be the best outcome. The guards laughed nervously. Haha, we're in your debt. Thank you, Lady Arya. Later, Arya told Miel, Miel, you know that dress? I got so many compliments about how pretty it was. Even though it doesn't belong to me, she replied, no matter. I am the rightful owner of this dress. Miel was going somewhere wearing that dress, Arya said in her mind. That's right, Miel. Go and show that dress off as much as you want. Please take the blame for all the suspicious things I did in that dress, too. Arya was having her lesson with Sarah. Sarah said, it will be a gathering of 6 people, including myself and you, Arya. That's why. I think handkerchiefs would be good gifts, Arya asked, surprised. Gifts? Sarah replied. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry you mentioned that this is your first tea party. At a ladies' gathering, we usually exchange our personal handicrafts with each other to deepen our bonds of friendship. Since you have wonderful needle skills, Arya, you should prepare some embroidered handkerchiefs and… Arya remembered. I was told that family members could also exchange handicrafts, so I told my mother. But she scoffed at the idea. Why would I need to do something like that when I'm already a countess? If I were to do this with Miel… She imagined herself and Miel. She said, your embroidery is beautiful, Miel. Miel replied softly. It's a representation of how I feel about you, Arya. In reality, it'd be more like this, Arya said. Your embroidery's beautiful, Miel. Though the only beautiful thing about it is the thread you used, Miel snapped. It's a representation of how I feel about you, Arya. Could you please go somewhere far away and drop dead? She concluded. Wouldn't gems make nicer gifts? I'm not sure, but since gifting handicrafts is the rule, I should follow suit. Sarah showed Arya a handkerchief, saying, so I designed this using the Empire's seal. Shall we start making some more for the ladies? She replied. I'd like that, she resolved. Anyway, since I'm doing embroidery again, I should take this opportunity to shove my skill in Miel's face. Later she presented a handkerchief to Miel and said, I'm sorry. I know you said you didn't need a handkerchief, but I really wanted to give one to you, Miel, so that I could deepen my bond with you. I heard that many noble ladies exchange handicrafts like this. Miel was caught off guard. She felt defeated, unable to do anything. She said, oh, I see. Thank Arya pressed. Oh, I heard that you've been working hard on your embroidery as well. Could I take a peek? Miel flinched. There's nothing to see. I have something to do, so please excuse me. She slammed the door shut, while Arya was saying, all right. Maybe next time then. Bye. Later, Arya was thinking about her past life, Miel. It would be nice if you could remain stupid until the day you die, but you'll soon grow up and become wiser. Why did I ever fall for that child's games and throw that water jug like an idiot? After that, my life started to go downhill, though it's true that I was wrong to throw the jug to begin with. Miel was the one who prompted it. She sighed to herself, thinking. Jessie was preparing her for the tea party. When she's done, she said, "It is finished, Miss Arya." Arya thinks, looking in the mirror, I just need to be extra careful, so I don't revert back into the same person I was before. Well, time to prepare for my future and go meet those noble ladies. I should take my new dogs out on a walkabout now. Right. When she went out to the carriage, the guard greeted her flustered. "Welcome back, Lady Arya," she mused. "Why are they so nervous?" She then said, "The new guard next to you is staring at you funny." He shrugged. "Ha, it can't be helped, I suppose," she said. "The weather is so nice. Shall we head out? Since it's a garden tea party, I was worried it might rain. It's such a relief that the sun is out." She beamed, singing a melody. Her attitude was positive. "Let's all head there with smiles on our faces, all right? This is too much extra effort on my part." Then she gets on carriage. While in carriage, she had a hunch. I feel like today's not going to be my day, for some reason. When she reached at the place, she rejected those thoughts. But this is probably needless worry, right? After all, everything is progressing according to my plan. The voice of her shoes echoed on the ground as she reached the garden. After getting there, she greeted them. "I'm sorry I'm late. I am Arya of House Rosent. I didn't know what type of dress I should wear for an occasion like this, so my apologies for being tardy." "I'm sorry," she said inwardly. The main character always arrives last. Take a good look at my simple attire. The ladies were quite surprised by her. Then Miss Sarah began. "Since Lady Arya is here, let us commence the tea party." After a few moments, the servants brought cake and cookies. Arya stared at them, noticing that a lady asked, "Is this your first tea party, Lady Arya?" She replied, "Yes." The cookies and cakes all look so pretty. She wondered to herself, "It's my first time at a party without alcohol. How do they have fun while they eat this stuff?" Another lady indicated, "Judging from her clothes and how she's reacting to this party, she seems really different from the rumors." Arya took a bite of the cake and remarked, "Oh, this is delicious." Hearing that, the lady smiles. That's a relief." After a few moments, a lady exclaimed, "Oh no, I can't believe all your clothes were damaged in a fire." Arya replied, "Yes. I'm just grateful nothing worse happened. I don't know much about boutiques. I only know the ones I dreamed of visiting as a commoner. Because I didn't have any money, I never got to go inside. But then I had the chance to buy some clothes from the very same boutiques, so I was overjoyed." Upon hearing that, a lady shows concern. "Lady Miel would have been able to introduce a good boutique to you, had you asked her." Arya replied with a sad face, "I didn't want to bother Miel. It's embarrassing, but because of my background, even though I'm a noble now, I'm probably still a hindrance to her." Another lady chimed in, "It would have been better if Lady Miel had just told you herself. Those clothes are a bit..." "Oh, did I sound like I was blaming Miel?" "Oh no, that wasn't my intention. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't ruin everyone's mood," Arya said, teary-eyed. The response came quickly, reassuring her. "No, not at all." Then Arya raised her hand towards Jessie, said, "I was looking forward to chatting with other ladies near my age at this tea party. They're small gifts, but I hope you'll accept them and continue our fun conversations together." A gasp of surprise followed. "Gosh, this is..." Arya continued. "I embroidered these handkerchiefs after being taught by Miss Sarah. I hope they're to your liking." Admiration was expressed, and Arya thought to herself, "Good. After gaining their pity, I naturally went on to earn their goodwill. My plan's going perfectly." She reflected on her efforts. "These trifling efforts take a long time and are boring, so I don't want to do any of it." But Miel partook in these social gatherings and was able to gain many allies. Therefore, I know there's no reason I can't do the same. Arya pondered further. Who were Miel's main allies again? It would be better to bring them over to my side so that Miel can't use them to climb the social ladder. But I have no idea who they are. Someone commented, "Goodness, I can't believe you've gotten this skilled only 2 weeks after learning embroidery," Sarah pointed out. "Lady Arya is a fast learner." Arya smiled graciously. "If you like the handkerchiefs, I'll make more for the next gathering." Concern was voiced. "Won't it inconvenience you?" Arya shook her head. "Not at all. Embroidery is my one hobby, so I'm glad that my work is to your liking." In return, an offer was made. "Oh my, How about I take you to a bouquet shop that I know when we next meet? We can also stop by a dessert shop that I frequent. The chatter grew lively, though there was hesitation. One voice raised a concern. Wouldn't it be dangerous for us outside, especially after that incident? The curiosity rose. What do you mean? The incident with Viscount Lupre was brought up, a lady said. That's right. They say he was running a slave trade in the casino basement. Now he's on the run, which makes things even scarier. Yes, that's why it might be safer to refrain from going outside. The group seemed to agree. I see. I don't suppose we have much choice. The Crown Prince is rumored to be meticulous. He was the one who led the investigation, but he ended up losing the Viscount. That's why people are keeping things hush-hush, right? If word gets to the palace that we were discussing the incident, we might bring shame to our families. We all must be careful about what we say. Aria's thoughts swirled. What? What on earth is going on? How come Viscount Lepre got away? The Crown Prince's mission failed? Why did the past change? No, it's okay. None of those things have anything to do with me. They have nothing to do with my revenge. Her anxiety trembled within her. Sarah reassured her softly. Oh dear, it'll be all right, Arya. It's safe here. A hand squeezed hers gently. Arya composed herself, thinking, yes, everything's fine. There won't be any problems. She smiled politely as the gathering came to a close. Today was fun. Please invite me again next time. As she left, her thoughts lingered. I can't let my anxiety fester like this. I should give some work to my adorable dogs about now. Approaching John, she jolted him awake. There is something I need you to do. Get up and listen to what your master has to say, she said coldly, her determination unwavering. Later at night, I can't go back like this. John hiccuped, her voice trembling. Ha! I shouldn't. If I return empty-handed, I don't know anything about that incident. A voice tried to console him, John replied. Hey, don't be like that. He may be young, but he's a deliberate, cautious person. There must be a reason why someone like the Crown Prince failed to capture the Viscount, the person said. I'm sorry, but my shift is starting soon. I'll see you around, John. It'll be best if you don't look into His Highness' business any further. I'm warning you as a friend. John trudged away, sniffing and muttering. What a good friend you are, to worry about me. But if I go back empty-handed, Lady Arya will wring my neck. He glanced around, hoping for a clue. Maybe there's some kind of clue. His eyes darted back and forth. He knocked on a door, his voice hesitant. Is anyone in? The door creaked open, and a voice asked. Who is it? John replied. I have something to ask you. If you give me an answer, I'll give you 50 shillings. The person inside doesn't reply, so John added, Gosh, you don't have to be so cautious. I've been here before. You know, I was with the lady who wanted her hourglass fixed. Recognition dawned on Honor. Oh, right. Please come in. The door creaked open further, and the person continued. Thanks to that lady, I resold that auction ticket and was able to repay the money I'd borrowed, John replied. Did you now? That's good to hear. Then the shop owner offered him a glass, asking, by the way, is the lady not with you today? The host offered him a drink, and he accepted. Thank you. Oh yes, I'm alone. I had some personal matters to tend to. He gulped down the drink. As soon he did that, his head fell on table. Then the Crown Prince and his companions appeared there. The prince instructed. Check his face. Examining John, his friend who was with the prince said, His name is John. We were in the knightage together for a while, but now he works as a guard for House Rosent. Upon hearing that, the prince said, That girl, Miel, was it? I forgot about her because we were chasing after Viscount Lupre, he commanded. Look into Count Rosent and any ties he might have to Viscount Lupre. The host nodded. Yes, sir. What should I do about him? The prince's response was cold. Leave him. The more traces he leaves behind, the easier it'll be to find our way to that girl. Suddenly, a burst of activity erupted. We've found him, the prince shouted. Move out. The next day John showed up to Arya. Arya spared him. He was surprised. He asked, What did you just? Arya replied, I said you can go. Don't show your face again until I call for you. Right. You should go keep an eye on Miel, John asked. You mean Lady Miel? Arya nodded. Yes. Did you do as I asked yesterday? John replied. Yes, of course. There wasn't anybody who asked about you by name. But if anyone does ask, I am to say that you're the daughter of the Rosent family and nothing more. Arya raised her hand, dismissing the host. That's right. You may be excused. Jessie gave him some coins as a reward. Her frustration boiled over. That useless piece of trash! He went all the way to the area around the casino and still didn't find out anything? There was a commotion there last night because they caught Viscount Lupre at a nearby tavern. I don't know if he's lying or he's just downright stupid. That trash. She sipped her tea, her mind racing. Whatever, I can just cast him aside, and that'll be that. Either way, Viscount Lupre has been caught, and the past is back on track. Now I'll move forward with my plans again. Then she visited her mother. Looking at her mother getting ready, she thinks, I see she's polishing her weapon like any other day. Her mother said, I don't have much time, since I'll be going out in a little bit. Arya sparkled with resolve. It's nothing much. I just wanted to ask you to assign me a private tutor. The request surprised her mother. A private tutor? You were firmly against it before, her mother remarked. Well, I suppose you have changed as of late. Arya smiled. Yes. Then her mother asked, Have you thought of someone in particular? Arya gave her a list. I would like to learn about the liberal arts, history, and literature. So I looked into some people. She thinks to herself, you can't garner any attention in social circles simply by being a little skilled at embroidery. It's time I started expanding my connections, little by little. Her mother looked at the list and expressed doubt. I don't think these people will be much help. I knew when you chose Lady Sarah from House Loren, but it seems you really don't have an eye for these things. They're all from the families of mere viscounts and barons. Arya smiled, her confidence unwavering. She remembered. These women end up marrying their sons off to ladies from high-ranking families and rise in social status in the future. To be more specific, they showed interest in having me as a daughter-in-law until they realized I was cast aside by a count, so they eventually sent their sons off to marry more docile ladies. Right now, those women still want to tie me to their sons somehow, so they will try their best to win my favor. And that will make it easy for me to make more connections, her mother said. I don't think these women are very knowledgeable, Arya replied. Well, I can't share Miel's private tutors with her, so her mother said. When it comes to her studies, Miel is in a different league altogether. I understand. If these are the people you want, so be it, she instructed the maid. Send each of them a letter, Arya said in her mind. You probably can't be bothered to look around for someone better. Arya smiled modestly, her thoughts racing. But the fact that mother doesn't care that much has always served me well. Her new tutor greeted politely. Hello, I am Celine from the house of Viscount White. Arya responded warmly. Welcome, Viscountess White. I'll be in your care from now on. Oh, you're that man's mother, she thought to herself. But her expression remained composed. Arya remembered talking to this woman's son, who whispered to her, As your mother, I would like you to get married to the daughter of a high-ranking noble. Arya raised an eyebrow, unimpressed by the suggestion. Huh? What? He said, That's what my mother always tells me. To meet a good woman. So, I probably can't marry you, she responded coldly. Who said I wanted to marry you? Still, Arya kept her thoughts to herself. Thus, he was married off to a lady from a different house. He had no wish to marry in the first place but was pretending to be all serious by himself. Why do all mothers think the same way? The lesson commenced. The tutor attempted to explain a basic arithmetic concept. That's right. If you have 3 cookies and add another, there will be 4 total. Therefore, 3 plus 1 equals 4. Arya nodded mechanically but thought sarcastically, Wow, I see. How stupid does she think I am? After a moment, the tutor said with sincerity, I've only just met you today, but I can see that the bad rumors are all simply gossip. You have started your studies a tad late, but I will do my best to teach you. Please leave it to me. Arya smiled and replied courteously. Haha, you'll probably have to help me a lot, Miss Celine, the tutor chuckled. Goodness, you don't need to address me so formally. Please just call me by my name. You can be more casual. But Arya firmly declined. No, I couldn't possibly do that when I'm being taught by you. I don't need to be as nice to her as I am to Sarah, she thought. So I should just be polite and leave it at that. As the lessons continued, Arya observed the women in her circle. These women are all trying to get in my good graces. It's a bit overwhelming. The lessons themselves are helpful. Your sons only pursued me for my looks, so I'll never give them a chance. But none of you know that, do you? So you all should just keep working hard to win my favor. Arya composed herself and dismissed these thoughts. Her expression turned sharp and focused. The only man I'm after is Oscar. My only motivation is to get in Niel's way. I'll do my best to ruin things and take him from you, Miel. Your pain equals my joy. Later, during an encounter with Sarah, Arya's mood seemed to shift. Sarah noticed and commented, "Oh my. You've made a mistake, yet you're still smiling, Arya. Did something good happen?" Arya replied with a light laugh. "I have some new tutors now. I'm surprised you noticed," Sarah beamed. "I can easily tell, from looking at you," Arya replied. "It's thanks to you, Miss Sarah. After being taught by you, I realized how fun it was to learn something new," Sarah remarked. "They must be good tutors," Arya agreed with a smile. "They're very honest and full of smiles and laughter," Sarah's kind words continued. "That must be because you're a bright and kind person, Lady Arya." Arya responded with a calculated thought. "You're such a kind person, Sarah. That's probably how you won that cold Marquis over. The embroidery on that handkerchief was just a catalyst for your encounter with him," she concluded warmly. "But out of all my tutors, I like you the most, Miss Sarah." Sarah blushed, touched by the sentiment. "Goodness, Arya." She hugged her affectionately. "I like you very much, too. I hope you can meet someone nice and be happy, Miss Sarah." Sarah smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Arya," but her ulterior motives were, "Because then, you can become a powerful ally of mine. It's so easy to deceive you. You really are the best, Miss Sarah." Later at the dining table, Arya looked at Miel, who was looking down. Arya pondered for a moment. Maybe her embroidery isn't going too well. Or is she bothered by all the people coming in and out of my room? Either way, seeing how worn out you look fills me with joy. She smirked to herself. Miel will probably just write another letter whining to Cain. She can only be comforted by her brother, who is stuck in a dormitory at his academy. She really is a pathetic fool. Determined, Arya thought, I will continue to increase my knowledge and power and ruin talks of your marriage to Oscar through the very same methods you used to ruin me. A quiet giggle escaped her lips as she rolled back and forth in excitement. I'm so excited. Nothing would make me happier. Hearing a commotion outside in the garden, Arya turned her attention to the window. It's noisy outside. Is someone coming? She called for Jessie. Jessie, I think we have a guest who will arrive soon. Will you find out who it is? Jessie responded dutifully. Yes, Miss Arya, Arya mused. The Count wouldn't return home without sending word first. And it's the weekend, so it shouldn't be any of the tutors. Who is it? As Arya settled onto her bed, her thoughts drifted, and before she realized it, she had dozed off. Sound of the clock woke her up. Ugh, I'm hungry, she mumbled. As a noble, I follow a strict daily schedule, so I automatically get hungry around this time. She called out softly. Jess, was I not asleep that long? The guest still hasn't arrived. She decided to go downstairs considering. I think I should ask for an extra servant who can run little errands for me. The silence in the house struck her as strange. It's way too quiet. She heard Jessie's urgent footsteps approach. Miss Arya! Jessie's voice was filled with urgency as she blurted out. Lord Cain has returned, along with Lord Oscar. Arya thought to herself, even without hearing the urgency in Jessie's voice, I could immediately tell who the mystery guest was. Oscar Frederick. Her thoughts raced. Our first meeting should have been further in the future. Did Miel's letter cause it to happen earlier? I can't believe I have to meet him in this state. She was taken aback for a moment, then showed curtsy. Seeing her come, Miel flinched. Then Arya returned with Jessie to her room. Miel, turning to Oscar, said, Lord Oscar, we've prepared a delicious meal after we received word of your visit, he replied. Thank you. Arya quickly prepared herself, issuing commands. Jessie, prepare some clothes and brush my hair for me. Jessie nodded. Yes, my lady. Arya exhaled deeply, calming her nerves. It's fine. The timing's changed a little, that's all. It's clear what I have to do. Then she went down and cautiously said, No one sent for me no matter how long I waited, so I just came down. Will I be interrupting if I join you? Miel gets stunned, dropping the fork. Arya was greeted with surprise, but Lord Oscar addressed her politely. He rises up saying, Oh, Lady Miel must have forgotten to call for you due to my sudden arrival. Let me apologize in her stead. He turned to a servant and commanded, You there! Hurry and bring another serving. The servant responded promptly. Right away, sir. Arya sits beside Miel. Oscar then introduced himself with a composed demeanor. Hello? I am Oscar from the house of Duke Frederick. Arya observed him carefully, her thoughts racing. Oh, it seems that I really have been given a new opportunity. She smiled gracefully and replied, It's an honor to meet you. I'm Arya, Her gaze shifted to Miel, who appeared visibly unsettled. Goodness, Miel, you don't look well. Are you okay? You just dropped your fork. Miel flinched and stammered. Oh no. I'm alright. Aria's thoughts turned inward. You really are foolish. I was really foolish, too. The Count who brought home a pretty agreeable prostitute. His son, who took his anger out on his young stepsister. And his daughter, who would blame all the dirty things she did on me. To think that I was eliminated so easily by this evil family. I really was foolish, indeed. Aria broke the silence, addressing Oscar. I thought you were in the middle of your semester at the academy. You must have taken a long trip to get here, he explained further. I was stuck in my dormitory with nothing to do when Kane suggested we take an outing. I didn't realize we were headed all the way here. He chuckled lightly. Haha, I was surprised, Aria replied. I suppose Kane surprised you by bringing you to our home. Aria observed the interaction with a sharp eye. See? He didn't say he was here to see you, Miel, she chuckled. I hope you'll be able to rest well before you head back. As Aria spoke, Miel straightened herself and cut her off. Lord Oscar, I know this is late of me, but thank you so much for the dress you sent me. It's so pretty that I set it aside safely and wore it for the first time today. Oscar smiled warmly. It suits you, Lady Miel, she continued. In return, I'd like to gift you some clothes as well, but I wasn't sure what style you would like. Then Kane suggested, how about we all go shopping together? It's about time I got some new clothes myself. He nudged him gently, but Oscar declined politely. No, I'm fine. I have a family tailor, and I don't really need any clothes other than my uniform at the academy, he interjected with a smile. You siblings should go out on a trip on your own. It's been a while since you've seen each other, after all, Miel protested. No. We couldn't leave you here alone. You're our guest, Oscar reassured her. But I wouldn't be alone. Lady Aria is here. Miel looked startled, but Oscar continued. Since I wouldn't be alone as a guest, it wouldn't be against etiquette. Aria responded modestly. I'm not good at entertaining others, but I will do my best to ensure that you are comfortable, Lord Oscar. Miel trembled in anger upon hearing that, and Kane noticed that. You don't have to worry about me, Lady Aria, Oscar said in a calm voice. I rode here in a carriage all night, so I'm tired. I can simply take an afternoon nap. Miel tried to interject. Then we should also, but Aria quickly regained her composure, cutting her off. Then you should get some rest, Lord Oscar. Since Kane and Miel will be leaving soon, I will ask the servants to prepare a room for you. She rises up from her chair. Oscar nodded graciously, following her. Thank you for your hospitality, Lady Aria. Enjoy your shopping. As he left, Aria felt a rush of excitement. Why, I could dance all day, she thought. Jessie approached her with a question. Miss, what shall I do with this handkerchief? Aria took it from her hands. Give it here. Then you can leave. She recalled how Jessie had held on to the handkerchief at the dining table. But as I expected, it wasn't the right timing. Still, I can't be certain when Miel will give her handkerchief to Oscar. So I'll carry this around with me just in case. Aria watched as Kane and Miel prepared for their outing. She said to herself, oh dear. They could have just said they wanted to stay home, but they're going out in the end. They care so much about saving face as nobles. It seems they can't endure even the slightest bit of embarrassment. Turning her focus inward, Aria decided, I should take this time to study. Well, I can always use their pride to my advantage. She opened a history book and began to read. The forefathers of the noble scum I met at the ball have been put down as heroes. They pillaged cities and murdered people to amass their fortunes. Yet their actions were recorded as a wise way to govern their subjects. She scoffed. As expected of the nobility, they are mindless and only think of lining their own pockets. But then, a pang of self-awareness hit her. Then again, maybe I'm no different. Once my status changed, I spent all that dirty money without a second thought. I am also. Aria closed the book abruptly. I need a change of surroundings. Maybe I should go to that place. Rising from her seat, she decided to visit the indoor garden. Mother neglects this place, but the servants seem to be taking care of it. She said she wanted a refined hobby. She entered the garden and sighed. It's a little hot here. Maybe the air will cool down if I water the plants. Picking up a watering can, she let her mind wander. I let my mind run with useless thoughts. I just need to enjoy what I have now and use it as needed. So why did I ruin my own mood with unpleasant memories? Resolving to shake off the negativity, Aria focused on watering the plants. Right. I'll water the plants over there, and head back in a refreshed state. She climbed up to reach a higher planter. Ugh, I got up here somehow. Her legs wavered, but she steadied herself. But I can't seem to do this very well. Still, I should finish what I've started before leaving. With the sudden movement of her hand, the water from the watering can fell on the person at the door. A sudden noise startled her. "Ack!" she exclaimed, flustered, turning around. "You should at least announce yourself before walking in." "Who on earth?" Her voice trailed off as she saw who it was. "Ack! Lo, Lord Oscar?" she quickly asked. "Are you all right?" She rushed to him. "I'm sorry. I didn't see you coming in." Arya faltered, staggering. She leaned in to wipe his dress. He stopped her, grabbing her arms. "It's all right. At this rate, you'll end up getting water on yourself as well," she replied. "I'll be fine," but Oscar insisted. "But even if you try wiping my clothes like this..." Realizing that her hands were soggy, she gasped, thinking, "Crap, what do I do? I made such a huge mistake," she stammered. I'm really sorry." Her mind raced in tension. If everything is ruined because of such a silly incident. No. Why? Why would you walk around without a servant when you're a guest? She trembled, her voice shaking. "You said you were tired, that you needed a nap." "You can stop apologizing, Lady Arya. It's my fault for wandering around by myself," Oscar said calmly. "Oh, it seems he knows that, at least," Arya sighed, rubbing her temples. "Honestly, this is so exhausting. Lady Arya, you aren't crying, are you?" Oscar asked hesitantly. She gets surprised by his words. "Me? Cry? No, this is because I got frustrated, and my eyes were sore, so..." Arya paused, observing Oscar. "I didn't notice this side of Oscar before. So this is what he's like. He's the type who can't ignore a pitiful person. That must be why he spoke up for me at lunch, too. It's a weakness I didn't know of before," she thought, smirking. "No, of course not," Arya said quickly. "Oh, right. Now that I think about it, I have a handkerchief. I was flustered, so I forgot. Please take this," she said, handing it to Oscar. "I thought I had rotten luck just now, but I can turn this into an opportunity. You should know what it means to accept a handkerchief from a noble's daughter, Oscar. But would you turn mine down in a situation like this?" she wondered, raising her handkerchief. "Good," she thought as Oscar accepted it. He then started wiping himself with the handkerchief. Suddenly he noticed his house seal on handkerchief. "This is," Arya began. "I thought the Frederick house seal was beautiful, so I embroidered this rose as practice. You're the first guest I've welcomed since I came to this house, and you're also a member of House Frederick. I remembered that I made this before, so I took it out. If it can be of use to you now, that would make me happy. Oh, I'm sorry if I upset you by using your seal without permission." "Oh no, not at all," Oscar replied. "A handkerchief from a noble lady is a symbol of romantic interest. If Oscar refuses it, he'll humiliate me greatly. Since he's a member of the great House Frederick, he'll have to act with the manners of the nobility." Lady Arya thought nervously. Oscar asked, "May I really keep this?" Arya grinned for a moment, then replied, "Of course." Then Arya instructed the maid, "Get the bath ready right away so our guests can wash." Then she turned to Oscar. "Do you have a spare change of clothes? We should have robes available for guests," Oscar explained. "Oh, actually, Kane and I came here suddenly, so I did just ask my servant to bring me a fresh change of clothes. I didn't feel comfortable relaxing in my uniform." Upon hearing that, Arya thinks, so that's why he was roaming around without a servant, Oscar added. "Thank you. I'm sorry for causing you more trouble," Arya replied. "Not at all. Please rest well." "You too, Lady Arya," Oscar replied, leaving the room. As he walked, he recalled her worried face and thinks, I can just send her a gift in return and leave it at that. Later at the dining table, Oscar asked Kane, "Did you find some nice clothes?" "More or less," came the reply. "More importantly, I have a present for you." "For me?" he asked. "It seemed like you would need to replace your pen nib soon," Oscar said while showing the gift. Oscar sighed, then replied, "Thank you, Lady Miel." As he bowed slightly, Miel quickly replied, "And not at all. I was told that you needed them, so I thought they would be a good return gift." Miel stammered. "Hey, those are from me," Kane interjected. Oscar replied, "I know you just passed it on for her. This isn't the first time." "Thank you for thinking of me, Lady Miel," she said again. "Why, you're welcome." Hearing the conversation, Arya thinks, are things always this way with the three of them? It's hard for me to get a word in. Let's see. Should I bring up the handkerchief and ruin the atmosphere? No, I shouldn't. If they think I have indecent intentions towards Oscar, it'll be a problem. I'll do what I can for now. She wondered, thinking back to lunchtime, did my looks work on him? Or would the pitiful facade work better? She groaned inwardly. Are you all right, Lady Arya? Perhaps you're feeling unwell, Lord Oscar asked, concerned. She thought. So it's the latter. I'm fine. I'm sorry for making you worry, Lord Oscar, she said softly. She coughed lightly. She added, I don't want to interrupt your mealtime, so I shall focus more on the food, Oscar replied. If you're not feeling well, please say so. You could be coming down with a cold, he insisted. I'm all right, she reassured him. Suddenly Miel forks fell on the ground. Arya said quickly, Oh dear. Would you get Miel a new fork? Yes, Lady Arya, came the prompt reply from maid. Miel clenched her hands tightly. After that Oscar gets ready to leave. While leaving he said, Then I shall be off. Thank you for your hospitality. Later Countess came rushing back to the manor. She burst open the door shouting, Arya, Arya, Arya! I heard Oscar came to visit. Yes, he visited over the weekend and left, Arya replied, maintaining her composure. Where were you, mother? I went to a neighboring country to do some shopping, her mother replied, holding up her purchases. Then she asked, No. More importantly, what was Oscar like? He wasn't all that interesting, Arya responded calmly. Really? It was a good opportunity. That's unfortunate. Why couldn't he have come when I was around? Her mother lamented. Don't be so disappointed, mother, Arya said in her mind with a slight smile. Because I've locked down an opportunity. After a few days Oscar sent gifts to both Miela and Arya. The butler showed them saying, These gifts have arrived from House Frederick. The room seemed to sparkle with curiosity. These must be return gifts for the pen nibs, someone whispered. To think he sent 2 large boxes. Lord Oscar must have been thinking of you, Lady Miel. His affection for you truly is deeper than the ocean, murmured another voice. I wonder what's inside. Someone pondered aloud. Looking at them, Miel's heart raced. She said aloud, What shall I send him in return? Arya also reached the place of commotion with her maid. The butler cleared his throat and began. There is a message from Lord Oscar Frederick. Of the 2 boxes, the one with the red ribbon should be given to Lady Miel, and the one with the blue ribbon should be given to Lady Arya. Miel's face went from pleased to displeased in a matter of second. She looked towards Arya, who also reached there. Goodness, you must have been a good host to Lord Oscar, Arya, Countess said, her voice filled with admiration. If so, that's a relief, Arya added with a smile. But this gift is probably a response to the handkerchief he received from me. A hint of shyness crept onto her face. A handkerchief? Lord Oscar accepted a handkerchief from Lady Arya? The murmurs grew louder. Then the Countess asked, Were there any letters? The butler muttered, pulling them out. Oh, here they are. There were 2 letters for both of them. Then someone muttered, I was wondering why there were 2 letters. Miel gets more anxious. What does it say, Arya? Her mother asked, leaning in with curiosity. I'm curious what Lord Oscar was thinking as he prepared this gift for you. Will you read the letter out loud? I doubt he would have written anything out of the ordinary in my letter, Arya replied, attempting to deflect. Wouldn't it be more interesting to read Miel's letter instead? Oh my, whatever do you mean? Miel asked, turning toward her. If we're talking about the correct order, it would make sense for you to go first as you're the oldest, Arya. Nonsense. We never cared about that between the 2 of us, Arya said with a laugh. There are talks of marriage between you and Lord Oscar, Miel. I'm sure everyone would be more interested in the contents of your passionate love letter. Ha ha ha. Miel clenched the letter nervously. She said, Then I'll read mine out loud first. You can read yours afterward, Arya. Arya laughed. Miel is acting all serious because of your silly joke, mother, she continued while walking. Reading Lord Oscar's letter out loud in front of so many people would be a discourteous thing to do, so let's not. Okay? As she prepared to leave, her curiosity about the presents got the better of her. She turned to the maid beside Miel and said, You there? Please open the boxes for us, she commanded. The servant replied, Oh yes, miss. Arya couldn't help but notice a sharp glare from behind Miel. It was from her maid. Arya thinks in her mind, She's Miel's personal servant. What was her name? Emma, was it? Arya pondered. Gosh, how pretty, Countess exclaimed as the box was opened. She lifts the dress up and said to Arya, Since it's a gift, how about you try it on? If I don't hurry, I'll be late, Arya said dismissively. I will just wear the hairpin. I'll be off then. She picked up the pin and put it on. I'm sad that I won't get to see you open your gift, Miel, Arya said with a soft smile as she left. Miel crumpled the letter in her hand as Arya left. Then Arya left in a carriage with her maid Jessie. She reads the letter that Oscar sent. It was as it is. This is a thank you for the handkerchief you lent me at the indoor garden. I hope you will accept it as a symbol of my gratitude. Oscar Frederick. It's concise, Arya thought. Well, I expected as much. If I had read this letter out loud, the misunderstanding would have been resolved. I have to cause as many misunderstandings as possible. She mused with a slight chuckle. I must have looked quite shabby if he sent me a dress as a thank you gift, Arya thought to herself. I didn't expect things to work out so well, but thanks to that, I was able to spark a bigger reaction than I anticipated. Then she asked her maid. A ring, a necklace, a brooch, what would be good? Jessie asked. Pardon? Arya said. On our way back, take me to the biggest and most expensive jewelry store in the capital. The rattling of the carriage was quite loud. It continuously rattled as to there is something wrong with it, the sound of rattling footsteps accompanying them. Yes, Miss Arya, her servant replied. Arya noticed the reaction of Jessie. It was odd. She looked at her and thinks, oh, I see. She thinks I'm going to pursue an extravagant lifestyle and spend all my money like I did before. She mused. She then nonchalantly said, but will the money I have on me be enough? If I'm to give Lord Oscar a thank you gift, I can't just give him any old item, right? Since I've suddenly received such a lavish gift from him. Yes, that's true, Jessie admitted. I only thought ahead to Lady Sarah's tea party today, so I didn't bring much money. But with identification papers, you should be fine. That's good then, Arya said with relief. We can't just send any old gift to House Frederick, or shame would befall the Rosen name, she thinks. I'm no longer the indulgent and stupid villainess you thought I was, Jessie. Poor Miel tries desperately to hide her rotten insides from the world, so I'm here to rescue her from her life of lies, as her true savior. Later at the tea party with Miss Sarah and other ladies. Gosh, that hairpin is so beautiful. What a lovely gold rose. Someone squealed in delight. Thank you, Arya replied with a laugh. Here, I embroidered these handkerchiefs with your family seals. She presented them with handkerchiefs. Goodness, you've prepared such wonderful gifts again, someone exclaimed. Another added, I told my family about you, Lady Arya, and they said they would like to invite you to our home. Really? That would be lovely, Arya said with a smile. She thinks in her mind. It seems everyone went home and said nice things about me. How kind of them. At the end, as she walked away, Arya reflected on the gathering. It was fun, but this really is a useless gathering. I can't not come because of my relationship with Sarah, but these other girls aren't worth making connections with. It's annoying, she thought, trudging along. Suddenly, she stopped. Huh! Wait, who are you? She asked, noticing someone unfamiliar. The groom stammered, flustered. You aren't the same groom as before, Arya observed. He suddenly came down with a stomach bug, so I had to take his place. The man explained nervously. What? A sick man managed to get all the way to the manor to change shifts with you? Arya questioned, her tone sharp. And no, that wasn't it. He came back to eat lunch and got a stomachache, so I came. The man stammered, sweating. You're saying he went home without my permission? He would have just packed his lunch to bring here from the start, Arya said, her suspicion growing. I am not really sure. I'm just... The man trailed off. Check his face, Arya ordered. Yes, miss, her guard replied. His name is Elect. He has worked for House Rosent for over 30 years. He's almost at the age of retirement. I see. So I know his identity, Arya said, stepping closer. But why didn't you report to me first? Were you going to keep quiet until I noticed for myself? And no. It's just... The man stammered again. Arya complained. Do none of you see me as your master? If I just continued on without knowing, she thought. If I hadn't realized something was off, things might have ended for me, right then and there. Her mind filled with frustration. I already made that mistake before. I was misled by the servants that Miel had ordered to manipulate me into doing foolish things. If Miel were to try and hurt me, she'd be able to do it. She could have useless guards assigned to me, and put me in danger, Arya thought, her mind racing. Miel, you're really a villainess who doesn't fall short of my expectations. This is different from the petty little ways she'd harassed me in the past. I've been growing smarter more quickly this time around, but you are also showing your true colors earlier. Arya concluded, her thoughts focused on Miel. Then she commanded the groom. You can head back to the manor with the carriage for now. I'll figure out a way to get home. The servant flinched. I understand, he replied hesitantly and left. As the carriage rattled away, Arya noticed his expression worsened after being sent home alone. The carriage itself had been rattling so much it was almost as if a screw was missing somewhere. Arya thought, well, thanks to that, my suspicions have solidified. Turning to another guard, she ordered, you go get a carriage. You might have overlooked the different groom, but you can at least find a new carriage for me, right? But that's a servant's errand. The guard grumbled under his breath. Arya said inwardly, I can't believe the old me never realized how useless these guards were. At times like these, I can't help but blame my background, she thought as the creak of the shop door and the jingle of a bell marked her entrance. Welcome, the shop owner greeted. I'm looking for a brooch, Arya stated firmly. Of course. We shall escort you to the private room, the shopkeeper said, leading her to the back. The brooch is for a male in his late teens. I'd like to see everything from simpler designs to fancier ones, she explained. Yes, my lady. Please wait here a moment, the shopkeeper replied. After Arya sat down, the staff whispered to each other. One said, I don't think we can show her any old brooch. Bring only the high-quality ones, the other replied. Yes, sir, first added. They say you can tell how rich a noble is from the face of the servant who holds their money for them. If the noble is wealthy, their servant stays calm even when their master asks to look at items without designating a price range. She isn't just any average noble. When the shopkeeper returned, he presented the finest collection of brooches, saying, Thank you for your patience. We've brought out the finest of our brooches. I hope they're to your liking. Arya examined the jewelry, impressed by the quality. This is some nice jewelry. They're high quality, even compared to the jewelry I saw in my social circles, she thought. Come here for a second, Arya instructed one of the shop staff. The person I'm gifting the brooch to mainly wears black clothing. I'll just put these against your jacket to see how they look. After testing a few, Arya decided on one. Oh, this one looks good. Will Oscar like it? I hope Oscar finds the gift burdensome, she mused with a sly smile. She turned to the shopkeeper, saying, I'll take this one. Oh, and I'd also like to purchase a few smaller brooches too. Is there a design you're looking for? The shopkeeper asked. I'd like the size to be about this big. Large enough that you can see it, but not too large. And the design, it should look something like this, she said, showing the seal of House Rose Scent. The shopkeeper's expression changed. This is the seal of House Rose Scent. Then this person must be that infamous girl, Arya Rose Scent, he thought, but as he observed her further, his perceptions shifted. She's a bit different from the rumors. From what I heard, she's a vulgar girl who torments Lady Miel. But after seeing her manners and her refined taste in jewelry, I'm not so sure. After Arya gave him the design, he asked, How many do you need? 5 brooches, Arya replied. Then the crafting will take around a day, the shopkeeper said. That's faster than I expected. Please send it to my home by tomorrow with the other brooch I purchased today, Arya instructed. Yes, my lady, the shopkeeper said. Other staff member presenting a form to Jessie asked, Please sign here. Then shop owner asked Arya, Would you like me to send you stationery to go with these gifts? Oh, I was just about to ask you for that. Thank you, Arya replied. We'll be delivering these to your estate tomorrow morning. And this is a small gift for you from us, Lady Arya Rose Scent. I hope it's to your liking, the shopkeeper said, handing her a sapphire necklace. Ooh, it's a sapphire. I do like a service-minded person, Arya thought. Then she said, Jessie, help me put this on. Yes, Miss Arya, Jessie replied as she adjusted the sapphire on her. It's not bad. Thank you, Arya said, inspecting the accessory. Then she asked, Are you the owner of this shop? Yes, the shopkeeper replied. I'll come by here more often, Arya stated as she prepared to leave. He replied, Thank you. I will let you know when the carriage arrives, so please rest in here in the meantime. As she waited for the carriage, the guard noticed the mood in the shop felt slightly tense. Go find a carriage, Arya instructed the guard. He asked, flinching. Pardon? I said a carriage, Arya repeated with a sharp glare. Yes, of course, the guard stammered before quickly leaving to complete the task. Then Jessie leaned in, saying, I'll ask the staff to bring refreshments, Arya replied. All right. You don't have to return until they're ready. After Jessie left, Arya sighed in relief. It's comforting that Jessie knows what to do without me telling her. I almost bullied her like I did before, she thought. Her mind drifted to the events of the day. An unfamiliar groom, a rattling carriage, a guard who was clueless, and another who was slow to react. Then she stood up and went to the window. She opened the window and looked down at people in streets. I used to wear clothes like that before. No, my clothes were probably worse, she thought as chatter and murmurs continued on street. She remembered. Everything Mother earned would go back into her work, so I couldn't do anything about it. Well, we rose in social class thanks to that. I got a chance at a new life after crawling out of the gutter, so I won't let you ruin things, Miel. No matter what, she thought fiercely. I will decorate those palace walls, with Miel's head, then Kane's next to it, and the Count's too. It'll be lovely. Arya mused darkly. A treason charge should be the fastest way to kill off the entire family. Her thoughts were interrupted as she spotted someone familiar. That person is that guy from before. To think I'd spot him here so suddenly. Their eyes met, and Arya flinched. She quickly pulls the curtains in front of her. Did he just smirk at me? Her heart raced, filled with anxiety. What on earth is he up to? I don't understand his actions. He makes me anxious, Jessie returned. Miss, I brought jasmine tea and a fruit tart, she noticed and asked. Miss Arya, are you all right? You seem unwell. Is the carriage still not here? Arya asked impatiently. Oh, I was told the carriage arrived just when I finished brewing the tea. So I came to ask if you'd like to have the tart that's been prepared, Jessie said. Arya said, passing by her. That's fine. If you're ready, let's leave now. Yes, Miss Arya, Jessie replied. Arya's mind was racing as they left. I didn't think we'd see each other again, but I shouldn't worry too much. That guy has no reason to look for me anymore. He's not some high-ranking noble, so I don't need to concern myself with him. I can just ignore him. For now, I need to get out of here and hurry back home. She followed the guards and went to the carriage. As she was about to get on carriage, she smiles, thinking, I must have been too nervous. Oddly enough, there were a lot of bad things that happened today, so I was on edge. Her thoughts were interrupted as something rushed to her with flowers. What's that? She exclaimed. The guards protected her. A bouquet of flowers fell on ground. Then the mysterious blue-eyed person picked up the bouquet, saying, Oh dear, I'm afraid my present for you has gotten a little dirty. My timing must have been bad. A familiar voice said, smiling. Really, it's a pleasure to see you again, Miss Rosent, he said, her luck seemingly taking another turn for the worse. She thought helplessly. Why is my luck so bad today? How dare you? Arya exclaimed, her voice filled with irritation. This is a small token of my appreciation for the information you gave me before, the man explained. Thanks to your advice, my lady, I was able to avoid financial loss. Advice? Financial loss? What's this guy talking about? Arya thought, puzzled. She said, I don't know. I don't believe we've had any interaction between us that would warrant this kind of gesture. The man pressed on, his expression firm. Nonsense. Thanks to you, I didn't purchase an auction ticket. I was able to save myself from financial loss. What? Arya thought, scanning his demeanor. So he really is a poor noble who came to the city to get rich. But if that's the case, then why did he seem so menacing? The man held out the bouquet. So please accept these tulips. They have the blessing of the kingdom, he offered politely. Murmurs rose around them as he continued. This is a small gift I prepared, in the hopes that your future will be full of luck and happiness. Arya observed him closely. He's being polite and mild-mannered, unlike last time. What's going on? That irks me even more, she thought. I don't want to accept this kind of gesture when I don't know his intentions. Reluctantly, she extends her hand towards the bouquet. The man knelt slightly, then she said, I can't accept this without knowing your name, the man replied. Oh goodness, how rude of me. Please call me Asher. May I ask which house you are from? Arya inquired. For personal reasons, I would like to disclose my first name only, Asher replied cautiously. I see, Arya thought, scrutinizing him. Is he trying to get close to me, knowing that I'm a rose scent? Or maybe he doesn't want to ruin his chances with me after revealing his lowly family name. Either way, he seems to have an ulterior motive, and I don't like that. Arya grabbed the bouquet and shoved it in her guard's face. He sniffed the bouquet. Oh, it doesn't smell suspicious. They're just normal tulips, he added. Shall I taste them too? No, it's fine. Her sharp glare caused the guard to falter. Oh, all right. he muttered. Do you have any other business with me? I need to return home, Arya said firmly. I understand. Thank you for your time, Asher replied. If it's all right, may I kiss your hand to bid you farewell? No, Arya replied bluntly. Oh dear, it seems you are quite a cold person, Asher said, his tone light. You needn't be so wary. It is only a symbol of my gratitude, Arya interrupted coldly. Aren't you the one who is coming on too strong? It's quite a stark contrast from how you behaved last time, Asher apologized, his tone sincere. I apologize for my actions that day. It was a very important matter for me, so I was a little on edge. I see. Then I'll be leaving now, Arya said, turning away. I definitely don't like this guy, she thought as the sound of her heels echoed with every step. Suddenly, she stumbled and the bouquet fell on ground. While trying to control herself, she accidentally stomped the bouquet. All thought it was all an act. After that, she said mockingly, Goodness, what shall I do? The flowers are ruined. Asher burst into laughter. Those tulips aren't befitting of you anymore, so it would be better to throw them away, he said, snickering. She said sarcastically, Then may I leave that to you? Of course, Asher replied with a laugh. As the carriage rattled away, Arya thought, I was expecting him to look angry, but he laughed after seeing me stomp on his flowers. Who on earth is he? And what's he planning? Why is he acting friendly towards me all of a sudden? Ha! Forget it. This isn't the time to obsess over trivial matters, she sighed. At evening, Arya inquired about the changing of groom. She received unsettling news. What? He's been hospitalized? She asked, surprised. Yes. When he was driving you this morning, he was fine, but after lunch, he suddenly felt pain in his stomach. I was told he was at a hospital close by, so I went to see him, her guard explained. According to the doctor, he has food poisoning. Food poisoning in this cool fall weather? Arya asked skeptically. Yes. From what I hear, he ate his wife's leftovers and got sick. Oh, but his wife was fine, the guard clarified. Arya said. I see. Oh, and I also checked something else, the guard continued. According to the carriage keeper, there were a few parts missing from the carriage that Elect brought. He said that riding in that broken carriage would have been quite uncomfortable. So even the carriage keeper said something like that. Good work, John. That's just the testimony I was looking for. You're truly an exemplary guard, Arya complimented. I'm much obliged, my lady, John replied enthusiastically as Jessie handed him a little prize. My duty is to be of service to you, Miss Arya. Now I'm certain, Arya thought. Miel probably did this because of Oscar's present to me from this morning. Taking Oscar from you is the right thing to do. Instead of trying to win back the heart of the person you love, you're quicker to be jealous of the other girl, and choose to feel momentary satisfaction from harassing the other person instead. Unlike how you were in the past, I can see that you're being led by your emotions and causing trouble. You're steadily becoming crazy. Eventually you will take my old path, and I will take yours. Arya's eyes narrowed. But this is all circumstantial evidence. Most of the people in this house still favor Miel. Rising to her feet, Arya thought. First, I'll take care of those who contributed to my downfall. She went to her mother's room, who was sleeping. She woke her up. Her mother said, waking up. What's going on? It's nothing much. But I thought I should tell you, since this happened within our household. Arya began. I was almost in a serious accident, her mother asked quickly, rising up. What? An accident? There could have been a carriage accident. I guess you and I still aren't welcome in this house, mother, Arya murmured. Later her mother gathered all the servant and commanded. When my husband isn't here, I am the master of this house, she added firmly. The sudden motion startled everyone. What's going on? What's she doing? Voices murmured throughout the room. And yet I didn't hear a thing about this, Countess exclaimed, tapping her fan impatiently. The groom, Yagi, left his post without permission, and Elect. Her anger grew. I hear you went to pick up my daughter in a broken carriage that could have caused a serious accident, without even reporting to me first, she shouted. Elect stammered nervously. I was informed of the shift change quite suddenly, so I must have taken the wrong carriage in my hurry to leave. Then, are you saying it's the carriage keeper's fault? Countess demanded. That can't be true, madam, the carriage keeper replied, panicking. Broken carriages are stored in a separate location. They're kept at a place far away from the main house. This is a fact that everyone knows, mother, Arya interjected. The butler is the one who instructs the servants. I can't be sure, but perhaps. The butler stepped forward, clearing his throat. I've been working at this house for 30 years, he began. But I'm embarrassed to say that I didn't know anything about this incident until just now. Murmurs spread through the room as the butler continued. It is my job to manage all household affairs, and yet, I am deeply sorry. I presumed that everything had already been reported and all permissions were already granted. It is my fault for not checking again. He bowed deeply. I humbly apologize. Whispers filled the air. How did the butler make such a mistake? He's usually a very meticulous person, someone murmured. Arya thought to herself. Should I come to his rescue? It would be bad to punish someone so widely respected by the servants. She stepped up, saying, He has always been efficient with the way he handles his work. I don't think there is any reason to find him suspicious. It's more likely that someone wanted to harass me because they don't like me, and carried out their scheme away from the butler's eyes. She eyed Miel suspiciously, observing her emotions. She doesn't even know how to hide her emotions, yet she uses such dirty moves. Arya thought grimly. She said, We should summon the guards, the Countess repeated. The guards? I don't know whether the groom purposely took a broken carriage in an attempt to harm me, or not, but either way, the carriage could have easily broken down. I could have died, Arya said sharply. That's true, someone murmured in agreement. With a tampered carriage, there could have been a serious accident. Why would he do that? Arya said. If even the butler didn't know, this was definitely planned. I don't think I'll be able to sleep like this. I'm so scared, she added, sniffing softly. Isn't summoning the guards a little excessive? Miel asked cautiously. Elect is close to retirement age, so he could have just forgotten where the normal carriages are stored. In the end, nobody was hurt either. I feel sorry for him. Arya turned to Miel. But I could have died, Miel, she said firmly. It wasn't life-threatening, was it? The carriage came back in one piece and… Miel began hesitantly. Arya first smirked, then interrupted coldly. Miel, what do you mean? It wasn't life-threatening. How could you know that for sure? Her voice lowered ominously. Did you, by any chance, know what state that carriage was in? Upon hearing those words, Miel's heart sank. Miel, how do you know the exact state that the carriage was in? Arya asked sharply. Oh, that… I heard about it from someone, Miel replied hesitantly. From whom? Who told you about it? Arya pressed. That's… Miel stammered, flustered, then her personal maid whispered something to her. Then she replied, I was talking about the result, Arya. The result? Arya questioned. Miel continued, Yes. In the end, you didn't get hurt, so it can't have been that serious, Arya said firmly. Yes, Miel. I see what you mean. But it could simply be that I was lucky. If a wheel had dislodged, the carriage would have tumbled across the road, and I wouldn't be here right now. That's true, but that's just hypothetical, Miel replied nervously. Oh, if something like that had happened to you, Miel, Arya exclaimed, clenching her fists. If I'd heard that you rode home in that broken carriage, even if you stood before me unharmed, I'd be so afraid that you might get in an accident like that in the future. That your next carriage might break down. I'd worry about it every time you went out. Oh, I'd be so… Arya paused, her emotions overwhelming her. She dashed to her mother's embrace. She then said, I don't want to imagine such a terrible thing happening. I'm sorry. Perhaps I'm worrying too much. But just thinking about it makes my blood curdle. What happened to me was scary, but it thankfully ended without turning into a tragic accident. Right, Miel? Yes, Miel replied quietly. Then I think we can ask Mother to make a fair and wise decision on the matter. Don't you agree? Arya said, her tone steady. She thinks in her mind. Of course, Mother will take my side. Go ahead and answer me, Miel, Arya said in her mind, smirking. Your poor old servant is trembling over there. Now cast away the man who only did as you ordered. Show him just how rotten and powerless you are. I suppose you're right, Miel said, her voice dropping. Gosh, poor Elect, someone murmured. Should we call the physician? Another whispered. What should we do? Voices murmured throughout the room. Later at the dining table. Where's Miel? Someone asked. She isn't feeling well, so she said she will eat in her room, came the reply. All right. Miel keeps eating in her room as of late. I worry for her health, Arya said with a sigh. She thinks in her mind. Well, I'm sure just the sight of my face would make her sick. She's been in a bad mood for a while, but she probably feels especially terrible today. Then her mother said, yawning. It would be nice to see her face when I announce my decision later. Then Arya asked, Did you sleep well, mother? Countess replied, I did. Arya thinks to herself, even if the likes of you try to mess with me, I have 10 more years of experience going around the social circles. Though I was stupid and got beheaded in my previous life, none of that matters anymore. Arya hummed while eating. Then the butler came and informed, Miss Arya, someone is here from the jeweler's. I've told him to wait at the front door. The butler was smiling. Oh? Arya smiled looking at the butler. She thinks, his attitude towards me changed this much, just because I defended him yesterday. I had a hard life before simply because I couldn't handle things like this, she said. It seems my return gift for Lord Oscar has arrived. Oh my. Go and fetch it then. Though it's about time for the servants to gather, her mother said. Yes, mother. I won't be long, Arya replied. She greeted the jeweler. Hello? Please check the state of the items you have ordered, he said. It's perfect, thank you, Arya replied. She observed looking at them. There was no need to make these so well, but it feels like they've put in effort, which is nice. There is a letter inside from the owner, thanking you for your purchase. The jeweler added, Send him my thanks as well, Arya instructed. Good. Yesterday was exhausting, but I think today will be a wonderful day, Arya thought. A few moments later her mother announced to the servant, After a night of careful deliberation, I have come to a decision. The groom-elect is fired from his position at House Rosent. Gasps and murmurs spread through the room. Countess continued, And Yagi, who left his post without permission, will be demoted from groom to stable cleaner. What? That senior servant will clean the stables? Wow. Then does that mean we're his seniors now? Can we boss him around? Someone exclaimed. You scoundrels! You haven't even been working here that long! Yagi shouted angrily. To think they're assigning him petty work that's normally given to younger newcomers. Someone murmured. Miel staggered upon the announcement. She said, I'm not feeling well, so I'll head upstairs. Miss Miel is white as a sheet. She must have been worried all night, like Miss Arya mentioned yesterday. Someone whispered. Miel! Go on up then. You've been looking pale since last night. You should rest, Arya said gently. I'm sorry you had to worry over me. But thank you. Oh no, Arya. It's something I should be concerned about, Miel added. Then if you'll excuse me, she said, heading upstairs. One moment, Miel! Arya called out, causing Miel to jolt in surprise. Jessie, will you bring me the necklace that came from the jeweler's earlier? Arya asked. Yes, miss, Jessie replied. It might be a bit odd to give you this right now, but I noticed you've been unwell lately, Miel. You're always taking your meals in your room, so I never get to see you. And since you're still ill, I'm not sure when I'll be able to see you next, Arya said, stepping closer. Jessie handed Niels's maid a box. The maid looks towards the head maid and she nods. Arya said, Open it. It's a present from me. Goodness! The maid exclaimed as the necklace sparkled brightly. Arya said warmly, I borrowed your dress a while ago, and I still haven't thanked you properly. I'd be grateful if you could accept this as a symbol of my appreciation. Wow, someone whispered. She got her such a luxurious necklace for something like that. Maybe Miss Arya is just generous, another murmured. Do you not like it? Arya asked. Oh, of course I do. Thank you, Arya, Miel replied. Really? That's a relief, Arya said with a smile. She laughed inside. Haha, the fact that I'm repaying you like this for borrowing your dress must make your insides boil. Arya snatches the necklace from the maid and asked, Would you like to try it on? I was worried whether it would suit you. Sure, Miel replied hesitantly. Then Arya puts it on Miel with her own hands. It looks lovely on you, Miss Miel, Miel's maid exclaimed. Ha! It's nice to see you two get along, her mother said. Well then, I'll be off. I need to get ready for my afternoon outing, Arya said to her mother. Thank you for your effort, mother. I'm grateful that you took the time to come to a good decision. It's my job as the mistress of the house, her mother replied with a wave. Arya said in her mind. You just leave everything to the butler, though. You don't really do anything, Arya teased with a laugh. Chatter filled the room as the servants returned to their posts. Arya watched them, her thoughts drifting. She's my mother, but she really is nonchalant, she mused. It would be great if the groom slits Miel's throat in revenge, but things won't sort themselves out that easily. Miel's servants will be taking care of her. What happened this time wasn't a big deal. so I should wrap things up here and wait for the next opportunity. Her mind shifted to something she had noticed earlier. That head maid. Emma, was it? She sticks by Miel's side like a nanny. It seems like she's the brain behind Miel's actions. Miel becomes a villainess with a black heart later on. But for now, she's just a timid 13-year-old child. What happened with the carriage might have partly been that maid's doing. I should look into Emma. Arya considered her options. Should I use that servant with the freckles? Her expression was so covetous earlier, she thought with a snicker. If Emma was involved in this incident, she probably had something to do with my death that day. She felt chills remembering that day. Her gaze shifted to the object that had saved her life. The hourglass sparkled as she held it. When I look at this hourglass, I feel a little more at ease, she thought. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Miss, the delivery man is here, Jessie informed her. Oh, that was quick. I'll finish my letter quickly, Arya replied. She reached for the stationery from the jeweler's. He gave me 5 whole pages, when I don't have that much to write to begin with. Thanks for the gesture anyway, she thought. She began writing. Dear Lord Oscar Frederick, your gift in response to my handkerchief was so generous that I do not know how to repay you. Please take this gift as a symbol of my gratitude. Arya Rose sent. She then instructed. Wrap the letter with the gift and tell the man to deliver them as quickly as possible. Yes, miss, Jessie replied. As the maid left, Arya turned the hourglass thinking. The gift needs to reach Oscar as quickly as possible, so I can see Miel's face crumple sooner. Then Jessie came and asked, Miss, shall I bring you some tea? Huh? Arya replied, momentarily distracted. While confused, Arya asked, Why are you here? I didn't call for you, Jessie replied. Pardon? Oh, I thought I'd bring you some tea, because it seemed like it would take some time for you to finish your letter, Arya asked. My letter? Didn't you just take it? She jolted, seeing the pen in her hand, and the letter was incomplete. Looking at the incomplete letter, she wondered. What is this? Déjà vu? Didn't Jessie just take the letter? She placed the pen back on table and said, Hurry and give the package to the delivery man, Jessie began. But Miss Arya again jolted, looking at he pages. 5 empty pages? He gave me 5 whole pages. Was I too engrossed in my own victory that I temporarily lost my mind? Jessie continued. If there is no letter, the gift can't be delivered to Lord Oscar, Arya replied. All right. She reached, scribbled, and scratched a letter. After Jessie left with the letter, she thinks, I feel really tired for some reason. I guess I pushed myself harder than I thought. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten confused like that. I'll sleep, just a little. Then she went to her bed and leaned on it. Later, Jessie woke her up and asked, Are you unwell, Miss Arya? Should I call the physician? No, I'm fine. She reached for her glass and gulped it down. Then she said, I feel more awake now. I guess I was just tired. A sigh escaped her lips. Jessie said while hesitating, You've been quiet since lunchtime yesterday. I knew it would be rude, but I came in to try and wake you. I was worried because you wouldn't open your eyes, Arya replied. I don't know the reason for it, but it's not serious enough to call a physician. It's fine. You can take it away. She waved dismissively. Jessie asked, Shall I bring you dessert then? She sighed. No. I'll have dessert later. Jessie went back holding the glass. She said, Yes, Mississippi. Please let me know when you need something. With a plop, Arya rested her head again, glancing around the room. She looked at the hourglass that was beside her bed and thinks, How did I sleep for so long? I'm not sick. She turned the hourglass upside down. Suddenly she was startled by an earlier memory. Jessie said, I knew it would be rude, but I came in to try and wake you. I was worried because you wouldn't open your eyes. Another turn of events startled her. As she looked towards Jessie in shock, Jessie asked, Miss? Are you all right? You look pale, Arya replied. What is it? I said I don't need any dessert, Jessie asked, confused. Pardon? Then she said, Oh, I'm sorry. You haven't finished your juice yet, so I didn't think you were finished with your meal. Should I take the glass away? Arya froze after turning towards the glass. It was full, the glass of drink she had gulped down earlier. She thinks in her mind, What? I thought it was just déjà vu. This might sound crazy, but it seems like I've returned to the past. Wait, the past? The past. Suddenly a past scene crossed her mind and she realized. That's it. She quickly picked up the hourglass. Then she turned to Jessie holding it and said softly, God must truly love me, she concluded. This hourglass must have sent me back in time. After many tries, she figured out how the hourglass works. Once a day, she can turn the hourglass and return to the past. She can only go back 5 minutes, but that's enough time to undo any mistakes she made in the moment. Later during the lesson with Miss Celine, she chuckled to herself. Seeing this, Miss Celine said, "Gosh, you seem rather happy. Did something nice happen?" She smiled. "Yes. It's quite entertaining, actually." "Goodness." Miss Celine smiled. "Would you mind telling me about it? I would like to share your joy, Lady Aria," she said in her mind. "I'm the only person who can use the hourglass to turn back time." She smiled again and began. "Of course. There's this old, unsightly fox," Miss Celine asked. "Oh, really? Do you have a pet?" Aria snickered. "She doesn't know her place and sticks her nose everywhere. Whenever I see that, I find it funny and can't help but laugh." Miss Celine laughed. "Haha, if she's that adorable, I'd like to see her sometime." Aria pointed towards the mirror and said, "Ha, she's already over there." Miss Celine looked towards it and replied, There's nothing there, my lady," Aria said. "If you get closer, you'll see her very clearly. That fox keeps telling me to meet her son. It's so annoying. She doesn't know her place and keeps pushing her shallow, drunkard son towards me." "Ha!" Miss Celine nervously chuckled and said, "Oh dear. It's unfortunate that someone is upsetting a kind and sweet person like you, my lady." "Who is she?" Aria also chuckled and said, "Right, I'm not sure whether she knows that it's her or whether she doesn't care to find out. Either way, the way she struggles for my approval is rather pathetic." Miss Celine felt chills hearing that. Then Aria thought, "I'll stop this right here. This isn't all that fun. Besides, it's a waste to use this hourglass for something so petty." She turned the hourglass and returned back to 5 minutes ago. Then she smiled. "Miss Celine, I always enjoy your lessons." Every time she used the hourglass, she become extremely tired and fall asleep for a long time. This was a side effect of using the hourglass to turn back time. She thinks in her mind, "All this time traveling might be eating away at my lifespan. But even if that's true, I can't miss the chance to use such a powerful object. I'm going to use everything that is given to me, so I can achieve what I want." She tested it out Miel also, by splashing water on her, at another time stomping on her dress, by putting bug in her food. She thought, "I should have a few small joys in my otherwise boring life." Later Aria called out for Jessie. Jessie hurried to her side. "Why, yes, miss," Aria glared while asking. "Is there still no word?" Jessie replied. "Oh no. There hasn't been any news since 2 weeks ago, when the delivery man took the package. I'll head downstairs and wait at the door, just in case." Jessie dashed off. Aria recalled her conversation with John. He knelt and said, "I'm sorry. I tried my best to return with a letter, but Lord Oscar must have been busy because it's exam week at the academy. He did take the package, but he didn't give me a reply to your letter, Miss Aria." "It's fine," she nodded. "You worked hard today, so you can rest until tomorrow." John teared up. "Really? Thank you, miss." She smiled softly. "What's important is that Oscar got the package. If he'd found out what was inside the package from the letter, he might have declined it. It's better this way. I'll slowly develop my friendship with Oscar and get closer to him. If I need to, I can even use the hourglass to steal his heart. I hope he answers my letter quickly. I'll feel anxious without a reply." Later Jessie burst into the room. "Miss, a letter from Lord Oscar has arrived." "A letter?" A loud crash followed. She trembled as she read. "Dear Lady Aria Rose sent, thank you for your return gift. There is something I'd like to discuss with you in person. I would be grateful if you could reply with a date and time when you will be available. Oscar Frederick." She thought to herself, It's very to the point. Well, that's also how I wrote my letter to him. From what he wrote, it doesn't seem like he intends to return the present. Since he has Miel to consider, he's probably going to ask that we stop our exchange here. But I can't let that happen." She turned to Jessie. Jessie jolted. "Yes, Miss Aria," she said. "Bring some stationery and a pen. I must send a reply at once." She grabbed her tools and began writing. Looking at her, Jessie thinks in her mind, "For now, I'm the only one who knows that the letter is from Lord Oscar. But won't Miss Miel find out soon, too? Well, Miss Miel is kind and wise, so I doubt anything bad will happen." Aria stamped the letter and said to Jessie, "Right, here you go. Send this to Lord Oscar." She raised the letter. "Please do it as quickly as you can," Jessie replied while receiving it. "Yes, miss," As she glanced at the letter, an unsettling feeling struck her. For some reason, I feel anxious. The next day, Arya ordered lots of desserts and ate all of them unmannily. Jessie was shocked to see her this side of her. Then she turned the hourglass and returned back in time. She said to Jessie to share the desserts between the servants. Jessie get surprised, she asked. What? You want us to have all of these? Arya replied. Yes. You can pick what you want to eat first, then give the rest to the other servants. As she pushed the serving cart, she said, Oh, I thought you would be having the desserts, so I prepared high-quality ones. These are too lavish for us servants to eat, Eris explained. I thought you'd buy any old dessert if I told you the truth, so I pretended they were for me. There was that incident with the groom recently, so the servants must feel unsettled. I hope this might cheer them up, she laughed to herself. Besides, I ate so many desserts 5 minutes ago. Even their smell makes me want to retch. Feeling touched by it, Jessie replied. Oh, Miss Arya, Arya thinks. If I turn back time, I can eat whatever I like to my heart's content without getting full. Isn't that the best? Then a thought crossed her mind, so Jessie continued. Oh, right. Miss Arya, while I was out to buy the desserts, I stopped by the bookstore to pick up the book you ordered. Arya gets happy. Really? I guess it arrived faster than I expected. She flipped through the pages. A groan escaped her lips as she flipped again. Good. This isn't too difficult for me to read. I'm sure I can manage to get through it, she reflected. The books on economics that we already had at home are old. The language is dated, so I couldn't make sense of them no matter how hard I tried. So I ordered a book on basic economics that was written for younger nobles, and it seems like it's just right for me. Surviving in an economic society. What is economics? If I was going to change my fate and return to the past anyway, it would have been nice if I'd been reborn as a man. For male nobles, graduating from the academy is compulsory. But there aren't even any schools for girls. So even if I keep complaining like this, nothing will change, she recalled. When I spoke to the Count last time, I could pass off information about the princess buying furs as rumors that I heard from elsewhere. But normally, whether he trusts new information or not would depend on who's relaying it to him. She imagined that her father wouldn't believe her. Instead, if someone else told him the same information, he would easily believe. She groaned, thinking, I can't change my gender, so at the very least, I need better knowledge of politics, economics, and history if I'm to convince the Count to take my advice. Of course, I'm not studying just to communicate better with the Count. He'll get all the credit, and I'll just be seen as his pretty little daughter who has a bit of an eye for these things, she thought, determined. I need to build a foothold for myself. That's right. I should start a business. There was a person like that in the social circles. She was a noblewoman who never dressed up and only focused on gaining money and power, in spite of those who'd speak ill of her. I remember mocking her as well. Back then, I thought that being born beautiful was enough, and that there was nothing more I could ask for as a woman. But in the end, having a pretty face is poison. Because everyone coddled me, I had a poor grasp of reality. I can't repeat the same mistakes in this life, so I'll work on gaining more knowledge, she said inwardly. Capital. Having capital is the answer. My wealth, my own assets. Money is power, and I must study to achieve both. Then Jessie interrupted her thoughts. Miss, she replied. Yes? Jessie continued. I'm sorry to disturb you when you're reading, but I have something to ask you, she said. Go on, Jessie added. Is it really all right to hold a small birthday party for you? I think we could prepare for a bigger party, like last year's. She recalled her last year's lavish birthday party, where people criticized her. She felt embarrassed thinking about it. She sighed. It's fine. This year, I just want to invite the ladies I know and have a quiet lunch. Just prepare some food that the ladies will like some nice desserts, Jessie replied. Yes, Miss Arya. But if you want a bigger party, please tell me anytime. I'll prepare one immediately. Jessie eagerly clenches her fists saying that, she replied. No, I said I don't need one. I appreciate your sentiment. If that's all, you may be excused, she reflected. Miel's birthday is right after mine. If people criticize me again like last year, all my previous efforts will have been for nothing. Once I've secured a higher status, I'll have to hold such frivolous parties as a formality, whether I want to or not. There's no point in going out of my way to hold one now, she chewed thoughtfully. For now, I need to change my image in the eyes of the people around me, and to do that, I need to change myself first. Then she groaned reading the book. It's only getting harder. If I read this 10 times and still don't get it, she muttered to herself, determined. No, I can do this. I'll just read it 100 times. You've got this, Arya, she encouraged herself. Later Miss Sarah came to the manor. Arya was happy to see Sarah. She jumped with joy after Sarah came to the party. Miss Sarah! Miss Sarah! Arya exclaimed and hugged her. Sarah said, Gosh, Arya, how are you still the same as when I first met you? Did I not teach you proper etiquette? Arya stammered. No, I didn't mean to be rude, Miss Sarah. I got excited when I saw your face. Sarah smiled gently. Then, let's exchange greetings again in a polite manner, she suggested. How have you been, Miss Sarah? Arya asked with a smile. Sarah replied. I've been well, thank you, Arya. Arya added. It's a bit chilly down here. Shall we continue our conversation upstairs? Your hands are cold, Arya. Sarah noted. Arya thinks in her mind. Before it felt like I was acting. But now, I'm truly glad to see you, Sarah. No matter where I look, there isn't a better ally. You're my most reliable supporter. Just seeing your face makes me emotional. When they sat down, Sarah asked, Come to think of it, is there anything you want for your birthday? Perhaps a dress or some accessories? Arya replied. Oh no. It's all right. I'd rather have a handkerchief that you embroidered, Miss Sarah. Sarah felt touched and quickly opened her briefcase, saying, Goodness, are you really fine with something like that? If you want, I can make you 10, or even 100, Arya exclaimed. Of course. I don't know if it's too much to ask, but I'd like a handkerchief with lots of patterns stitched onto it. And I don't know if it's okay for me to ask for this. Arya hesitated. But I'd like it if you carried the same handkerchief, she added shyly. Does that mean you'd like me to make 2 of the same handkerchief? Sarah asked. Yes, if it isn't too much trouble. If I carry the same handkerchief, I can feel a deeper bond with you, Miss Sarah. Arya admitted, blushing. She added, Gosh, I'm sure I'm the only one who feels this way. I'm getting a little embarrassed. I'm sorry. Using my birthday as an excuse to ask you for a token of our friendship is shameless of me, isn't it, Arya? I really like you too, Arya. I'd love to be friends with you forever. Sarah reassured her. Her voice filled with emotion. Arya said, Really? Just hearing that makes me happy. Sarah quickly grabs Arya's hand and promised, I'll pour my heart and soul into making those handkerchiefs, Arya. With all my love. All right. I'll look forward to it, Miss Sarah. Arya beamed. Arya said to herself, Once you make your debut in our social circles, you'll be too busy being courted by the Marquis. I thought you'd make the handkerchief that the Marquis noticed around his time, so I asked you for a handkerchief to deepen our bond and secure my connection to him. But oh well. It's good that you're so motivated. Then Arya exclaimed, I'm more excited about your societal debut than my birthday, Sarah replied. My societal debut? I don't really look forward to it, Arya asked. How come? It will probably be so exciting. I'm sure something wonderful will come from it. Everyone will see how beautiful and elegant you are, Miss Sarah, she added inwardly. To be more specific, the Marquis will love that fantastic handkerchief of yours. All she has going for her is the comfortable life she'll have after marrying a man of high status. But it's good that she'll marry a rich man who loves her, instead of some poor noble from the countryside. With a personality like hers, she could have easily settled for less. Arya thought to herself. You saying that makes me happy, Arya, Sarah said awkwardly. Should I stop here? Showing a lot of enthusiasm for her debut is pointless when Sarah herself isn't excited about it. Arya wondered. Then she said, That's right. Once you become an adult, what do you want to do first? Making your debut means you'll become an adult, Arya asked with a smile. I want to teach children, Sarah replied. Do you want to become a teacher? Arya tilted her head. Yes. It's all thanks to you, Arya, Sarah said warmly. Me? Arya asked, surprised. Yes. It became a dream of mine after our lessons together, Arya. As an adult, I want to teach adorable and lovely children just like you, Sarah explained. Arya thought to herself. Hey, I'm just acting the part of a lovable child, you know. You silly girl. But I'm surprised. I knew she adores me, but I thought she just liked children in general. So she really does like me. Oh, Sarah, how could I not use you when you're so sweet? Arya smirked. To not do so would be an insult to God. Sarah is practically waiting for me to use her, so I must do as she wishes. It's wonderful when everything goes according to plan. Arya thought with a laugh. Once I become an adult, I will help you, Arya declared. To be honest, I'm looking forward to your societal debut more, Arya. You're such a lovely lady. Our social circles would never leave you alone. Everyone will be charmed by you, just like I was, Sarah said sincerely. Hearing that from you makes me so happy, Arya squealed. I'm just being honest, Sarah replied. Ahaha, Miss Sarah. I get so excited just thinking about my debut. Will you be by my side when that happens? Arya thinks in her mind. No one will be able to ignore me if I debut with a marquise by my side. Whenever I feel myself getting closer to the future that I want, it truly thrills me more than anything else can, Sarah promised. Of course, Arya. I will be by your side then as well. Later at her birthday party, the noble ladies in her circle congratulated her. Happy birthday, Lady Arya. Congratulations, she replied. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. At the table, Arya nervously laughed. A lady asked them, Are you unwell, Lady Arya? Your faces, she quickly replied. Of course not. I'm fine. I was so excited about today that I didn't get much sleep, that's all. She thought, is Oscar not coming? I asked him to visit today in the letter I sent him. Why isn't he here yet? Is he not going to come? I didn't say today is my birthday though. I wonder what's wrong. She groaned while thinking. Thankfully, I call the band for us, so it's not as dull. Thank you for asking me about that every day, Jessie. Then Sarah interjected, Your presents, Lady Arya. Why don't you open your presents before the food is served? Another lady also agreed. Open them. Arya asked, Oh, may I do that? She opened the gifts and replied, Goodness. These accessories are all so adorable. So is the music box. I'll put it in my room today, as soon as the party ends. But inside she was thinking, the quality is so lousy. I should just give it to Jessie or something. Then Sarah said, I worked hard to make these, Arya. I hope they're to your liking. Arya opened the box and there were gloves and handkerchief inside. A lady exclaimed, Goodness. What's this? Is this your embroidery, Lady Sarah? Oh my, Sarah replied, Haha. It took a while to stitch a matching pattern. She showed Arya her own handkerchief and said, It's a matching set. Arya felt touched. She said, They're amazing, Lady Sarah. Other ladies also murmured, Wow, your skill is incredible. You could hold your own exhibition. They're so pretty. Gosh, why did you hide your talent from us all this time? Sarah shyly replied, I wasn't trying to hide anything in particular. Arya was touched and was quivering. Tears welled up in her eyes thinking, Sarah, bringing you over to my side is the best thing I've done until now. That's no exaggeration. Really, it's impossible not to adore you. Then a lady noticed and said, By the way, your dress is beautiful, Lady Arya. Other also agreed. The first stole you had on before was also quite luxurious. Aren't they difficult to come by these days? Arya replied, Oh, the dress and stole are all gifts from my father. I don't quite have the fashion sense needed to pick out stylish clothing yet. Arya remembered the butler telling her, The Count said he sent these presents to make up for not being able to attend your birthday party. The ladies exclaimed, Gosh, the Count has excellent taste. He must love you a lot, Lady Arya. Arya smiled and said, It's nothing. She said in her mind, His attitude towards me changed completely, just because I slipped him a single piece of information. I didn't know that the Count was such a simple, stupid man either. Thanks to that, his children hate me and my mother. More importantly, there's something else you ladies need to know. Then Arya murmured, But my favorite gift from father is the teddy bear he gave me along with the clothes. A lady exclaimed after hearing that, Oh my, a teddy bear? Arya replied, Yes. It's so cute that I always hug it when I go to sleep. A lady said, That's adorable. It must be quite cute if you're holding it while you sleep. Another added, If it's all right, can we see it too? Arya replied, Yes, of course. Jessie, it was a teddy bear with gems embedded in it. Ladies were quite surprised by it. Arya showed it to them saying, Father has such wonderful taste. I love it so much. Look over here. The way the gems sparkle is so cute. She said inwardly, You see this? This is the difference between you and I. Looking at it, Sarah exclaimed, It's an adorable doll. It suits you, Arya. I've never seen one that also has gems in the ears. The Count must love you very much. Arya thinks, I helped him make some money, you see. She replied, Thank you, Lady Sarah. A lady added, I agree, it's so flashy, adorable that it made me speechless. Another added, That's right. I was really surprised, too. Arya replied, Thank you, everyone. After the maids served the food, she said, I prepared this food as a thank you for all of you coming to my party. I hope you'll enjoy it. Then she raised a glass saying, then, shall we eat? Then Miel came there and said, here you are. I looked for you everywhere. Arya, Say murmured, why didn't you invite me? That makes me a little sad. Arya stood up asking, why, what on earth do you mean? You were unwell and wouldn't come downstairs, so I didn't have a chance to tell you. That's all. Miel replied, gosh. I did come downstairs sometimes. I thought you purposely didn't call for me. Arya began, no, I would never. But Miel's maid quickly came in front holding the flowers. Miel said, it seemed like you like flowers, so I got you some. Happy birthday. Then she turned saying, I've only come to wish you a happy birthday. Have a lovely party. As she was leaving, the murmuring behind began. Arya thinks in her mind, she's making me look like a horrible sister for not inviting her to my birthday party. This is utterly humiliating. She panicked thinking, what should I do? I can't believe I left the hourglass in my room at a time like this. Should I go straight to my room and fetch it? Is there enough time? Maybe if I run. But what if I take too long? Then she realized, oh, no, I don't need to get flustered over something like this. Then she quickly turned towards the ladies and said, thank God. It seems that Miel is doing better today. A lady asked, gosh, has she not been feeling well? Arya replied, since both our father and our brother haven't been around, I think she's been feeling a little lonely. Arya puts the flower that Miel gave on the table, and continued on top of that. She might be feeling a little more lonely, because she hasn't quite taken to me nor my mother, after she married father. Unfortunately, I can't comfort Miel in my position. After hearing that, Sarah said, but that's not true, Arya. Another lady agreed, it's not your fault, Lady Arya. Sarah continued, you're both still young, and familial bonds aren't formed overnight. Things will sort themselves out in time. Arya replied, thank you, Lady Sarah. Sarah added, that's right. Eventually, everything will be fine. Another lady said, if you get lonely, please call Lise anytime, Lady Arya. Sarah added, yes, please do. Arya smiled thinking, see? I resolved things quite easily. Miel, you tried to knock me down, but you unfortunately failed. These ladies are so simple-minded. At the end of party, Arya escorted Sarah to the carriage. She said, thank you so much for coming today. Sarah replied, see you soon, Arya. Then the carriage left. Then Sarah came back and burned the flowers that Miel gave, thinking, it was something I was capable of solving on my own, but I panicked and started looking for the hourglass first. I feel like I'm already relying on the hourglass too much. She sighed, but it's even more foolish not to use what I have. I should prepare the hourglass so that I can use it right away in the appropriate situations. It's good that I realized this before something worse happened. Maybe I should make a case to carry it around in. Then Jessie burst opens the door and shouted, Miss Arya, he's here. Arya asked, what? Meanwhile, Miel also got to know that Oscar came. Arya instructed Jessie, escort him to the sitting room. I need to change, so hurry back. I want to wear something more modest. Jessie replied, yes, miss. Then, I should go greet him. Miel went and greeted him. Welcome, Lord Oscar. May I ask, what brings you here today? Oscar gets surprised by Miel greeting him. Miel asked with a smile, is it all right if I keep you company while you wait? Of course, Oscar replied politely. Miel said, it seems Arya will take a while to get ready. Then they sat down to talk. While having tea, Miel noticed and asked, you seem a little thinner than when I last saw you. Oscar explained, I had exams until recently, so I've been somewhat busy. Then Miel said, you come on a weekday despite your busy schedule. Oscar admitted, I have some business to attend to. Miel quietly thought to herself, he prepared such pretty white flowers for someone like Arya. They'll be wasted on that lowly wench. She then added aloud, my sister must have invited you to her birthday party. She didn't even call for me. Pardon? Oscar said, looking puzzled. Miel explained, I was only able to give her my gift. Arya said she didn't invite me because she thought I wasn't well, but I was honestly a little saddened. Perhaps she doesn't like me, Oscar wondered. Today's her birthday? Miel continued, on that note, if it's all right with you, Oscar, would you like to come to my birthday party? I remember that the Academy holds its vacation ceremony around my birthday. If you could spare some time like today to come and see me, that would make me very happy, Oscar replied. All right. I'll make room in my schedule. Miel's face brightened. Gosh, how lovely! Then I'll send you an invitation. Then Arya came there. Seeing her, Miel stood up and modestly said, oh, my sister is here. I'll excuse myself for now. Oh, right. Until next time, my lady, Oscar said, bowing as she left. Miel smirked to herself as she went past by Arya. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long, Arya said gently. Not at all, Oscar assured her. Miel kept me company. Please sit, Arya thinks in her mind. What were they talking about? Damn it, I was changing into something more modest to match Oscar's taste. To think you took that chance to talk to him. Miel, Arya sat down, smiling shyly. That's a relief. Have you been well, Lord Oscar? Yes. How about you? He replied. I've also been well, Arya added. Oh, I tried on the hairpin that you sent, Lord Oscar. Does it suit me? Oscar glanced at her and nodded. Yes. It looks lovely on you, Lady Arya. Then she asked, Did you not like the brooch I sent you? Oh no. Of course I did, Oscar said earnestly. It was just a very generous gift. As he was talking, Arya added, I didn't mention this in my letter. You're the first person to give me a present, she added inwardly. Out of anyone outside the family, to be exact, she continued. So I was worried that I might have made you feel uncomfortable without meaning to, Lord Oscar. That was your first present? He asked, a bit surprised. Yes, she replied. It's a little embarrassing, but I hope you'll accept that brooch as a sign of my goodwill. By the way, I was worried that the brooch might not suit you, Oscar replied. Oh, I did bring it with me today, Arya said in her mind. To return it to me? She quickly said. May I put it on your jacket? I would like to see you wearing it. All right, Oscar agreed. As Arya puts it on him, he thinks to himself, I brought it with me to return it, but it comes to this. Arya leaned forward and pinned the brooch on his jacket. She exclaimed, It really suits you, Lord Oscar. Thank you, Lady Arya, he replied. I heard that today is your birthday, he added. Oh yes, Arya admitted. The party ended earlier, so I was resting when you arrived here. I was late to greet you because I had to change. No, that's fine, Oscar said. I didn't mean to make you feel bad. If it's all right with you, please accept this, he continued, handing her a bouquet of flowers. Goodness, thank you, Arya exclaimed. This is such a beautiful bouquet, he added. I didn't realize that it was your birthday, so I couldn't prepare a separate gift. I'm sorry, that's fine. I'm happy with just this, she said, smiling. Then she asked, But if you'd like, would you become my pen pal instead? Oscar asked, confused. A pen pal, she added. Yes. I don't have friends, so I'm always quite lonely. Of course, that's probably because of my lowly background and my lack of education, Oscar replied. That's not true, Lady Arya. But, he hesitated, thinking, I say to say no. I can't start a personal relationship with Lady Arya while our families are discussing my marriage to Lady Miel. I must decline Lat Arya's request and tell her we shouldn't talk and further. Seeing him conflicted, Arya cunningly added, I suppose I was being too impudent. To think I asked to be my pen pal. I guess Miel wouldn't be pleased either, since you two are close. It's just that I'm so lonely. That's why I suggested it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to trouble you, Lord Oscar. Oscar seemed conflicted but finally nodded. I shall write you a letter then. Arya lit up with joy. Will you really? Thank you, Oscar. This makes me so happy, she exclaimed, clutching the bouquet tightly. Oscar silently reflected. This should be fine. I feel sorry for her, so I can't just turn her down. Later, Arya woke up yawning. She thinks in her mind, it's good that I used the hourglass yesterday to test out my approach. Otherwise, he might have declined. Thank God I didn't have to use the hourglass to thwart Miel. I'll have to have a custom watch made if I want to use the hourglass more effectively. A watch that can count down 5 minutes, perhaps? Something like this? Then Jessie came knocking the door and said, Did you sleep well, Miss Arya? Should I serve you lunch? I do have it right here, Arya replied. Oh yes, bring it in. I'm hungry, Jessie said. You were sleeping so soundly that I was worried. I thought maybe you weren't feeling well again, Arya replied. I'm fine. I'm just tired from the party yesterday. I was having such a good time, Jessie asked, concerned. But the party ended quickly. Are you sure it isn't because of your health? You slept almost the entire day. Then she added, It might be best to call a physician. Immediately, Arya replied. I said I'm fine, Jessie added. But I heard you say something along the lines of it feels like my lifespan is getting shorter every time I use this. Arya panicked. I was just testing the hourglass and miscalculated the time, Jessie asked, worried. Should I be concerned about your lifespan? Arya replied. I said I'm fine. I should definitely have that watch made. Jessie started serving. She said, maybe I should call a physician after all. I think that would be for the best. Seeing her pestering, Arya thinks in her mind, Jessie can be so stubborn sometimes. Before, I think I found that tedious and pulled out her tongue. No wonder you didn't have anyone's respect past me. Well, there's that. But I think Jessie's also become more perceptive and tactful than before. Though it might just be me. I want to give her a reward of some kind. Oh, wait. I was so busy that I forgot. Right. It's time to move on to the next stage. After a few moments, as Jessie was about to leave with the serving cart, Arya approached from behind and called out, Jessie. She quickly turned and said, Yes, miss. Arya almost pushed her to the wall and asked, Why are you so startled? Jessie replied, Oh no. It's just, you appeared so suddenly. Arya smirked. Do you think I'm going to gobble you up or something? Jessie hesitated. No, that's not it, but... Arya observed her and thinks, oh dear, she still starts trembling so easily because I used to harass her a few months ago. If she keeps this up, I'll really want to bully her again, and I can't have that. Then she said, getting close to her, You know, Jessie, I like you way more than you think I do. Jessie felt touched and blushed. Me? Miss Arya? Arya asked. What's wrong? I didn't harass you or anything, did I? Jessie hesitated. Well, Arya remembered the past and snickered. Oh, right. I totally did. Then she said, I won't deny that I acted childish in the past. I'm embarrassed about my previous actions, and I'm trying my best to fix my behavior. But I guess you might still see me as immature and foolish. But please know this. She puts a brooch on her saying, I really like you a lot, Jessie. Jessie gets surprised. Miss Arya, is this? Arya added. It's a gift from me to you. It's an apology and a symbol of my remorse for everything I did before. You most certainly deserve to have it, so I'd like you to wear it, she thinks in her mind. That way, all the other servants will be able to see it. While walking away, she added, Oh, by the way, could you head to the jeweler's for me? Jessie repeated. The jeweler's? Jessie complied. Oh, yes, miss. Then she quickly went to the jeweler. While watching the carriage leave, Arya thinks in her mind, she went off in a hurry. Did she like the brooch that much? What should I do about the hourglass? Should I just get Jessie to hold it in its box? Then another carriage arrived in which Sarah came. Arya changed hurriedly on her own to greet Sarah. Sarah asked her, noticing. Gosh, Arya, why are you sweating? She replied. The house is a little warm. She thinks, oh, I thought Jessie left in a hurry because she was excited about her brooch. But she was rushing because Sarah was coming soon. I don't know where my head is today, as Sarah said. Let's head upstairs. Arya searched around thinking, who would be a good choice? In the past, Miel sent her maids to me around this time as part of her evil plot to ruin me. So I should choose a maid that I can bring over to my side. The one with freckles isn't around. Then she turned to one and said, You there? The maid replied. Yes? Arya said. My only servant is out running an errand. Would you bring us some tea? That's okay, right? The maid bowed. Yes, Miss Arya. Arya thinks. Judging from your expression, you must be one of Miel's faithful servants. Bingo! Later, when the maid served tea, Arya remarked, Oh, it's the same tea that Jessie would brew for us, but the scent is slightly different. I mean it as a compliment, of course, the maid replied. Thank you, Mississippi, Arya added. If you aren't busy, would you tend to my needs until my maid returns? Like I said before, she's my only maid, so, the maid replied. I'm incredibly sorry. Miss Miel asked me to do something, so I must tend to that right now. May I call for a different maid to serve you? Arya said. Really? Sure. Then she quickly turned to see time and started asking. Arya said, That's too bad. But let me ask you a few things before you leave. Doesn't Miel have a maid with freckles? The maid replied. Yes. Arya asked. What's her name? The maid replied. Annie. She asked. Her age? The maid replied. She's 15. She asked again. How long has she been working here? The maid replied. About 5 years, I believe. I heard she came here when she was 10, Arya said thoughtfully. Really? She's a lot younger than I thought. Is she the youngest of Miel's maids? The maid replied. Yes. She's the youngest out of all the maids at this estate, she pressed on. I see. Is she busy right now? The maid replied. I'm not sure. Then Arya said. Right. Would you bring me the hourglass in that cabinet? You can leave after that, the maid complied. Yes, then Arya used the hourglass to turn back time. The conversation unfolds again. Arya said, Well, if you're busy, there's no helping it. I'm sorry, but could you send me another maid in your place? I'd like you to send the youngest one, if possible. She'll be less busy, so she should be able to come serve me. Right? After the maid came, she was observing them. Arya said, Miss Sarah, can we do something different today? Sarah asked. Something different? After thinking for a moment, she said, Yes. Once the new year comes, you'll be making your societal debut, so I should prepare for that. Sarah laughed. Haha, that's a good idea. Then Arya turned to the maid. Annie, right? You've been shivering since earlier. Are you cold? Sarah interjected. The weather today is a little chilly. The maid flinched and stammered. I'm all right, Sarah said. All right. First, we must bow. Oh, right. And then we have to dance, so we should practice in our high heels. We need to practice beforehand, since our feet will hurt quite a bit. Arya excitedly replied. Wow, this is so exciting. Annie was feeling gloomy, thinking, how did I end up here? As they started dancing, Sarah remarked, Gosh, Arya, you're a great dancer. I think you're even better than I am. She giggled. I've been practicing on my own. The maid was staring at them with interest. Sarah said, But I think you're lacking in decorum, Arya asked. Oh, really? She remembered her past life. Did I dance in a sexy way, like I used to before? It's a habit from when I used to dance to get the men's attention in the past, she said. I think I need more practice. Then Sarah instructed her as they danced. Now, Arya, move your hand here. Don't tug your partner towards you. Move your center of gravity to the space between the two of you. When you turn and move back towards me, look into my eyes. Dancing is also a form of conversation. Oh, and before you bow, you need to fan yourself in a graceful manner. Suddenly Jessie came back, burst opening the door. She was huffing and puffing as she came back in a hurry. She said, Miss, I'm sorry I'm late, Arya replied. Oh, you're back already? You didn't need to hurry so much. Have some water, Jessie declined. Oh no, miss, Arya said. It's because your face looks so flushed, doesn't it? Sarah said. Arya's right. You look like you might faint. Then Jessie replied. Yes, Miss Arya. Thank you. Arya turned to Annie and said, You can head back now, she replied. Oh, all right. Please excuse me, then, Arya thinks in her mind. Now I don't have anyone to put on a show for, so I won't have to try as hard. My dancing probably left an impression on that girl. While going back, Annie muttered, Who cares about things like dancing and society gatherings? Later Arya went to Miel to ask for another maid. Miel replied, Yes. I heard from my maids that they helped you because your only maid was away. If it's all right, I would like to recommend a few of my maids for you to choose from. Hearing that, Arya thinks, she wants to use this opportunity to make her maids spy on me. But I will never mention Oscar in front of them, she said. Gosh, thank you. Then I'll have a young maid who can run small errands. Everyone else is busy, right? Later Arya recalled. That's what I said, but she's sticking to me and spying on me so obviously that it's a little annoying. She turned to her. Annie? Annie quickly replied. Yes, she asked. Could you bring me a new pot of tea? Annie replied. Of course. As Annie served tea, Arya observed. Impressive. As expected of Miel's maid. She's a little greedy and materialistic, but since she's been working from a young age, she's fairly skilled. Then she realized. This scent. Oh dear. She really is a bad girl. She leaned closer to Annie and lifts her chin up and said, Annie, if it's okay with you, could you come closer so I can see your face? Then Arya tried makeup on Annie, trying to charm her. Arya gently patted her face, remarking, Your skin is so fair. It's a shame that your freckles hide that. After smoothing out a few blemishes, she asked, There. What do you think? Annie looked at her face in mirror and said, Is this really me? Arya said, See? Hiding a few obvious blemishes brings out the best features of your face. Then, with a thoughtful expression, she continued, You can have all this if you'd like. Annie asked, confused. Pardon? Arya replied. The makeup. I don't use it very often. As Arya looked at her closely, she couldn't help but notice the luxurious herbal scent of her makeup. It was far too exquisite to belong to a commoner. This girl must have been borrowing Nielle's makeup to use on herself. You mean, all of this? Annie asked hesitantly after Arya gave her some. Yes. Take it, she said generously. Looking at her, Arya observed. Her eyes glinted with the same excitement she had shown when she saw the necklace I gave Nielle. This girl is still too inexperienced to hide her materialistic desires, she added. I don't have freckles, and I rarely wear makeup. While I'm giving you those, I have something else for you. She showed her a bow tie and continued. It's a small gift to commemorate you becoming my maid. Normally, I would have given you what I gave Jessie, Annie gasped, saying. Oh, you mean the brooch? That's right, she confirmed. I gave it to her as a token of her good service. But for you, I can't give you one right away because you haven't proven yourself yet, have you? She gave a light laugh, continuing. Haha, I'm not telling you to do anything in particular, but I've yet to build trust with you. I expect you'll do a lot to serve me going forward because you're my maid now. Then she walked to the sofa and added, Since you've gotten dolled up, maybe we should practice holding a tea party, she suggested with a sudden burst of enthusiasm. Come and sit, Arya urged. Huh, is that okay? Annie stammered as she complied. Then they practiced having tea at a tea party. Arya observed Annie and said, Your movements are a bit clumsy at some points, but you're doing quite well, Annie stammered. Thank you, Miss. Looking at her, Arya thinks, did she think she could become a noble one day? Perhaps she felt like one already, having grown up working in a count's household. I actually like smart and crafty girls like you, but only when they're on my side. Then she said, You should relax your wrist and use your fingertips a little more. Like this. Like this? Annie asked, following her guidance. Yes, that's it, she affirmed. Arya said inwardly, You have to realize that I'm the person who can make your dreams come true. Then Annie giggled. But I'm not sure if it's all right for me to learn all this from you, miss. Like now, what are you talking about? You can't even hold yourself back from smiling, Arya said to herself with a soft chuckle. Arya said, With life, you never know, right? She whispered to her, What happened to my mother could easily happen again to someone else. You never know, don't you agree? Annie gulped, realizing she was drawing her closer to her world. I'm sure you don't want to stay a servant until you die. It's time for you to realize that it's more beneficial for you to come over to my side, Arya concluded with conviction. After thinking for a moment, Annie dropped her head down and said, Miss, the tea seems to have grown cold. May I bring you a new pot? Arya replied. That's all right. I'm going to rest now. You should go and rest too. She then stood up and turned, saying, On your way out, tell Jessie to change shifts with you, Annie complied. Why yes, miss. After she left, Arya laid down on bed thinking, my attempt didn't work on her right away, it seems. I still have less power than Miel, she thought to herself with a hint of disappointment. Later, Arya was sitting at balcony having tea. She looked down at the people in the manor. The bustle and murmur of voices filled the air, blending with the constant chatter. The clatter of footsteps and lively conversations reminded her that today was already Miel's birthday. She felt a surge of anger thinking, I've always wondered but what's with all those flashy presents, those extravagant boxes, and the sheer quantity of them. They were things I was never allowed to have. But I wasn't envious of Miel. A wave of anxiousness settled over her. It wasn't about the gifts, it was something else entirely. She thought, I had yet to receive a letter from Oscar. The thought gnawed at her, making her restless. She thinks, he never seemed like someone who would break his promises, so why wasn't he replying? Then, a sudden noise of rattle, a sharp gasp snapped her out of her thoughts. She turned, only to see someone return just in time for Miel's birthday. For a moment, she thought it was Oscar. But no, it was someone else. It was the Count. Looking at them, Arya thinks, well, isn't he a doting father? Watching them together, she realized she should be grateful he even sent her a present at all. Seeing them so happy made something stir within her. A smirk played at her lips. She thinks, I look forward to the day my revenge is complete. I would never forget what they did to me, or to my mother. Their smiles wouldn't last forever. I would expose their disgusting nature to everyone. A quiet snicker escaped her. House rose scent. I would bring it to its downfall. But first, today was Miel's birthday party. With the power of the hourglass, she would humiliate her to her heart's content. But she needed to prepare, refine her plan thoroughly. And then someone came with the Count and cheerfully greeted Miel. Hello? It is a delight to meet you, Lady Miel. My name is Lane Pino. Haha, please call me Lane. Arya gets quite surprised. Who is that? I've never seen this person before. She thinks in her mind, this is different from the past. Something is shifting, something unexpected. Were things about to get complicated again? Lane presented the gifts and said, These gifts are for you, Lady Miel. Happy birthday. These are. Miel hesitated. They were prepared by my master, so please accept them without worrying, the man assured her. That's right, another chimed in. This man was a big help in our latest expedition, so you can go ahead and accept those gifts, Lane laughed. Haha, I was just acting on my master's orders. Arya's gaze flickered with doubt. There's a noble with that much wealth that I didn't know of. No matter how much she looked at him, she couldn't recognize his face. Who exactly is he? Lane winked at Miel and said, You're as beautiful as they say, Lady Miel. Gosh, thank you, she replied. A nagging sense of unease remained with Arya. I have no clue. I hate unpredictable variables like this popping up. Just then, something caught her attention. That dress Miel is wearing looks familiar. Oh, she recognized it immediately. It was the dress that Oscar had sent Miel, along with her own gift. Did he send his prospective fiancé a dress similar to the one he gifted her sister? He really didn't spend much time choosing them, did he? A wry smirk tugged at her lips. I guess he just has a lot of money and no tact. Then Arya went to them and greeted. Welcome home, father, he replied. Oh, hello. And his brows lifted slightly. Then Lane asked. Oh, who is this? The count said. This is my other daughter. Arya smiled gracefully. Hello? My name is Arya Rose Scent. The man's eyes widened in surprise. Oh goodness. Your daughter is truly beautiful. Arya's lips curled into a subtle smile. Oh, I haven't had a reaction like this in a while. She recalled how, in the past, men would always look at her with that same expression, unable to take their eyes off her. Snapping back to the present, Lane turned to Miela and said, Now that I think about it, I have another gift for you, Lady Miel, she asked. Pardon? Wait, was that it? Arya was stunned as Lane ignored her. Lane continued towards Miel. The Count and I carefully picked these furs out just for you. The Count laughed. Why would you tell her what the gift is before she's even opened it? Lane replied. Whoops, my mistake. They burst out laughing. Arya watched the scene unfold and scoffed inwardly. Seeing how he's walking on eggshells around the Count, I doubt he'd be useful to me. Without another word, she turned away. I shall head upstairs then. The Count stopped her. Oh, wait, Arya. Here, take this. Arya accepted the small box from her father. The Count said, It's a gift for you. Thank you, father. As she examined the box, recognition dawned upon her. This is a jewelry box that he only gave to Miel in the past. Her fingers tightened around it. All right. This is fine. Even if there are some new variables, everything is progressing in the right direction. Then Arya went back to her room and said, Jessie, I need to change dresses, so hurry, she replied. Pardon? Prepare the dress Lord Oscar gave me, Arya instructed. She thinks, I should focus on what I need to do today. I'll embarrass Miel so badly that she'll feel shame for all of eternity. Later she went to the birthday party. Gossip spread like wildfire. People started murmuring to each other, looking towards Arya. Gosh, look over there. Goodness. Arya went to Miel with a bouquet of flowers and smiled graciously. Miel, happy birthday! Arya appeared before her, an innocent smile on her lips. Miela was surprised to see her. She said, Arya. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Oh, the prostitute's daughter, someone whispered. There were rumors about how she throws wicked tantrums. What do you think she's here to do? Another muttered. Feigning innocence, Arya held out a bouquet. Oh, do you not like these flowers? I tried my best to pick ones you'd like, Miel stammered. Oh, and no, thank you. Then she recognized looking at Arya and asked, That dress, gosh, Miel, did you notice too? Arya's voice was filled with pleasant surprise. This is the dress I received from Lord Oscar. I only realized it after seeing you earlier, Miel. Lord Oscar must have gifted us similar dresses because we're sisters. Murmurs spread through the room as she said that. Arya continued, How thoughtful of him. Don't you think? Arya said in her mind. You probably bragged to a lot of people that Oscar gave you that dress. Now you'll have to tell them you weren't the only one who got a gift. She then turned, saying, Have fun talking to your guests. I won't get in the way. Murmurs began behind her. One said, Gosh, she's more shallow than I heard she was. Others said, You're right. And it looks like she's tactless too, another whispered. She probably thinks that she's an actual noble. Just look at her dress. Arya went to a table and sat down. A noble whispered, looking at her. It looks like she bought a similar dress because she was envious of Lady Miel. Others snickered. You're probably right. As Arya began eating cake, one whispered, looking at her. Look, she seems gluttonous as well. She has no manners. Her etiquette is... But Arya remained composed, poised as ever. With a graceful air, she ignored their whispers. She gracefully ate the cake. The nobles get stunned looking at her, she said to herself. No matter how much you gossip, people will eventually find the rumors suspicious in the face of the truth. She took a small bite of her food, chewing thoughtfully. The whispers continued. One noble whispered, "She's a little different from the rumors." Other whispered, "It seems that the superb education provided by the Count has served her well." Arya thinks, "This will probably make those rumors about my depravity die down a little. I can't deny my background, so I'll leave that to their judgment." With a slow, deliberate movement, she pushed back her chair. "I'd better get going now." She looked towards Miel thinking, "I must torment Miel." Meanwhile, Miel's eyes beam turning towards her. Arya twitches, wondering what's happening. Miel rushed to Kane, calling him. At that moment, Kane approaches from behind and said, "Happy birthday, Miel." As Miel walked past by Arya, she huffs inwardly thinking, "It's just Kane." Meanwhile, Oscar enters, causing a stir. Miel went to him and greeted. "Welcome," he replied. "Happy birthday, Lady Miel." His presence was surprising for Arya, as he has never attended Miel's birthday party before. Though he apologizes for being late, Miel dismisses the concern lightly. Arya wonders, confused, why he is taking notice of her more than he did in the past, questioning whether she might have done something wrong. Her mind races with doubts. Did she upset him enough to make him favor Miel over herself? Miel's gaze flicks to Kane, finding his behavior odd. He stares too long at her, as if captivated by her. She resists smiling at Kane, frustrated at her own reaction. She smiled towards him thinking, "Why are you staring at your little sister like that? I can't help but laughed at you." In the awkward silence, Kane and Oscar blushes, as though struck by her presence. Arya silently observes. It dawns on her. Oscar is here at Miel's party, but his interest lies with her. Oscar's heart started racing looking at Arya. He thinks, "What is this feeling? Why do I always think of Lady Arya?" The pounding in Oscar's chest becomes undeniable. He can't understand why Lady Arya occupies his thoughts so persistently, nor can he take his eyes off her. With each passing moment, the feelings grow stronger, yet he knows his staring is rude. Hello, Kane, Lord Oscar," Arya says, breaking the silence. Her voice jolts Oscar out of his reverie, forcing him to apologize for his lack of manners. "Forgive my rudeness, Lady Arya. It's been a long time." Kane also stopped staring by turning his head. Arya responds, "Don't mention it." She looked towards Kane and thinks, "What's up with that reaction? It's not like he's a child." Her thoughts about him sour further. She sees him as increasingly pathetic the more she gets to know him. To think she was once betrayed by these two, Miela and Kane, feels almost laughable now. Reflecting on her past mistakes, Arya sighs, realizing she was tactless back then. Her composure falters momentarily. "Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have interrupted you all." She steps away, eager to remove herself from the situation. She rushed heading upstairs, leaving Kane and Oscar stunned. As she dashes a what Oscar calls from her, "Ah, Lady Arya," a sigh escapes Oscar, who seems just as unsettled. His hand was in his hand at a letter as it was for Arya. Miel, who was looking at the situation happening, sighed. The murmurs in the hall continues after Arya left. Later, Oscar went to Arya, who was having tea. He opened the door and said, "I hope I'm not interrupting." "I hope I'm not interrupting," Oscar said gently. "Of course not." She smiled warmly. "Really? It took you long enough. I thought you'd never come," she thought, crossing her arms with mock indignation. "I went through 3 pots of tea while I waited, but I'll let you off the hook since you're here now," she said to him. "Please, make yourself comfortable." Jessie dashes away, leaving them alone. He sat down with a sigh, eyes lingering on her face. "Your face looks thin and worn," she observed. "I wonder if it's because you've been thinking about me." "I like the idea of that." She was right again. Oscar sighed internally. "Here I go again. The person I should be concerned about is Lady Miel, and yet I keep turning my attention toward Lady Arya." "This is a reply to your letter from before," he said, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a letter. "I thought I would see you today, so I brought it in person." "Thank you." She accepted it carefully. She thinks, "I can't believe I was fretting about this letter so much this morning. I should contain my excitement." She held it close, realizing it was warm. He kept it in his breast pocket. "Did you enjoy the party today?" she asked. He replied, "Oh, I don't really like parties all that much." "Oh, what a coincidence. It's the same with me." She chuckled lightly. She said inwardly, "I only ever hear people talk behind my back at parties. It's annoying. I don't have many acquaintances, she admitted. So I feel a bit awkward at parties. Lonely even, Oscar said. Oh. Personally, I prefer meeting people elsewhere, she giggled. Haha, I can see that actually, he asked. Pardon? She laughed it off. Somehow, it feels more comfortable talking to you here than when we were downstairs. Oh. Yes, that makes sense. It is a little harder to speak with you in front of Lady Miel, Oscar thinks nervously. Lady Aria and I are just pen pals. So why do I feel so guilty in front of Lady Miel? Will you be joining us for dinner? She asked. He said softly. Yes, he said to himself. I was going to return home and head back to the academy early tomorrow morning. But instead I'm replying like this, without even realizing it, Aria said. I'm glad. It can get quite lonely here in the manor. It'd be nice to have you around, Lord Oscar. Because we're friends now, right? Oscar repeated. Friends, that's right. We're friends. He repeated the word in his mind, as if to remind himself. That's all we are, so it's fine. You're amazing, Lady Miel, Lane at dinner exclaimed with admiration. I hear you've given the Count business advice on several occasions. You're still young, yet you clearly have an excellent business acumen. Oh, I heard a few things here and there, that's all, Miel replied modestly. I'm just glad to be of help, Lane added. My master also listens to your advice, you know. He is quite particular, yet he sang your praises. That's really saying something, Miela replied. Oh, I'm flattered. What's with this guy? Aria thought, watching the exchange with increasing irritation. It's like he wants to get his master and Miel together. Aria narrowed her eyes looking at Oscar. Miel's fiancé is the eldest son of a duke, ranked just below the royal family. I don't know what countryside this guy's master is from, but it's boring to watch him waste his time like this. Then her eyes met Oscar's while Miela and Oscar's conversation went on. Aria turned to Oscar with a sly smile. Look, Oscar, I have no place in this family conversation. Don't you feel bad for me? He stared at her almost as captivated. She gasped, trying to control her laughter. She thought, the most entertaining part of this dinner is seeing Oscar's face. She caught Kane glancing her way as well but chose to ignore him. Things will only get more tedious from here. I appreciate you visiting me, despite your busy schedule, suddenly Miel said sweetly to Oscar. It makes me happy. I'd like to thank you for this necklace once more, Lord Oscar. I really love it. It's as if you knew I wanted this and got it for me, she added after a pause. So, Lord Oscar? Oscar was staring at Aria while she said. He replied, turning to her. Oh yes. It was nothing, but I'm glad you like it. Both Miel and Aria glanced at each other. Aria thought darkly, huh? I see he prepared a proper lover's gift for her. That means he's split between the two of us. Then I'll make him debate long and hard between us before he eventually chooses me. Oh, by the way, Father, Miel said suddenly, I made something for you while you were away. She presents him with an handkerchief. Why, this is some amazing needlework, he exclaimed. Miela beamed. Do you like it? It isn't perfect, but I wanted to give it to you as soon as possible, her father exclaimed. Nonsense, this is the world's most beautiful lily, someone cried. Kane remarked, yes, it really is beautiful, Lane praised. Wow, you excel at so many things, Lady Miel, Miel shyly replied. Oh, Kane, you're making me blush. Looking at them, Aria frowned. It's like the handkerchief I gave the Count doesn't even exist. Either way, I'm surprised. I didn't think she'd finish hers so fast. I have to admit, it's good, considering Miel made it, Aria said. This is some impressive work, Miel. A splendid handkerchief. Gosh. I'm so happy to hear you say that, Aria. Miel beamed. So this is how it feels to be acknowledged by my older sister. What is she saying right now? Aria clenched her jaw. I'm so annoyed that I have to overlook that obvious acting of hers. I've actually prepared handkerchiefs for all of you, Miel added. I'm still not very skilled, but please accept them. Emma, hand them out. As her maid came with the handkerchiefs, Miel said worriedly. Goodness, what should I do? I think I'm missing a handkerchief for you, Aria. Aria said inwardly. This kind of development isn't even surprising anymore. Then Kane said, Oh, that must be because I suddenly visited today. Please take mine. Aria acted smiling. Gosh, no. I couldn't possibly take a gift that was given to a guest. She chuckled lightly. That handkerchief was probably an extra Miel made for any unexpected visitors. Even if she had more, she'd have said there weren't any in front of me. They say a child's games are obvious. Miel wondered, what should I do? It's all right, Miel. Arya said with a calm smile. We're family living in the same house, aren't we? You can give me one another time. But in her mind she said, this is childish beyond belief. She continued, and you're already so skilled. I can't wait to see how spectacular your embroidery will be in the future. You'll embroider me one too, right, Miel? Of course, Arya. Miel twitched. I'll have to work harder if I want to live up to your expectations. She added, don't worry, you've always done so well, even without trying. Arya said sweetly. She thought, no matter what you do, the idiots around you will applaud you. So why would you ever have to make an effort? Ha! Now that that's settled. The Count raised his glass. Let us toast once more to Miel's birthday. Cheers! Later Arya was looking outside from window thinking, since then, even after a long time had passed, I still hadn't received a handkerchief from Miel. It had been ages since her birthday, and I thought she'd gift me one at least to show off her skills. But Miel was never particularly good at embroidering in the first place. She probably relied on other means to make those handkerchiefs. I just needed to find out what those means were. One day she was doing makeup on Annie. As she rubs the cloth Annie's shudders, Arya said, the water gets cold quickly because it's winter now. But please bear with me. We put a lot of high-quality fragrances and herbs in it, so you'll see some results soon. And no, miss, I couldn't possibly. I'm just grateful that you called for me again. Annie hesitated. Oh, I see. Arya thinks. I guess you thought that you were working for the wrong side that day. Good. I was right about you. While squeezing the cloth, Arya said, after the coming-of-age ceremony, there would be a gathering at Miss Sarah's manor. I'm taking you there, so we need to clean you up. I'm not doing this because I feel sorry for you after not having called for you in a long time. I'm doing this so you can have the right to attend that gathering. The right, Annie whispered. Then Eris said, more importantly, Annie, I was supposed to get a handkerchief from Miel. But unfortunately, I had yet to receive it. I wanted to show it off at the gathering. Do you happen to know how Miel got so good at embroidery? I was really curious. She found a good teacher after a lot of searching, and that person taught her really well, Annie replied. I watched them from nearby, and even I could tell how skilled she was. After hearing that, Eris thought, oh, I see. A good teacher. This might be another new variable created by the Hourglass. It would be hard to do anything about that now, Annie added. Now, that teacher is married and has gone abroad, so she isn't around anymore. She hesitated while continuing. The teacher embroidered the base outlines of the design, and Miss Miel would fill in the rest. That's how. So that's what happened. Arya stared at Annie, leaning closer, and puts a brooch on Annie. She said, I told you before, right? We need to build trust with each other. I hope you'll continue to be a good servant to me, Annie. Annie trembles looking at the brooch. I understand. She quivered. Leave it to me, Miss Arya, she said, determined. Eris smirked upon hearing that. Few days later Lane came again. He said, Hello? I've brought some gifts for Lady Miel, Countess exclaimed. Goodness, more presents? We were just about to have lunch. Would you like to join us? Lane chuckled. Haha, I would be honored. From a distance, Arya watched with narrowed eyes. That guy, he's here again. Your master is up against the son of a duke. Where did the past go so wrong to bring you into the equation? At the lunch table, Lane replied smoothly. Don't mind me. This is simply a courtesy from my master. And who is your master? Countess asked, curious. He seems very taken with our Miel, Lane replied. I'm sorry, but I can't reveal that just yet. I apologize. What I can say is that he's the heir to a high-ranking family. He's taken an interest in intelligent people like Lady Miel. Countess looked towards Miel and said, Oh, so he's met Miel before? Seeing as he knows she's intelligent, I don't remember meeting anyone like that. Miel replied, puzzled. I heard it was a chance meeting, the man replied. He became interested in Lady Miel afterward. Maybe he's someone I saw when I was with Cain, Miel said. He'll be available to meet soon, the man continued. You'll likely recognize him when the time comes. Please be patient. In air, Eris thought, turning slightly. I didn't bring my hourglass today. I can't ask him outright, but maybe I can poke around for answers. Arya asked thoughtfully. Hearing you talk about him, he sounds like a high-ranking noble from abroad. Why do you say that, Lady Arya? He asked, curious. It's just my theory, she answered. I can't think of anyone in our empire with that much wealth. It doesn't seem like he's from the house of a marquis either. And why is that? The man prompted. Well, Arya said, lowering her voice. Everyone knows there are talks of marriage between Miel and the Duke's son, she said inwardly, and the Marquis is fated to be with Sarah, she continued. So, in conclusion, your master is likely a high-ranking noble from another country who knows nothing of our empire's affairs, or someone from this empire with enough confidence to go against the house of the Duke. But only the Crown Prince fits that description. A faint sparkle flickered in Lane's eyes, a brief flinch betraying his composure. Haha, that's an interesting theory, Lady Arya. I was almost convinced for a second. Are you saying both her guesses are incorrect? Someone asked. Ha! If I answered that, it would only help you deduce further, he said slyly. You'll have to wait until my master and Lady Miel reunite to find out anything specific. Oh, I suppose I have no choice then, Arya said with a faint smile. She said in her mind, feeling annoyed. I can't wait until then. But beneath her composed exterior, Arya's mind raced. This is bad. If I leave this guy's master alone, he might support Miel and cause problems later. I wasn't going to worry if he belonged to some insignificant noble family. I should be careful. Is this also part of the price I paid for using the hourglass? If only it could make things easier. Lane glanced to the side, while Eris makes a silent vow. I should stop trying to figure out who he is, and focus on what I have to do right now. If you'd like, Countess offered cheerfully. Please try the special fig tart we've prepared. I'm sure it will be to your liking. Goodness, thank you, Lane replied graciously. I'll be sure to repay your kindness next time. The next days, Jessie pulls aside the curtain, waking Arya up. Did you sleep well, miss? She asked. Yes, Arya murmured, rubbing her eyes. Miss, your eyes? The maid hesitated. Arya asked. Oh, are they swollen? Can you bring me a basin of cold water? She complied. Yes, miss. While wiping her face, Jessie thought, did she not get much sleep because she was excited to see the other noble ladies again? Probably not. She probably just stayed up late reading, Jessie thought to herself, brushing off the worry. But Eris was conflicted, thinking, this is the first gathering I'm attending after the coming-of-age ceremony. Sarah! 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 Arya called out with uncharacteristic glee. Did you meet the Marquis? You did, right? Please tell me you met him. Miss, her maid Annie interrupted gently. Is it really okay for me to accompany you like this? Arya said. You look nice. Why are you asking? Annie replied. It's the first time I'm following you to a gathering, so I don't know if I'm allowed to look so nice. No one at our gathering will dislike someone who dressed up for a party, Annie. Arya smiled warmly. She said inwardly, I didn't just doll you up for no reason. Later at the gathering, it's been so long, Lady Arya, the noble ladies exclaimed. Gosh, you've brought along such a pretty maid today, another said. I'm glad to see that you're well. Your dress is lovely, Lady Arya. Have you grown taller? She thinks. I've been eating and sleeping a lot, so I guess I've been growing, Arya replied brightly. Yes, I've been so happy lately that I've been eating well. I couldn't wait to see all of you today, it's been so long, one of the lady exclaimed. You're still so lovable, even though you've grown, another beamed. You're as pretty and sweet as ever. We miss you too, more importantly, Eris asked excitedly. How was the coming-of-age ceremony? All the ladies rushed to answer excitedly. One asked, Oh, about that. Something amazing happened, another chimed in. We were so curious. We couldn't wait for today. It has to do with Lady Sarah, a girl said with excitement. It'd be best to hear it from her own lips. Lady Sarah? Arya repeated, intrigued. She thought, judging from this reaction, you must have succeeded, Sarah. There's so much we want to ask her, came the chorus of eager voices. But Lady Sarah is a little late today, someone noted. I wonder if something happened? Whispers filled the air until the door opened. Everyone, I'm so sorry. Sarah rushed in, breathless. I'm quite late, aren't I? Lady Sarah? The group greeted. One of them asked. Did something happen on your way here? Where did you get that bouquet? She replied. Oh, well, I was on my way out when a guest dropped by, one lady asked. A guest? Sarah replied. Someone from the Marquis' estate. All the ladies beamed upon hearing that. One squealed, I knew it. You were with Marquis Vincent at the ceremony, right? What happened with him? The girls gasped. Sarah smiled sheepishly. Well, at the ceremony, I accidentally dropped my handkerchief. When I turned around, the Marquis had already picked it up. For some reason, he didn't return it immediately. He stared at it for a long while. Then he said it was beautiful and asked if he could have it, one lady gasped. And? What happened next? Sarah blushed. I said he could, without realizing, one of them exclaimed. Goodness, Sarah continued. And then, he asked me for a dance. I heard he's a little curt, but he was very kind. Squeals fills the room. Eris thinks in her mind. Marquis Vincent became the head of his house before adulthood. He was always seen as a workaholic with little affection for others. He doesn't have any women around him, and never goes to parties. As the ladies were busy chattering, Eris thought, but all household heads have to attend the ceremony. That must be why he was there. Today, Sarah said quietly, he sent a necklace and a bouquet, along with a letter. A letter? Gasped the crowd. Sarah added, blushing. He said he wants to stroll by the lake with me before the snow melts. The group melted into dreamy sighs. Eris thought, oh, he's more romantic than I thought. I mean, he did fall for Sarah after seeing a handkerchief she embroidered. Maybe he falls in love easily, one lady suggested. Then you should buy a new dress, one that goes with your necklace. What about you, Lady Sarah? Arya asked softly. Sarah asked, pardon? Eris asked. Do you also like the Marquis? That came as a surprise for Sarah. Oh, of course she does, a friend answered for her. He's the Marquis Vincent, right? Another filled in. After the royal family, it's the Duke, then the Marquis. It's like being picked as a royal spouse. That's true, Sarah said, a little flustered. Arya took her hand gently. Lady Sarah, I don't know what kind of person the Marquis is. Judging from your story, he doesn't seem like a bad person. But instead of thinking about status and titles, I hope you choose someone who makes you truly happy. Lady Arya. Sarah's eyes filled with emotion. You're right. Everyone's been saying such wonderful things. I never stopped to ask how I felt. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. I just think your happiness is more important, Arya said quietly. Sarah said, this is partly thanks to the handkerchief I embroidered to match yours. I'm grateful you're my friend. Arya chuckled. Nonsense, Lady Sarah. You made that handkerchief yourself. But in the corner of the room, Annie looked on bitterly. She thinks, what? The Marquis? How could she end up with the Marquis, when she's the daughter of a mere viscount, with an ordinary face to boot? I've got pretty good looks. If I can just go to the nobles' gatherings, I can also. If only I could get a chance. She quivers while thinking. Arya glanced at her and said to herself, that's right, Annie. Don't forget. The person who can make your wishes come true is right here. A smirk curled on her lips. I really don't know if it's okay for me to do this, Sarah murmured, hesitant. It's absolutely fine, Arya assured her gently, smiling. Your hands are very warm, Miss Sarah. Sarah felt blushed and said, Arya, you said that the Marquis's hands were cold. Arya continued, so next time, you should hold them tightly to share your warmth with him. Did I dare be so bold? Sarah flushed. Afterwards, Arya teased, you can take out your final trump card. She squealed. Your special embroidered gloves. That'll knock him off his feet. Sarah groaned, half hiding her face. Gosh, I'm so embarrassed. But winter is almost over. Would it even be appropriate to prepare gloves as a gift? Well, Arya said, thoughtful. You two have strolled by the lake twice now, so we know the Marquis likes that location. Even if he keeps inviting you to the same place out of inexperience with courtship, it'd still be meaningful for him to receive a gift there. It would make the moment more memorable. Really? Sarah giggled. Eris said. I'm telling you, it'll work, Sarah asked. Arya, how do you know so much about these things? You're younger than me, but I keep getting advice from you. I'm a little embarrassed. Arya smiled knowingly. Commoners tend to talk about love and romance often, you see, she remembers in her mind. It actually comes from personal experience. I've dabbled with quite a number of men in the past, she continued. Even those younger than me would often talk about matters like that. Ha, ha, Sarah laughed. It sounds like a fun memory. I'm sad that it's already time for me to leave, Sarah admitted. Me too. But you should hurry back and start on those gloves, Arya encouraged. Sarah exclaimed. Oh, Arya, I think I'll use the Marquis' family crest as a pattern for them. Just then, Arya looked out and froze. Ha! There's a strange carriage outside. Arya's eyes narrowed as she saw Lane. This guy again, Lane called out cheerfully. Oh, hello, Lady Arya. I am here to see Lady Miel. Is she inside? She is. But our parents are out, Arya replied cautiously. Lane politely said. That's fine. I'm just here to say hello, since I had some free time. No. Arya cut him off sharply while passing him. I can't let you have tea alone with an unmarried young lady, not without the consent of her parents. He laughed, brushing her off. Ha ha. We already know each other, my lady. What would be the issue? Do I seem like a bad person? Eris thought. How can I think kindly of someone who keeps showering Miel with lavish gifts? She replied coldly. Gosh. I told you before, Miel already has a fiancé. It would be unfortunate if there were rumors about her spending time alone with another man. Don't you agree? We're only having tea together, he insisted. Still, Arya said, I can't just leave the two of you alone. Her expression had soured. Sarah thought, watching quietly, then she grabbed Arya's hand in support. Then how about we accompany you? Sarah suggested lightly. I was just thinking it might be nice to have another cup of tea. What do you think, Lady Arya? Arya hesitated, but Sarah squeezed her hand in support. Eris thinks, oh no. I showed Sarah a side of me I didn't want to. I'm still not good at controlling my emotions. My hands are all sweaty, Lane said. Well, I don't mind either way. Then he turned, remembering. Oh, right. I have a present for you as well, Lady Arya. He held out a modest bouquet. Tulips. Did he really hand me this single bouquet when there's a huge pile of presents for Miel behind me? Arya thought, trying not to frown. Still, she sniffed them. They smell lovely. Tulips are my master's favorite flower, he offered. Eris said, gosh. If the national flower is his favorite, he must be quite the patriot. Haha, you could say that, he said. She asked. These flowers are beautiful. Where did you purchase them? Lane replied. I bought them at a place near the manor. So, they're not that remarkable. Near the manor? Arya echoed. Seeing as they're fresh, they must be from a shop within the capital. She gave him a knowing look. Oh, I see. No wonder you laughed when I guessed your master might be a noble from abroad. I guess your master is from around here after all. Upon hearing that, Lane was taken aback and also fascinated by her deduction. She studied him closely. He talks and acts exactly like someone from the Empire. I thought he might have been employed by a foreign noble as a servant, but now I'm positive his master is from around here. So there's a noble in this empire that I didn't know about. While drinking tea, her mind raced. Could it be that his master is the crown prince? But the crown prince is engaged to Duke Frederick's daughter, and Oscar and Miel are engaged. With the royal family's backing, House Frederick and House Rosecent would solidify their influence even more. If House Frederick is excluded and Miel ends up with the prince, there's no way the Fredericks would stand for it. I hope I can gather at least a little more information. She reached for the box that Annie brought, which contains her hourglass. Then she began. Did you say your master saw Miel's intelligence firsthand, Mr. Lane? Lane replied. Yes. From what I heard, he noticed she's good at quickly acquiring information and using it appropriately. She wondered upon hearing that, did the hourglass affect the past again? Was the matter business-related? Arya asked carefully. Lane replied. Well, I heard from the Count that Lady Miel gave him advice about the fur business as well. No, wait. To be more specific, she analyzed the fashion trend that the princess would be pioneering. She repeated. Pardon, did you say fur business? Arya's heart dropped. But I was the one who gave him that advice. Wait, so my relationship with the Count hasn't improved? Was he simply throwing the hunting dog a bone for bringing back the game? And all the glory goes to his blood daughter. This is ridiculous. Her fists clenched. Did I really believe that things would get better for me if I proved to the Count that I was useful? All I am to him is baggage his pretty new bride brought in. I was completely delusional. She quivers. I didn't think things through properly. Her thoughts reeled. Lane added, but the Lady Miel I met didn't seem like the sharp person I'd expected. Haha, as I thought. It's hard to know what a person is like just from their outer appearance, he muttered aloud. Eris said coldly, she takes the credit for others' hard work without a second thought. There's no way that the stupid daughter of a noble would have any substance to her on the inside. Upon hearing that, Sarah looked at Eris in shock. Eris continued, standing up. Those are all things that I accomplished after narrowly escaping death. Is social class the only thing that matters? Must I continue to be nothing simply because I was born nothing? She burst out in anger. What do those high and lofty titles amount to anyway? I'm furious that I wasted time trying to prove myself to such trash. The man blinked. Oh, Lady Arya. She slams the box again and again on table in rage. Then she turns the box, returning to few moments ago. The conversation unfolds again, but the topic changed. Lane said. Oh, I see. You're the daughter of Viscount Loren. Yes, Sarah answered quickly. I'm Lady Arya's private tutor. Calm down, Arya, she warned herself. At that moment, Miel arrived. Sarah greeted her. Hello, Lady Miel. Welcome, Mr. Lane. Miel interrupted her. I'm sorry I'm late. The dresses your master gifted me were so beautiful that it took a while for me to choose one. Gosh. You look lovely no matter what you wore, Lane replied, chuckling. Aria's smile was tight while Sarah sat down awkwardly. Eris thought, I should be thankful that I found out the truth before I did the Count another favor. No matter how much I try to improve our relationship on my own, it's useless if the other party has no intention of reciprocating. By the way, Lady Miel, Lane began, I wanted to talk to you about the reopening of the casino. Miel asked. The casino? You mean the place where the human trafficking incident took place? Arya observed, It almost sounds like he's testing Miel with that question. He said that his master was someone who only met Miel in passing. I am in favor of reopening the casino, Miel replied smoothly. The Empire will be managing the place now, so it should be invested in. It could even become a tourist attraction known abroad. That's a good idea, Lane said. It'd be a good landmark for the capital. Arya concluded, I see. He sent his servant to see if he judged Miel's character correctly. Just now, Lane said. He mentioned you can't judge a person by their outer appearance. Yes, Miel said with a beaming smile. I also think it would be great to erect a statue of the Crown Prince in front of the entrance, to honor his heroic deed. Arya almost burst out laughing, but she controls herself, noticing that Miel turns to her. Arya replied. I'm sorry. A tea leaf got in my mouth. A statue. Arya thought bitterly. Look at that man's expression. He's responding to your trivial thoughts as nicely as he can. Then again, what could a child like you possibly know? Do you have a different opinion, Lady Arya? Lane asked. Oh, would you like to hear my opinion as well? She said sweetly. Lane smiled. Everyone is free to express their thoughts here, right? Yeah, right, she thought. Only you and Miel have been blathering on this whole time, she said. I think the casino should be shut down, Lane asked. Pardon? Arya began. If it is to be run by the Empire, it will become a legal place of gambling. As a place connected to the national treasury, it won't be easy to place limits on its activities either. Even if the casino's visitors trust in the Empire, gambling is still gambling. People will lose money and most of them will be commoners who wanted to strike it rich. Couldn't we place restrictions to combat that problem? Lane asked nicely. Like setting a limit on how much you can wager based on your assets? And how would those standards be set? Arya countered. By land? Taxes? Cash? Is it possible to create fair standards for gambling permissions based on those factors? Will the people who want to gamble even abide by those rules? She continued, her tone firm. Gambling can be a pleasurable pastime for nobles, but for commoners, it can easily lead to bankruptcy. That, in turn, would destabilize the lower foundation of the empire and eventually affect the nobles and even those higher up. Once the commoners are thrown onto the streets with nothing but the clothes on their backs, you'll see that clearly enough, she mocked Miela, saying. A statue of the Crown Prince? She impersonated. Oh, the Crown Prince has taken everything from me. The person who dropped me into this pit of misery is the Crown Prince. Her voice sharpened. Don't you think that's how they'll react? Was that helpful, Mr. Lane Pino? She asked with a smirk. That is my opinion. One day while eating, the Count murmured. It's about time I come up with a new business plan. Are you wrapping up the fur business? Lane asked curiously. Will you be taking account of Lady Miel's ideas again? Well, yes, he admitted. Arya nibbled on a snack, deep in thought. Miel said. A new business idea. Let's see. Since it'll be spring soon and the weather will get warmer, I believe some light clothing would be best. Garments made of silk or a soft velvet would be nice. They're widely used materials that everyone loves. That's true, came a response. Those materials are often used to make dresses, right? Watching Miel beam proudly at her suggestion, Arya couldn't help but think, how can she present an idea that lacks a competitive edge so shamelessly? The Count turned to Arya. What do you think, Arya? Me? Arya blinked. Both Lane and the Count gave an acceptance nod. As she began, Lane gets focused. Well, since it's spring, Miel is probably right. Silk and velvet sound like the right choice. She cutely said that. Both the Count and Lane felt disappointed but laughed it off. She thought, after that I've decided on a new policy. And that policy is that I won't feed any information to people who'll give nothing in return. Still, she couldn't just leave things at that. She said, oh, now that I think about it. Both of them jolted, focusing their attention on her. She continued, I would love a velvet dress, too. I don't have one yet, you see. She feigned innocence, then smiled to herself. She thinks in her mind, I'll make it obvious that I won't hand out advice for free. I should cultivate my own knowledge instead of wasting time doing things that help others. The days had been growing quite warm lately. While Arya was reading a book, Annie approached timidly. Miss Arya, I would like to go to the festival next week. May I have a day off? Or even half a day? The festival? Arya asked. She remembers. Oh, I see. The spring festival will come around soon. They hold it every year, she replied. I have Jessie, so you can go. You may take 2 days off if you like. Annie brightened up. Really, miss? Of course, Arya replied warmly. You can even borrow a dress of mine from the closet over there. But you must not wear any that were gifted to me, Annie exclaimed. Goodness, thank you so much. Arya watched her go, thinking to herself, I bought most of those dresses in an attempt to look modest, so it should be fine. I can use this opportunity to leave a favorable impression. The day of the festival. I'll be off then, miss. The maid shirked, dressed and ready. No, Arya said, shaking her head. You should wear something nicer. How about this? Annie replied. Really? Is it okay if I wear a dress like that? Then I'll do so gladly. She beamed, Arya thought. You'll have to wear something nicer to make the other maids jealous, she replied. Of course. Here, put this on. The maid hugged her gleefully. Then I'll be off, miss. As the door shut behind her, Arya sighed, turning a page in her book. Right. I should read for a bit now. Then she noticed Jessie standing behind her. Jessie, she asked after a moment. Aren't you interested in going to the festival? She replied. Oh, I'm fine with not going, Mississippi, Arya asked. What do you mean by that? Answer me honestly. Do you mean you want to go, but it's all right? Or that you don't want to go? Jessie replied nervously. I do want to go, but I have my duties here, Arya said. Then you should go, Jessie asked. Pardon? While turning, Arya said. If it's because of work, I'll give you a day off so you can go. I don't have anything planned for today or tomorrow, so I'm just going to spend my time reading. Jessie hesitated, then suggested. How about we go to the festival together, miss? Few hours later, they strolled into the lively streets of the city, surrounded by chatter and music. Take a look at this, Miss Arya. It's really cute. Jessie pointed excitedly. Somehow, I ended up coming here, Arya thought. In the past, the festival guards would tell me I was ruining the atmosphere and shoo me away. Once I came to the Count's manor, there was no reason for me to attend a festival like this. Still, I was somewhat interested in festivals before. Pick out everything that suits your fancy, she said, gesturing toward the booths. Jessie asked, surprised. Pardon? Arya wore something simple that wouldn't draw attention. She thought, as long as I don't bump into a strange person, I should be fine. Jessie giggled. Miss, there's a clown over there. They looked around, buying things and visiting different booths. Arya glanced around. Everyone looked like they were having fun. It's a sign that winter is over. Spring is coming, huh? She grew quiet. I'm living this second life in order to get my revenge. Will spring also come for me, in the end? Can a life spent trying to ruin someone else's end in happiness? I might end up being resented again and again. Even so, since I've started over, I want to live the way I please. It's my life, anyway. As the music changed, she thought, they should sing a more upbeat song. Suddenly Lord Asher noticed her. A familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. Oh my! I didn't think I'd see you here. Arya turns slowly and gets taken aback for a moment. He said, I didn't know you enjoyed festivals. It seems we run into each other quite often. Are you out for a walk? She ignored him and turned away, but he continued unfazed. I've also come out to enjoy the vibrant atmosphere of the city. Festivals are a wonderful thing. I'm ignoring him, but he still won't leave, she sighed inwardly. Anyway, I'm bumping into this person quite often for some reason. Why is he standing here? I'm positive he wants something, but I can't tell what he's thinking at all. I see. I also found the atmosphere pleasant, but not so much anymore, she muttered. Oh dear, I see, he replied. What do you mean, oh dear? She thought angrily. If you can read the mood, get lost already. Be careful. That person is... Jessie whispered to the guard, tensing beside her. Arya stiffened. Jessie also recognized you. She's tensed up because of you. Suddenly a companion of Asher called Master Asher. He turned to him and they whispered to each other. His companion asked, What would you like me to do? Asher whispered to his ear and he nodded in return. Looking at them, Eris thought, what's going on? Even at a cursory glance, something's suspicious. I should leave before I get mixed up in some trouble again. Oh dear, Asher said again with that maddening smile. My companion has left to tend to other matters. Thus I've been left on my own. He smiled again, watching her. Now that I think about it, there's something curious that I've noticed, my lady. Your attire seems rather plain. What? Arya bristled. Why do you even care about that? He continued. I'm sure a lady of your status receives plenty of dresses as gifts. Did you not like any of them? Oh, yes. Well, I must be going now. She turned away, brow furrowed. Why is he so invested in my clothes? Why is he asking me such a strange question? I should really hurry home now. Suddenly a boom sound erupts from near the fountain. Different sounds can be heard from a distance. Eris turned to it wondering. What's going on? Are those bombs? A wave of panic swept through the crowd. Everyone started running. Chaos erupts in the crowd. Someone murmured, that was sooner than I expected. Excuse me. A firm hand grabbed her wrist. This way, she turned startled. Huh? Asher was leading her. While she gets separated from Jessie and her guard, Jessie shouts for her. Miss, Arya thought following. Amidst all the dazzling lights, the thunderous explosions, and the terrified screams of the crowd, a hand gripped mine firm and sure. In that chaotic moment, it was like a lifeline, connecting us in a way that felt strangely intimate. At an alley, breathless, she panted. Ha ha! Trying to steady herself. Are you all right? He asked gently. Yes, she managed to reply, though she wasn't entirely sure she meant it. She pulls her hand from him and thinks, I've only noticed this recently, but I really lose all sense of reason when flustered. How in the world did I mistake his hand for that of a savior? I felt like a fool, he said. I'm glad you seem all right. Then he remembers and said, offering her a handkerchief. They were handing these out at the festival. Would you like to use one? She took it cautiously. A commemorative piece from the 171st Spring Festival. Thank you, she said stiffly, still unsure of his intentions. Then she asked, wiping her face, by the way, where are we? It seems we ran quite far, he replied. I'm not sure, she complained. You were running ahead without hesitation. And you didn't know where we were going? He laughed it off. Haha, I know, right? Then she gave the handkerchief back. He said, you could have just let me keep going. Frustration was bubbling inside her while Asher chuckled looking at her. She thought, I didn't want to admit it, but in all that havoc, I'd let my guard down. With him, of all people. Looking around, she realized this alley didn't seem familiar. She thought, I know most alleyways in the capital. Did we really end up this far out? A dull throb pulsed in her foot. She stood with a wince and thinks, I should head back before I can't walk anymore. As she starts walking, Asher asked, where are you going? She muttered. I need to head back. There's no point in just standing around, he asked, following her. Do you know the way back? She replied, perhaps. Then glancing toward the sky, she said, the night sky's a little lighter over there. I think that might be the right direction. He gave a small nod. I see. Is that so? Then she flinched, feeling pain from her foot. Then, casually, as if offering the most natural solution in the world, Asher kneels in front of her, showing his back, and said, why don't you climb on my back? She recoiled. What? No, thank you, but you look exhausted, he said with a wink. Exhausted. She sputtered, then shook her head firmly. She said inwardly, even so, I'd rather not owe you anything. Absolutely not. And started walking, passing him. He only chuckled as they began walking again. Then he said, to think a noble lady like yourself is walking around barefoot. Would you really prefer that over getting on my back? You're the only one here. It doesn't bother me in the slightest, she replied coldly. He asked, is there really a need to be so wary of me? I could be of use to you, my lady. You never know, she replied. I don't know. I can't agree with that, she groaned inwardly. Isn't it a little late for you to expect me to see you in a good light? He said. I think that's because you don't know much about me, she replied. And you don't know a thing about me, either. He laughed under his breath, then leaned to her. Nonsense. I think I know quite a lot about you, my lady. She narrowed her eyes. Huh? Is he saying he's heard rumors? She thought. There hadn't been any gossip about Mare after Miel's birthday, at least none I'd heard. Then again, it was Miel. Maybe she's been spreading things herself, he suddenly said. I know better than to judge a book by its cover. Especially in your case. She turned, thinking, what the hell is this guy trying to say? She turned to look at him properly and stopped. She gets stunned, thinking, there is something odd about his gaze. I noticed it the first time we met, but now, I can't take my eyes away. The color of his eyes, it is strangely familiar. She then squeezed her eyes close. He leaned closer, and in a low voice, almost a whisper, said, Soon I'll tell you everything about me. But only after we grow a bit closer. She opens her eyes and he stepped away. Then, with a soft flutter of his coat, he turned and walked away. We'll meet again when the time comes. I believe it'll be soon, my lady. She stood there, frozen and quivering. What? She said to herself. I don't want that at all. Until then, farewell, he said before vanishing down the alley. She called from behind. Wait, where are you going? Suddenly she heard a voice calling. Miss! She turned to find Jessie and the guard rushing towards her. Jessie asked. Here you are, miss. Are you hurt anywhere? She replied. No. I'm fine, Jessie said. Since we've enjoyed the festival enough, we should head back, she said, visibly concerned. We don't know what else might happen, the guard said. The carriage awaits over there, she replied, slowly, still dazed. Yes. Let's head back. She was surprised still, thinking, what was that? Just now was that a hallucination or a dream? They walked toward the carriage. But her mind wasn't on the path. She thinks, I guess it wasn't a dream. When they get back, Annie said, You know those fireworks that went off at the festival? I asked the merchants afterward. They said some of the fireworks that were meant for the performance ended up scattered near the audience seating. I was in a different area, so I didn't know what was going on, she continued. But apparently, they all went off at once and caused the panic. Arya said, Is that so? Jessie said, It's true the whole thing wasn't managed very well, but it could have been so much worse. I see. That's a relief, Jessie murmured as Annie added that the injured had been treated at the palace. Still, that wasn't what lingered in Arya's thoughts. What she kept turning over in her mind was him. She thought, as irritating as it is to admit, he is right. I don't know anything about him. All I could guess is that he is some nobleman from the countryside. Crude, blunt, completely lacking in manners, always acting like he knew better than everyone else. The way he spoke, the way he carried himself, it all felt so condescending. She flared up thinking, what the hell does he know about me, anyway? Annie was observing her, she said. That's right, Miss Arya. I heard some new gossip today. Eris turned to her. New gossip? Annie hesitated. Yes, it's about Miss Miel. I don't know if I should tell you this. Eris showed her an hairpin, saying, Well, if it's for your master, wouldn't it be best to just say it? She leaned in slightly. Well, I heard that Miss Miel sent a letter to the lady of House Frederick. Its contents were mostly about Lord Oscar. Meanwhile, Miel met with the Lady Isis of House Frederick. She greeted Miel and said, Why don't we have a light chat about our future today? The personal maid of Miel, her name was Emma. Her husband killed himself after amassing an enormous debt. He had even sold off his useless noble title in a desperate attempt to manage it. But the burden didn't lessen. Not even a little. Left with nothing, Emma took up work as a maid at the Rose-Scent estate. The stress was too much for her body to endure. She lost her baby not long after. While working one day, the Countess at that time noticed her. Oh, I know you. I saw you at the coming-of-age ceremony. She approached her with a smile. She said brightly, You've started working here? That's great. I was just looking for a personal maid. Pardon? Emma asked, unsure. The Countess said, I wanted a noblewoman to care for my daughter. I can't just entrust her to anyone, can I? And with that, she was officially employed as a high-ranking maid. But then, the Countess died, leaving Miel behind. They tried to save the Countess, but it was too late. It became her duty to look after the child. Looking at her, she thinks, Miel, my child, no matter what, you must be happy. Back to present. Miela met with Isis and was having lunch. This food is delicious, Miel said, glowing. I told you you'd enjoy it, Isis replied. Please help yourself to more. Miel hesitated. But Lord Oscar will be here soon. I wanted to talk to you for a bit, Lady Miel, Isis said, smiling. So I told Oscar to arrive a little later. Miel looked flattered. Oh, I'm happy to chat longer with you, Lady Isis. Lady Isis thinks in her mind. Of course. There are many things about you I value highly. Your noble status, your manners, your flawless appearance, and the way you try to read and please me while still voicing your own desires. Oscar is obedient to me already, but I don't want his fiancé to be someone difficult. You are exactly what I've been looking for, Miel Rose-Scent. But I feel a bit lonely, Miel admitted quietly. It's hard to see Lord Oscar these days. I know he's busy, Lady Isis replied. But I'll scold him for making you feel that way. Oh, not at all, Miel blushed. I just feel useless. I wish I could help him more. I still have so much to learn. You don't need to worry about that, Lady Isis assured her. You'll surely be engaged to Oscar, Miel asked. Really? Of course, she said, smiling. Because that is also what I wish, Miel beamed. Yes. If that is what you please, then it shall be so. Lady Isis was the most powerful noblewoman in the capital, second only to the royal family. She held real authority in House Frederick and had the support of many aristocrats. Some even whispered that she would be the next crown princess. If she and Miel became family, no one would ever be able to touch Miel again. Later, Oscar arrived. You're here, Oscar. Come, sit, Lady Isis said. He looked startled. Why is Lady Miel here? He looked at her sister, and she smirks. It's been so long, Lord Oscar, Miel said sweetly. You look tired. Are you all right? Here, have some tea, he sighed. It's fine, Miel said. I would still like to pour you some, he refused. There's no need for you to do that, Lady Miel. Oh my, what are you saying? Lady Isis cut in. You're betrothed to each other. Oscar's voice was cold. Sister, we haven't gotten engaged yet. I know, she said, brushing it off. You'll soon be an adult, but Lady Miel has to wait another year. Miel giggled, then Isis added. Honestly, you're so cold. Be patient with him, Lady Miel, she replied. No, it's absolutely fine. I'm happy just being here, she said in her mind. After all, those lowly prostitutes aren't here. In her mind, Miel was already dreaming. I will become Miel Frederick and live a life as a perfect noble one without flaws, without filth, without shame. This place will feel like home in just a few years. After Miel's carriage left, Lady Isis turned sharply toward her brother. I told you not to take your relationships for granted, he protested. But sister, Isis continued, do you really think everything will be over once I become crown princess? The nobility still lacks power. Our families must unite further. Her voice was steely. I need the steadfast support of powerful nobles. You know this leads me toward the authority to govern this nation. Don't act like a child, Oscar. I'm always thinking of our family's welfare and happiness. Oscar didn't answer. She narrowed her eyes. Or is that rumor really true? He asked. What do you mean? Isis said. Look me in the eye and tell me the truth. There's a rumor that you've shown interest in that prostitute's daughter. He flinched. Isis gets close to her and looked him in the eye. After a second, she raised her hand and slapped her brother. She said, I thought the Count was insane for bringing a prostitute like that into his household. It seems those wenches have a talent for seducing people, he began. No, sister. But she cut him off. Don't worry, Oscar. If trouble arises, we can simply eliminate the root of that trouble. Am I wrong? You always pity the weak too much, she continued. You don't know your place because you only ever consider their circumstances. You are meant to carry on the Frederick name and lead this house. That's what you want, he muttered, clenching his fists. All I ever do is follow your lead, so you never consider, she again interrupted. You knew that already. Just do as I say. Or do you have complaints? If you keep thinking about her too much, he protested. Sister, she has done nothing wrong. Of course not. Even I don't punish the innocent, she said coolly. So be honest before you make her guilty, he asked. What do you mean, be honest? She gets close to him and said, apologize to Lady Miel for neglecting her all this time. Write a letter saying it won't happen again. You're not very good at choosing gifts, so I'll do that part for you. Her tone softened mockingly. My sweet little brother, your sister will guide you down the right path, she said while walking away. Don't lose your way. Follow my lead. I look forward to how you'll do. Oscar thinks in his mind Lady Arya isn't a person who deserved to be described in such a way. Later, Arya received a letter from Oscar. Miss, you've received a letter from Lord Oscar. Annie called out, coming with the letter. Eris gets surprised. What? But I haven't even replied to his last letter, Annie exclaimed. Kaya, you two are really courting, aren't you? Everyone says Lord Oscar seems interested in you, Lady Arya. He even sent you that dress as a gift last time. Arya reaches for the letter from Annie and said, Don't be silly. If I were to do something like that, I'd be the worst villainess in the world. I can't steal my sister's fiancé, Annie said. What do you mean? It wouldn't be stealing if Lord Oscar has simply fallen for you. His engagement to Miss Miel was never finalized. Anyway, quiet down, Arya whispered sharply. As she reads the letter, her expressions changed. Noticing that, Annie asked, Miss? Are you all right? She looked at Oscar's familiar handwriting. There isn't much time left before I graduate, so I will no longer be able to exchange letters with you. Please take care, Oscar. Arya sat in silence, the paper trembling slightly in her hands. What's going on? she whispered, her voice trembling. Please take care. She staggers slightly. What the? Why is he acting like this all of a sudden? Noticing her panic, Jessie quickly said, Annie, hurry and bring some cold water. Huh? Oh, okay. Annie stammered and ran off. What's the meaning of this, Oscar? Arya cried out. Why? Jessie stepped forward cautiously. Miss, you don't look well. Please, lie down here and rest. Oscar! Oscar! She called his name again and again in her mind. Suddenly, the door burst open. Annie rushed in, breathless while holding a tray. Miss, something terrible has happened. I went downstairs and overheard Lady Miel also received a letter from Lord Oscar, she gasped. And it seems he mentioned their engagement in the letter. Arya's head hurts, feeling shocked. Jessie calls out, Miss, it's fine, she murmured, though her voice was hollow. What exactly did it say? Annie said. Well, Lady Miel was singing the contents of the letter in excitement, over and over, so I memorized it. It said, Imagining you adorned with gold roses at our future engagement party makes my heart swell so much that I cannot fall asleep. Arya stared blankly. Is that the same Oscar I know? I'm sure it was all written by Lady Isis. Annie interjected fiercely. There's no way Lord Oscar would have written that. Huh? Lady Isis? Arya repeated. All the servants know how cold Lord Oscar is toward Lady Miel, Annie insisted. But whenever Lady Miel goes to visit Lady Isis, a letter like this arrives with a gift. I'm sure Lady Isis wrote it in Lord Oscar's name or forced him to. We all know Lord Oscar's taste is awful. But the gift that came this time was really pretty. Arya remembers, that's right. Lady Isis. She's Miel's biggest supporter. The one who helped her rise in influence. Lady Isis Frederick. The name finally clicked. I've never met her in person, so I didn't recall her name right away. I thought I could secure the Frederick's support just by nabbing Oscar. But I didn't realize Lady Isis could control him. She thought that since Lady Isis was going to marry into the imperial family, Oscar would end up wielding the power. But if Lady Isis is the one truly in control, it makes perfect sense that Miel could marry Oscar and gain power in the past. From the start, everything depended on Lady Isis. What should I do? Her chest tightened with dread. Even if Oscar had no choice but to send those letters, it doesn't change my current situation or Miel's. A sob escaped her lips. H&F. Wah! She crumpled on the sofa, overwhelmed. What should I do, miss? Annie rushed back, flustered. At least have some water. Later at dining table, a glint of metal caught Lane's eye. That's a beautiful hairpin. I don't remember delivering that to you, he said, confused. Oh, haha. The Count giggled. I heard Miel received it from her fiancé, Lane exclaimed. Wow, he must have great taste in gifts. The sparkle in Miel's eye made Arya's blood boil. Gah, should I just use the hourglass and snap her neck off? Not that it would change anything. She looked towards Emma, Miel's maid. Emma smirked at her. Arya said inwardly, I'll make sure to send you off to heaven as well. I swear I will on my life. You hear me? Then Miel asked. By the way, what happened earlier? You suddenly left during the day, father. I thought something bad had happened. Oh, there was an issue with some tax payments, he replied. But Lane sorted it out, she exclaimed. Gosh. You did, Mr. Lane? He smiled modestly. To be precise, it was thanks to my master's personal connections. He knows someone in customs. The Count laughs. Haha. I apologize. You're always so helpful to us, and yet we can only offer you dinner. Please let us invite your master over here sometime. Of course. Lane chuckled. We were just looking over our schedule, so we'll finally get to meet him. Biel chimed in, cheerful as ever. Era stared, bitter, chewing on her food. Why are you so happy? All my efforts over the past several months have just come crashing down. She sighed, thinking, are you all that happy with your own little lives? I can't take this anymore. I should at least give Miel's neck a twist before heading upstairs. But the conversation turned to business. Speaking of which, Lane said, do you have any good solutions for this problem, Lady Miel? She asked. Pardon? Me? He said. It's an issue that will recur in the future, so now is the time for preemptive measures, the Count said. I agree, Lane continued. The fact of the matter is that any leftover stock is considered product within the capital. So when you take it outside, you have to pay additional taxes, the Count filled in. And since our products are luxury goods, the taxes are even higher. Usually we regulate our supply to avoid leftover stock. But this is the first time we've been this successful. so costs were hard to predict. Arya's mind raced. Oh, I remember this. Cain suggested a solution back then. That's how he earned the Count's trust and grew closer to him. I haven't thought too deeply about it, Miel said sweetly. But perhaps Mr. Lane could introduce you to the customs staff again, Father? She beamed. Then won't things be resolved quickly, like today? Lane laughed while hiding disappointment. Oh, an introduction, the Count laughed it off. Haha, my Miel is so social, Arya said in her mind. You want the Count to rely on a man whose identity is unknown for his taxes. That's such a simple-minded suggestion. Then she muttered. I guess so, things were sorted through personal connections this time, so you should continue to do the same moving forward. I suppose our family can't do anything without Mr. Lane's help, Miel asked. What do you mean? No, she waved off. All I'm saying is, it might be better to build a warehouse near the capital. Isn't that simple? Lane asked, curious. A warehouse? Count also asked. What do you mean? She sighed. It's nothing grand. The capital requires the highest taxes. I thought it might be better to store the products on its outskirts. That way, you bring them into the capital only when needed. Her voice was smooth, calm. Then, you wouldn't need to pay anything beyond the usual capital sales tax. You could even complete transactions at the warehouse. Private purchases would become private possessions, and there'd be no tax. She smiled faintly. I just thought a simple solution like that might be better than bothering Mr. Lane each time. There was a stunned silence. Lane exclaimed. Simple? That's an incredible idea, the Count remarked. You don't say, Miel said. But setting up a warehouse would cost money. Labor too, Lane said. You won't just be doing business once, Count Roast sent. Think of it as a permanent investment. You'll save a lot, considering the taxes you'd otherwise pay. Well, I just offered a solution that the Count could have thought of, if given more time, Miel said. I didn't realize taxes on fur were that high, the Count replied. Of course. They are luxury goods, then Lane exclaimed. But you predicted the fur trend, Lady Miel. Thanks to that, we're even talking about taxes now. You've already proven your worth. Upon hearing that, the Countess blinked. The fur trend. Miel was looking oblivious of the facts. The Count quickly tried to cover it. Since we've found a solution, we should make a toast. Bring me a 20-year-old wine. A servant dashes away. Why, yes, sir. Her mother glanced at her but kept quiet. She sat there still. Arya thinks in her mind, what's the use of my knowledge of the future, and my ability to take advantage of it? I haven't been able to solve the most important issue. Thank you, Lane whispered, accepting a glass of wine. She continued thinking, at this rate, I'll always be just a noblewoman with a bit of intelligence. Nothing will change. I feel so depressed. Later at night, she flopped onto her bed with a sigh, the rustle of her dress echoing in the silence. What should I do? I replied to Oscar. I asked him to at least keep sending me letters, but I don't think I'll get a positive response. Pointing out Miel's stupidity today was useless. Do I really have to fall asleep, feeling anxious about the possibility of my future beheading? She was sniffling. The next day, Miel was about to leave to meet Lady Isis. She said, I shall be on my way now, Father, the Count replied. Send my regards to Lady Isis. I will, came the reply. The door clacked shut behind. Annie, who was observing the situation, rushed to Arya. From upstairs, she called out frantically. Miss! She burst opens the door. I can hear everything from my room, Arya said flatly. There's no need to shout so loudly, Annie replied. Oh, I'm sorry, then Arya asked gently. Has Miel left already? Arya exhaled softly, her weariness evident. Annie replied. Yes. She was fully decked out in the dress she received from Lord Oscar for Lady Isis' birthday party. That dress. It had arrived not long ago, with a note written in elegant handwriting. Dear Lady Miel, though it isn't much, please wear this dress to my sister Isis' birthday party. Oscar. Annie narrowed her eyes. It was probably Lady Isis who sent that, as well, Arya asked. Why, because the gift was tasteful, Annie scoffed. Exactly, Arya replied. Yes, you may be right, she thought. But what does that matter? Today is Lady Isis' birthday, and the Crown Prince will become an adult soon. There are rumors that Lady Isis will become his fiancé, and that same lady has invited Miel to her birthday party. With such a powerful supporter, Miel will only grow in status and influence, and without the power to stop her, I will meet my death eventually. Arya stared blankly at the window. Her face remained composed, but her voice had grown quieter. I'm a bit tired. I'll lie down for a while. Please don't wake me until evening if possible. Both Annie and Jessie complied. Why yes, Mrs. All right. As the door clicked shut behind them, Annie lingered briefly in the hallway. Do you think she'll be okay? Meanwhile, the festivities at Lady Isis' estate were in full swing. Lady Isis! Miel smiled, offering a graceful curtsy. Happy birthday! Thank you for coming, Lady Miel. Isis replied, smiling back. Gosh, you're looking quite beautiful today. Actually, Miel said softly. Lord Oscar gave me this dress. He did? Goodness. Lady Isis laughed. That gruff child actually did that? He must truly like you, Lady Miel. If that's true, that would be wonderful, Miel said, her tone tender. Miel thinks in her mind. Judging by Aria's expression these days, it seems Lord Oscar has turned his affections back toward me. It's partly thanks to your help, Lady Isis. Honestly, I had given up on the idea of a marriage with love. She smiled wistfully. But maybe I can have a little hope again. Then a guest exclaimed, Here you are, Lady Isis. Guests gathered around, laughter and chatter filling the air. Lady Isis, voices called. Happy birthday! No, someone said. All we have to do is wait for the Crown Prince to reach adulthood. Yes, another added. Even though they're the same age, men come of age 2 years later. It's only logical for a man to be well educated before taking his place as head of a family. How about, someone teased, you lower the age of adulthood for men to 18 once you become queen, Lady Isis? Laughter erupted. You're only saying that because your daughter has been courting a younger man. Oh, that's right, Miel said, regaining her composure. My father sends his regards, Lady Isis. I see. Is the Count doing well? Isis asked. Of course. His business is thriving every day, thanks to you. Wise men like the Count know when to discard wilting flowers, Isis replied coolly. He should do well. I also believe in my father, Miel said, a flicker of pride in her voice. Suddenly, a murmur rose from the crowd. Gosh, isn't that Lord Oscar? I think he's coming this way. He approached and bowed. Have you been well, Lady Miel? Yes. Miel stammered, cheeks flushing. Have you been well, Lord Oscar? He nods. Yes, thank you. Oh, Lord Oscar. Miel thought to herself. That expression. He must realize now that his place lies with me. Isis cooed. You two make quite the lovely couple. Miel flushed deeper. Lady Isis. Suddenly a voice interrupted breathlessly. Lady Isis, yes? She turned. The person replied huffing and puffing. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, has arrived. What? Gasped another. The Crown Prince is here? Murmurs erupts in the crowd. So it is true that there are talks of marriage between them, as expected of Lady Isis. Miel beamed. He must be here to celebrate your birthday with you, my lady. Oscar's mind raced. The Crown Prince has come to celebrate my sister's birthday? But those marriage rumors only started because Isis used her influence to pressure the imperial family. Isis fell in despair thinking, why is he actually here? Long time no see, Lady Isis, the Crown Prince said. Why you grace us with your presence, your majesty? Isis said, bowing. Yes, yes. Happy birthday, he replied, his tone casual yet cutting. She replied, thank you, your majesty. Isis thinks in her mind, a member of the imperial family at a noble's party? It felt like a message, a reminder of the empire's power, and then his gaze shifted. There you are. Lady Miel rose sent. Yes? She answered, stiffly while bowing. He tilted his head. That's strange. Have you gotten shorter? He chuckled. Oh, perhaps it's because you're bowing. Miel was totally confused as to what was happening. What's this? Whispers spread. Do they know each other? Has the Crown Prince heard of Lady Miel before? What's their relationship? Isis thinks, what? So the Crown Prince came here to talk to Lady Miel. I have heard much about you, my lady, the Crown Prince said, stepping closer. I expect you've been curious about me as well. Excuse me? Miel said, trying to gather herself. Let me officially introduce myself, he said, smiling. Why don't you lift your head now? As she lifts her head, the Crown Prince's eyes widened with confusion. Huh? Who? He blinked up at her in confusion. He thought, looking at her, that's not her. Then where is she? Meanwhile, Arya was yawning in her room. A few days ago, the person Lane served was the Crown Prince. Her recalled his conversation with him. Someone else? The prince asked. Yes, Prince Asterope, Lane replied. I don't think Lady Miel is the person you're looking for. Rather, the eldest daughter, Lady Arya, seems closer to the one you described, he said. Lady Arya? But I heard that girl used to be a commoner, Lane replied. That's right. 2 years ago, The Count married a prostitute and brought her daughter into the household as well. I see. The prince's gaze narrowed. What I want to know is how it was possible for a commoner to gain such extensive knowledge of nobility in just 2 years. There are rumors that she looks as if she's possessed by a devil, and acts in an unruly manner, he asked. Is that true? Lane replied. They're only rumors. When I met her myself, she didn't seem like that at all. You said the person you met seemed cat-like, did you not, Your Highness? I did, the prince admitted, an amused smile tugging at the corner of his lips. That was the impression I had of her, the way she'd slip away from me at every turn. Well, Lane replied, I haven't seen Lady Aria's face myself, but based on your description, I think she fits better than Miel, the prince sighed. I want to believe you. You've been investigating this for months, but it's hard for me to accept just like that, Lane suggested. Then why don't you go see for yourself, Your Highness? This week is Lady Isis' birthday party, the prince repeated. Lady Isis' party? Lane added. Yes. There are rumors of marriage between her brother and Lady Miel. I'm sure both of them will be in attendance. The prince tilted his head thoughtfully. Lady Isis' birthday party, you say? Lane continued. I understand it may be uncomfortable for you to attend a noble gathering right now, but it could be helpful to see them with your own eyes, the prince replied. I shall attend it. Pardon? Lane blinked. We've been far too docile toward the nobles lately anyway. Asterope smirked. It might be good to attend and catch them off guard, Lane said nervously. Please don't cause a scene at the party, sire. It'll be fine. The prince waved him off. Though since I'm attending a party I don't particularly want to go to. If it turns out you were wrong, he teased, I will take account of our long friendship and let you off with counting all the flowers in the capital. Asterope said with a wink. Ha ha ha. The advisor laughed weakly. Of course, Your Majesty. You bratty crown prince. He trembled, muttering to himself. Back to present, Miel trembles in his presence. Prince Asterope? Isis asked hesitantly. Is something wrong? No. It's nothing. He turned away. Have a good afternoon, Lady Isis. Isis asked. Pardon? Miel staggers overwhelmed, but Oscar caught her. Ugh. Miel swayed. Lady Miel, what is going on between you and His Highness? Isis demanded. I don't know. Miel whimpered. This is the first time I've ever met him. Are you sure there's nothing you can remember? Isis pressed. Miel shook her head, tears dripping down her cheeks. Oh dear. Isis frowned, then sighed. I made a mistake. I was too harsh. The crown prince took me by surprise. Turning to her brother, she said firmly. Oscar, take Lady Miel home. Let her rest. Yes, sister, Oscar replied, gently leading Miel away. She's only a 14-year-old child. Isis thought to herself. I was going to use her as a pawn, but her age is more of a liability than I expected. Still, she consoled herself with the thought. Oscar has always been kind to those he pities. Maybe now he'll begin taking care of her on his own. The crowd was murmuring to each other. Ho ho ho! Isis laughed aloud, brushing the moment aside. It seems this place isn't to His Highness' liking. There's nothing we can do, she added. In that case, Isis announced grandly, I shall invite you all to the Crown Prince's palace next time. You are so thoughtful, a noblewoman gushed. As expected of the future Crown Princess, the Crown Prince seems more meek these days, another observed. One whispered, I agree. Perhaps he felt nervous around Lady Isis and spoke to Lady Miel instead. He may be more innocent than we thought, another whispered. Find out what's going on between the Crown Prince and Lady Miel. Isis ordered her servant quietly. She thinks in her mind, I have a bad feeling. Something has happened, and I wasn't aware of it. Later, in a warm, candlelit room. Wow. Arya blinked at the spread before her. Did you two prepare all this? Jessie replied. We asked the chef to make everything just the way you like it, Annie added, and told him to put extra care into each dish. Are you feeling a little better, miss? They asked. Yes, I'm all right, Arya said with a small smile. This tastes delicious. Even if her heart felt heavy, the food was comforting. I shouldn't let my emotions drag me down, she thought. She said, You two should try these macarons too. Really? They lit up. She thought, if I re-examine things, there has to be a way forward. Think positively, Arya. Later she gets shocked when Oscar escorted Miel back her house. Oscar asked Miel after reaching. Are you alright? She replied. I'm sorry. You didn't have to escort me all the way home, he said. Not at all. I was worried about your well-being. What's going on? Count Rosecent asked, stepping forward. Why are you back so late? My apologies, Oscar said, bowing respectfully. There was an incident at the party. Lady Miel fell asleep afterward, and I couldn't bring myself to wake her. I'm sorry, father, Miel murmured, the Count said. I see. Next time, please send word. You are both underage and unwed, Oscar replied. I apologize. I shall be off now. Nonsense, the Count interrupted. We can't let you leave at such a late hour. Please sleep in the guest bedroom tonight. Yes, please do, Miel added softly. It would put my mind at ease, Oscar agreed. All right. Thank you for your hospitality. You're welcome. Come inside. The Count nodded. Then the Countess said, I'll have the servants bring warm tea and a change of clothes. From behind the doorway, Arya watched them. She screamed inwardly, Oscar, how could you not look at me even once? Is everything truly over between us? She dashes back to her room. She plopped on her bed. Tears welled up as she bit her lip. I thought I'd taken enough time to reflect and heal, but seeing it like this, it hurts more than I imagined. Both Jessie and Annie were worried for her as she cried lying on her bed. That night, Arya stirred awake. She felt tired. I woke up in the middle of the night because I slept during the day. She rises up from bed and started walking. She thought I should get some fresh air. She crept through the halls and stepped outside. She noticed Oscar standing at a balcony. She ducked behind the pillar, then thinks, why am I hiding? More importantly, I should talk to him. He's right here. Then she looked again and Oscar left back to his room. No, she gasped suddenly. The hourglass. She quickly used the hourglass and turns back time. She stepped forward, rushing to him. Not long after, Lord Oscar, she called, breathless. He turned, surprised. Lady Arya, please don't cast me aside. Her voice broke, tears falling from her face. She wonders, why am I crying? Lord Oscar, please. Her knees gave way, and she fell into his arms. Save me, Oscar, she sobbed. Don't abandon me, please, and she wept. The next day Arya opens her eyes by the chirping of the birds. She thought the sun rose again, as it always did. A faint rustle stirred in the quiet room. Ha! Arya exhaled. The last night, she said shakily, her voice trembling. Lord Oscar, HNF, please, don't abandon me. A sniffle escaped her lips. Please, Lord Oscar. Oscar calls for her. Lady Arya? Lady Arya? After that she doesn't remembers anything. She kicked the pillow in frustration. Why did she have to faint at that exact moment? Could it be that I was tired because I used the hourglass right after waking up? She gasped. Had she used up all her energy just running to Oscar's balcony and crying her eyes out? No, but even so, she scolded herself. I shouldn't have done that right then, she groaned. I don't even know why I went to him in the first place. Looking back on it now, it's like I went to Oscar to beg him to take me back. Why do I have to cling to him like that? Last night Oscar carried her back to her room. As he was walking, he whispered gently, Lady Arya, you poor thing. You have no one to lean on, even in this enormous estate. That must be why you secretly came to see me. You were just that lonely. He left her in her room, and after closing the door he said, Don't worry. I made this choice to keep you safe. If we become related this way, even my sister won't be able to hurt you anymore. I don't want to make you any more unhappy. I hope you'll come to understand my heart. Arya clutched her head in frustration. She thought Oscar had probably carried me to my room that morning, but she couldn't even remember it. Arya groaned aloud. I don't know whether I'm more embarrassed about clinging to him, or fainting in front of him, or maybe just the whole thing. I have no clue, miss. Jessie interrupted her thoughts while pulling the curtains aside. Would you like to go outside? The weather has gotten warmer. No, thanks, she murmured. I don't feel like going outside. Jessie looked outside as she heard a giggle. She said, Oh, we have guests. Arya blinked. I suppose Miel's invited her friends again to brag about Lord Oscar. Suddenly, Lady Arya, I have good news. Annie burst in, face bright. Arya paid attention to her. Huh, good news? Annie continued. Remember when Lady Miel returned with Lord Oscar from Lady Isis's party? Her eyes were really swollen then, right? Arya replied. Yes, I remember, Annie continued. Well, it turns out the Crown Prince appeared at the party that day and asked Lady Miel a bunch of questions. I heard she was so shocked, she cried. Arya thought. The Crown Prince. So he really is going to marry Lady Isis, Annie continued. And, as I thought, all the gifts Lady Miel received were actually prepared by Lady Isis's maid. I heard it from someone who works at House Frederick. Aria's eyes narrowed. Her situation hadn't changed, not really. But just knowing Lady Isis was behind everything, it meant she hadn't failed to bewitch Oscar after all. It was all Lady Isis's doing, wasn't it? She realized she had discovered her true enemy too late. She doubted herself, thinking Oscar wasn't warming up to her enough, that it was her own fault. She must have been depressed without even realizing it. But now that she knew who her opponent was, she felt a new surge of energy all of a sudden. She decided, determined. From now on, I can start my counterattack against Lady Isis. Annie, she called. She realized and quickly said, Yes, miss. Shall I prepare your meal? Arya said. I'd like to bathe first, she complied. Yes, miss. Arya stood up thinking. All right. I'll gather my wits and start fresh. As she stands up, Jessie gets surprised noticing her. Miss, your height. Later when she went outside. Gosh, Miel muttered. It's been a while, Arya. You've been shut in your room so much it's hard to even see you. Oh dear, another lady said smugly. If you aren't feeling well, you should just stay in your room. That might suit you better. Arya ignored the jab and said confidently, I'd like to go out today, to get some fresh air, and to buy some clothes. I've gotten taller, my clothes don't fit anymore. She smiled and continued, I envy those who manage to keep their small, childlike stature even as they grow older. Quite envious indeed. Wouldn't you agree? She turned on her heel. Well then, excuse me. A lady's muttering followed her like gnats. WH, what on earth? She really is an eyesore. Miel twitches watching her leave. Arya exhaled while in carriage. She had known using the hourglass would require more sleep, but she hadn't expected to feel as though her body grew each time she used it. Since it was an instrument of time, perhaps she was giving up some of her lifespan for its power. She'd have to be more cautious. With her plans changing, she'd use the hourglass only when absolutely necessary. Suddenly Annie muttered, We'll have to purchase a whole new set of clothes, right? Jessie replied, I guess so. Then at a boutique, Arya said to the owner, I'll be buying clothes for my maids as well. Arya declared, Show me everything. The owner stammered. Pardon, yes, my lady. After choosing her dresses, she said, Good. Please send these directly to the Roast Scent estate. The servant bowed. Yes, my lady. Then Arya turned to her maids. Since we're already out, should we head somewhere nice? Annie suggested. Oh, miss. Then, I'd like to go to Flower Mountain. The scenery took her breath away. Annie said, amazed. Wow, I really wanted to come here once. Order whatever you'd like to eat, Arya said with a graceful nod. She already knew of this premium cafe. It was frequented only by nobility. She'd planned to visit anyway. Then Jessie came and said, Miss, I bought today's paper for you. Arya asked Jessie. Oh, right. How did the newsboy seem? Jessie replied. Huh. Oh, no different than usual. He had looked tired and hungry, Arya thought. I guess his situation won't improve right away, even though I helped him. Still, I'm not obligated to help more. Good luck, newsboy. Miss, you didn't have to buy clothes for me, too, Jessie said hesitantly. What are you talking about? Arya blinked. She wonders, does she think I like Annie more than I like her? She said. Jessie, have you forgotten that I like you the most out of all my servants? Annie probably knows that too. That's right, Annie chimed. You've worked for Miss Arya longer, so that's a given. Thank you for the new clothes, miss. Annie beamed. This is delicious. She really is a materialistic child, Arya thought. But at least she isn't jealous, Jessie stammered. Then, I'll humbly accept the clothing. Thank you, Mississippi. Then Arya said. You're welcome. You should eat some of this too, she complied happily. Yes, miss. Their lunch continued peacefully, until a certain headline caught Arya's eye. The nobility were losing customers. The mastermind behind the affair seems to be a high-ranking noble from a foreign country. Initially, the culprit behind this case was thought to be a low-ranking noble from the province of Manhua. He charged a premium on each transaction and monopolized all the sales routes. As a result, even the count suffered losses. This noble amassed a huge profit by acquiring luxury items that were in high demand among the aristocracy and reselling them at exorbitant prices. At first, the nobles suspected one another, but whispers soon spread suggesting that the culprit might be a noble from a foreign land. I heard the culprit was caught after accidentally dropping an incriminating document. However, he managed to flee to another country before facing consequences. He probably made enough money to change his identity and start fresh, ensuring his escape. She pondered. Could she use this method somehow? To stand against Lady Isis, she'd need money, lots of it. But she couldn't find customers directly. If she went through with this, she'd have to buy all the products ahead of time, which meant she'd need money more than her allowance. She wonders, how can I make a quick buck? Then a thought crossed her mind. That's right, the casino. If she used the hourglass once a day, she could check the market value and calculate prices. Suddenly Lord Asher noticed her sitting from the street. He looked towards her and wonders. Rose sent. Arya asked Jessie about her family. She replied, Huh! Oh, I have 2 younger twin brothers. They work on our family farm. They're only 16, Annie told. I have 1 older brother. He's 23 and works at an inn near the plaza, Arya questioned. An inn? Does he work there as a handyman? Annie replied. He does the bookkeeping. I left home before I really understood what his job was, so I don't know the specifics. Arya's mind raced. I suppose I could use her brother to sell the products I buy up. Either way, Annie is a lot more useful than I thought she'd be. You're quite lucky in that respect, Annie. Good, Arya thought. I'll take her along to the casino later. Just then Asher came and greeted. Lady Arya Rose sent. We meet again. He was holding a bouquet of flowers. Hey Asher. Her breath hitched. He said, looking at her. You look different every time I see you. It's quite surprising. Arya questioned, why are you here? Annie looks at him and wonders, who is this? He looks familiar, Asher said. After we said goodbye last time, I wondered if you'd gotten home safely. So I thought I'd drop by and say hello. We've met at a cafe this time instead of the street. I'd be honored if you joined me for a cup of tea. He was talking about the festival. Arya thought, that's right. He helped me and left abruptly for some reason. But it'd be odd to say thank you come now. But saying thank you now would be strange. Suddenly, Annie remembers and ran over to Arya. She whispered, Miss! Arya turned to her. Yes? Annie whispered. That man, he was staring up at us from the street earlier. I thought he was just checking out the cafe, but I guess not. Is he a strange person? Should I call the guard? Asher smiles observing them. Arya said to her maid. You 2 sit at a different table for now. I'll have tea with this person, Jessie asked in shock. Miss! And Annie was also confused. Asher smiled. Thank you, Lady Arya. Is this really okay? One of the maids whispered. The guard is by the door. The other murmured. Annie whispered. Does that mean he's a dangerous person? Shouldn't we stay closer to Miss Arya? Jessie replied. But it seems like Miss Arya wants to speak to that person alone. Asher said to Arya. Thank you for agreeing to this, my lady. I thought I might be interrupting your leisure time, so you're aware of that. Arya replied coldly. It's unsettling to have a suspicious person approach me this often. I hope this never happens again. The man chuckled. Approach you? I only spotted you today by coincidence. What do you mean? She frowned. Just look at the flowers you got me. She recalled her conversation with Jessie from a while ago. Jessie said, Miss, about this bouquet that Mr. Pino gave you. I found out that these flowers are only sold at a shop near the Imperial Palace. That shop receives flowers grown within the palace grounds. That's why these tulips are only available there. Arya stared at the flowers, considering. I see. So his master does live in the capital, she said to Asher. These are premium tulips that are only sold near the Imperial Palace. She paused, then pointed towards the palace. But the Imperial Palace is quite far from here. Are you saying you saw me by chance and quickly purchased those flowers? If you're trying to fool me, you'll have to try harder. I'm not trying to fool you, he replied with a calm expression. These flowers have droplets of water on them, she pressed, as if you just bought them fresh from the shop. Did you sprinkle water over them on purpose to hide the fact that you've been following me? Unfortunately for you, I already know where these flowers are from. He gave a short laugh. That's not true. I was randomly walking down the street and saw you by chance. Then I hurriedly bought the bouquet. I'm afraid that's the only explanation I can give you at this moment. That doesn't make sense, she snapped, thinking. At least say you're a fast runner or something. He smiled again, unfazed. Setting that aside, I'm actually quite happy, she said. I don't believe I said anything to make you happy, he continued. In the past, you accidentally dropped the first bouquet I gave you. So you remembered the flowers from that time and looked into them. It makes me happy that you were at least a little curious about me. Arya blinked, caught off guard. Huh, he's misreading this situation all on his own, she replied, trying to stay composed. I'd only know that it's the same type of flower that was sent as a gift to my home. You received them as a gift? He asked, tilting his head. I see. The tulip is this nation's flower, after all. His grin didn't fade no matter what she said, which annoyed her deeply. Frosty, she thought. I thought for a moment that he might have fallen for me, but those aren't the eyes of a man in love. He's just having fun. I've met enough men in my lifetime to know the difference. She sighed. I'm still in the middle of crafting new plans for my future. A wild card like him will only be a hindrance. Pulling her hourglass closer, she thought, I should cut this encounter short here. I'm quite interested in what you're doing, Lady Arya, he continued suddenly. When I heard that you were the one who advised Count Roast sent on his fur business, it piqued my interest. Her eyes widened slightly, but he went on. What's also interesting is that you're trying not to let that fact be known. That came as a shock to her. What? There's no way the Count went around giving me credit for that. Then, it must have been Lane. Panic rose in her chest. Has he been blabbing about this everywhere? She began, did Mr. Pye. But Asher cut in, continuing. Judging from your reaction, I seem to be correct. All I heard was that you were likely the one to offer that advice. What? She froze. Now that I think about it, I used the hourglass to undo my outburst that day, so Lane wouldn't have known. The Count just glossed over the fact without admitting the advice was from me. He just gave off suspicious vibes. Have I just been tricked by this person? I need to turn the hourglass. And unlike the rumors, he added thoughtfully, I heard that you're quite knowledgeable and wise. She thought, listening. Did I make myself too obvious in front of Lane? Did he go around telling people about me? Is that how this supposed country noble caught wind of it? Her thoughts were spinning. Ugh, I need to sort this situation out first. That's why I'd like to invite you to our gathering, he said at last. To be precise, it's a small gathering that I am hosting. Would you kindly come and share your knowledge with us? He extends his hand, smiling. She asked, squeezing the box close. Ha! What knowledge would you want a young girl like me to share with you? A young girl? He repeated with interest. Oh, I see. It is not a suspicious gathering. I give you my word. I'm not trying to make you come because you're a woman. Like I said earlier, I believe your intellect will be helpful to us. That is why I'd like to invite you. I would be very happy if you could share your knowledge with us. Will everyone there be male? She asked cautiously. He replied. Yes, she asked. If you invite me to a gathering like that, wouldn't it harm your reputation? He chuckled. Of the people that will be present, there isn't anyone who would speak ill of me for inviting a woman. How would anyone with such prejudices be able to have a proper debate with us? If I were to elaborate, it is a gathering where we share social, political, and economic knowledge. I would like to hear about your insight in all these areas. Arya gulped, thinking, he wants me at a gathering like that. I need more knowledge about such things if I want to earn money. But those matters are usually handled by men, so it's hard to gather relevant information through other noblewomen my age. Since gatherings like that are usually held by men only, I never even thought to attend one. I don't want to miss out on this opportunity. But can I really trust this suspicious man, when I don't even know his identity? The man smiled gently. I understand how wary you are of me, so I won't ask you to give me an answer right this moment. I will send a servant to the Count's estate. You can give me your answer then. Arya was buzzed thinking. As he turned to leave, something caught his attention. A light scrape, a soft rustle. He reached up and gently plucked a stray petal from her hair. He said, I see. It was a stray petal after all. It rested so naturally on your hair that it seemed like a part of you, my lady. I'm glad I wasn't being discourteous by reaching for it. Well then, I hope to see you again another time. He rose and left, and her attendant rushed to her side. Jessie asked. Are you all right, miss? Annie asked. What did he try to do to you? Yes, Arya said, almost absent-mindedly. Her mind raced. I thought he was just a seedy man with ulterior motives, but we had an intelligent conversation just now. Though he threw in a flirty comment at the end. Not long after, Lane appeared at the manor. Miss. Hello? It's me again. This is a present for Lady Miel. Gosh, Miel said admiringly. They're such beautiful lilies. Looking at them, Arya thinks. He never gets tired of coming over, does he? These are flowers that my master grows in his garden, Lane said warmly. It's a truly beautiful garden. And these... He paused and offered another bouquet to Arya. Are for you, Lady Arya. She raised an eyebrow, her expression shifting. The tulips. They were the same ones as before. Lane smiled. They were also grown in my master's garden. What? She whispered. Later at the dinner that Arya was deep in thought. The flowers were grown in his master's garden? Disappointed, the Count added. I would have prepared a better meal if you had let me know earlier that today would be your last day. Not at all, Lane replied with a chuckle. Thank you for your hospitality until now. My master has seen success in something he's been working hard on, so I'll be assisting him with that, the Count replied. I see. It's unfortunate that you must leave us so soon. Arya blinked, still dwelling on the tulips. He says they were grown in his master's garden, but they're only sold in a shop near the Imperial Palace. Suspicion tingled in her mind. Just what is he trying to hint at? Is his master a loyal servant to the nation? A knight? A civil servant? But even if that's true, why would he give those flowers to me? Then, as if suddenly reminded, the Count leaned in and asked, Is this because you disagreed with the suggestion I made? Pardon? Oh, not at all, Lane replied politely. Oh, you wanted to hear what Arya thinks? The Count turned to her. While you're here, you should hear what she has to say about it too. Pardon? What do you mean? Arya asked warily. The Count laughed. You see, I believe Lane has taken a liking to you. What do you think, Arya? Lane laughed nervously. You're being so direct, my lord. Is this bastard trying to use me to secure his connections? And not even with Lane's rich master, but the servant himself? She thought, glaring. Lane isn't a bad catch, the Count added. The Countess also glared. Darling, Era quivered, thinking, I decided not to expect anything from the Count, but this is truly offensive. I agree, Miel said. He's been a great help to our family. You don't have anyone you're courting right now, so I think it could be a good match, the Count added. That's right. Really? Arya replied flatly. In my opinion, you seem like a better match for him, she replied. Don't be silly, Arya. I have Lord Oscar, Arya countered. Oh, right. Lord Oscar comes by so rarely that I forgot about him. A faint frost slipped into Arya's expression. Miel replied. He may not visit often, but he sends me gifts frequently. But you wouldn't know that, since you never receive any gifts yourself. Arya knew the truth. Lady Isis had been sending those gifts, not Oscar. And yet Miel lied so easily. How can she be satisfied with a situation like that? Well, Lady Arya doesn't seem to be open to it, Lane said quietly. But I'm just flattered that you suggested it at all, the Count replied. It's because Arya is still young. Let me know any time if you're interested. I mean it, Lane laughed it off. Ha ha. Thank you, Arya forced a smile. It seems the Count has no intention of hearing my opinion, but I suppose that's how marriages between nobles work. She trembles, clenching the frock. The Countess said in her mind, How dare he try to pawn off my daughter? Arya sighed. In this world, selling daughters off as necessary isn't uncommon. Not that it makes me feel less irritated. Later, while reading her room, Arya thought, It seems like Lane's master is no longer interested in Miel. That's good enough for now. He probably gave up after hearing what happened between Oscar and Miel at Lady Isis' birthday party. I don't know who he is, but seeing as he knows his place, his status must be lower than the Duke's. Suddenly someone knocked at the door. She wondered, who could that be at such a late hour? As Jessie opens the door, she said, Oh my. Miss, it's Mr. Pye. Lane appeared again. Excuse me. I was instructed to give you a letter along with the bouquet earlier, but I forgot. My master told me to bring back your answer right away, so please read this now. A letter. Arya took it, unfolding the paper. She read it. Dear Lady Arya Rose sent, have you been faring well lately? If you have made your decision, please give my servant your answer. Sincerely, Asher. Her eyes widened. Asher? Lane replied, Yes. That is who his master is. Asher? Jessie also stammered in shock. Arya was shocked. What? The person who sent all those gifts was Asher? Then she asked, Wait. Is the reason Lord Asher sent presents to Miel? Yes, Lane said, resolving her confusion. There was some misunderstanding about who the gifts were meant for. My master has no interest in Lady Miel, so please don't worry. All those presents were originally for you, Lady Arya. He hesitated. And well, I felt bad for you, so I brought you those flowers instead. Arya's expression turned cold. You mean the flowers I didn't give a damn about receiving? You said the tulips were grown in your master's garden, right? She pressed. And before that, you mentioned they're his favorite flower. From what I've heard, these tulips are rare and grown only within the palace. That would mean, Lane sparkled in excitement. Arya said that Lord Asher, considering how he procures rare flowers to grow himself, he must really love flowers. That is true, Lane admitted. feeling a little disappointed. He said under his breath, "You were so close." Arya thought. I did think he might be the crown prince, but I heard the crown prince was present at Lady Isis' birthday party. So they'll probably get married this time around too. Now that we've sorted out the misunderstanding, Lane said. Have you decided on your answer? Wait a second, Arya said, raising her hand. I understand the situation now, but I'm not in a position to give you an answer, he asked. Why is that? She replied. Because Lord Asher seems more important than I had initially thought. I don't understand why he'd be so interested in me. I heard that my master already explained his reasons, Lane said gently. Arya said. On top of that, I don't even know his true identity, Lane replied. I'm afraid I can't reveal that myself. But rest assured, my master is only interested in hearing some of your knowledge, Lady Arya. That's what's odd, she said. I'm not as wise as he seems to think I am. Lane tilted his head. I find it strange you'd say that. From what I've observed, you seem very intelligent, Lady Arya. I was taken aback several times during our conversations. That was all thanks to the hourglass, Arya reflected. She said, all just random information I've picked up here and there. Regardless of how you obtained it, Lane said kindly. He recalled the prince telling. The ability to apply that information at the right place and time is a special skill. It means you understand different situations and their variables. I see that as an innate talent. After all, many people never try to understand anything. So whenever I meet a person like that, I want to bring them to my side. Don't you think that's only natural? Lane said inwardly. In my opinion, it seems more like love at first sight. But he said, that's what my master said. His words left her stunned. He continued, You've always been quite confident, my lady, so seeing this side of you surprises me. Now, what of your reply? Do you need more time to decide? Arya gripped the letter. I still don't know who he is, and there are plenty of suspicious things about him. But, she said, please let Lord Asher know that I will attend his gathering. She thought that was always the answer I was going to give eventually. I only hope Asher doesn't have any ulterior motives. Later at the gathering with Sarah and others, she was busy in thought. Really? A skill, huh? I've never heard anyone say something like that about me before. She thought quietly. I've always been told that I'm stupid and vulgar. Maybe I've been limiting myself without realizing it. Did I really have so little self-confidence? Lady Arya! A group of girls hurried over. We heard you were the one who gave Lady Sarah love advice, she asked. Pardon? One of them asked. How did you know the perfect moment for her to hold the Marquis's hand? He fell for her immediately, she replied. I was a commoner before, so I've heard a lot of tales about romance. Since commoners aren't as reserved about expressing love, there were a lot of stories in our circles, the lady said. I see. You must be good at giving such advice because you're so well versed on the topic. That's a lie, Arya thought. In truth, I was just speaking from experience, she said smiling. I don't know if my opinion will be helpful, but if you ever want to ask me anything, please do so anytime. Really? I want to fall in love too, one girl squealed. I'll ask you for help when the time comes, the other said. Same here. My advice only worked because the Marquis was already interested in Sarah, Arya mused. But I'm not about to look after these girls the same way I did with her, so it shouldn't matter. They continued to chatter and tease. One said, Imagine the Marquis blushing, just because Lady Sarah held his hands. The other teased, he must be gentler that the rumors say. First said, I think you two suit each other very well, Lady Sarah. One pointed, that's tight since we're on the topic of romance. There were some unsavory rumors going around about you recently, Lady Arya. One of them denied. They're truly preposterous. Rumors? Arya asked, surprised. Oh, you didn't know? The worst one said you were trying to seduce Lord Oscar to make Lady Miel miserable. That rumor is true, Arya thought with a blank face. Gosh, how could I ever do such a thing? She replied innocently. That's exactly what I said, the girl cried. There's no way a sweet and lovely lady like you would do that. I insisted the rumors were made up, but no one believed me. Emma and the other maids probably spread that rumor, Arya reasoned. Then one of them said, thankfully, Lord Oscar was seen taking care of Miel at Lady Isis' birthday party. The rumor was dispelled in an instant. It was so frustrating, another girl huffed. We were so upset, Arya replied. Goodness, I see. I wasn't aware of the rumor at all. She thought, what's important is that my plans have been foiled, thanks to Oscar. What should I do now? Should I get Asher's help? Who in the world is that man, really? All the ladies consoled with her. Then one of the girls gasped. Lady Arya, you've been thinking deeply for a while now. Could it be you also have someone you're interested in? What? Arya jumped. Oh no, I was just thinking about something else, Sarah beamed. Thinking about what? This is really suspicious. You do have someone on your mind, the other lady asked. Who is it? Who might it be? She replied. Please calm down, everyone, one of them teased. Who would be lucky enough to be sought out by our lovely Lady Arya? Sarah asked. Who are you interested in? She replied. I'm telling you, that's not it, someone murmured. I don't know who it is, but I feel somewhat jealous. Another day Arya was with her maids. Annie asked, where should I keep my new clothes? I hope the right occasion for them comes along soon. Like a village festival. I agree, Jessie said brightly. HM? What are you two talking about? Arya asked. Did I not say? Arya continued. From now on, you'll be my ladies-in-waiting. So you'll need to wear the clothes I bought for you, to work. A ladies-in-waiting. They gasped in unison. But aren't ladies-in-waiting usually noble women? Annie exclaimed. That means we would get to spend leisure time with you, and even go to tea parties with you. Arya smiled gently. That's right. From now on, you two will be my ladies-in-waiting. After that they changed into their new cloths. The girl's eyes shone. It's so pretty, one of them breathed, admiring her outfit. That's good. Arya nodded. I'm also bringing in a new maid to serve me, starting today. So from now on, you'll both need to work hard in your new roles. Yes, miss, Jessie said with a deep bow. Thank you. If I had known earlier, Annie regretfully, I could have helped choose a good maid for you, but Emma already said she'd send a new one all of a sudden, she added with a slight growl of frustration. Arya chuckled softly. Well, how could I refuse a maid that Miel is sending over? But there are so many girls who want to work for you, Miss Arya, Annie said earnestly. They all know how well we're treated and are eager to serve under you. Arya gave a light laugh. Emma is probably sending a new maid because the one she sent before to spy on me was useless. After a few moments a new maid came to her. Arya asked, So, what's the new girl's name? A hesitant voice spoke up. My name is Barry, Miss Arya. Arya looked over. The girl was visibly nervous, trembling slightly, eyes uncertain. Her demeanor stirred a memory. Arya's expression softened ever so slightly. She reminds me of Annie, when she first started working for me. Though, Arya thought, her gaze sharpening, maybe it's just because they're all so young. Still, none of them know how to hide the fact they were sent to spy on me. In the past, I wouldn't have noticed. Her thoughts halted. Wait, I know this girl. She recalled her past where Barry often suggested her different things. Once she whispered, You should just throw something at her if she looks down on you, Mississippi. At another place Barry suggested, How do you even tolerate that? If you want, I'll mix some poison in her tea and make her drink it. A memory flickered in Arya's mind where Barry cried, Forgive me, Lord Kane. I was only acting under Miss Arya's orders. She tricked Arya into giving poison to Miel, leading to her execution. Arya smirked. So it's you. Pour some tea for us, Barry, she said aloud. Then, turning to the girls, she added, And you too, since you're my ladies-in-waiting now, I have some more gifts for you. Here another brooch. Why, you really didn't have to, miss. One stammered, overwhelmed. Miss. The other echoed, flustered. As Barry was pouring tea she was peeking at them. Arya muttered, How vulgar. Then slapped Barry's hand. Arya's voice cut through calmly. Your hands are shaking. If you're not careful, you'll spill the tea. Do you not know how to pour it properly? I'm sorry. Barry apologized, bowing. Were her hands shaking that much? Annie wondered silently. You shouldn't do things you'll have to apologize for in the first place, Arya said coldly. Then again she slapped her, saying, Why can't you hold the teapot properly? Tea spilled. Arya's gaze narrowed. She again slapped her and said, The table is dirty now. Don't you even know the basics? Another slap. Look, the tea's gone cold. Arya added with finality, Go brew a new pot. Yes, of course, Barry replied quickly, dashing out of the room in anger. I didn't realize Miel would send someone so poorly trained, Arya muttered. It'll be hard for me to discipline her on my own. I think you girls should help me. She winked at her maids. Leave it to me, miss, Annie chirped eagerly. If that's the case, Jessie added, I'll give it my all too. Discipline her. The thought echoed in their minds, but they smiled obediently. Arya smiled. All right. You're both so reliable, she thought. I'm feeling excited for the first time in a while. Her gaze followed Barry's trail. I wonder how long it will take for me to break you, Barry. Later Arya went to the gathering place of Asher. She said the secret phrase. I'll have a latte with macaroons. The cafe owner showed her the meeting place. This way, my lady, she thought. It was considerate of Asher to let me know the date of the gathering in advance. But why did it have to be so secretive? Just for a debate. The floor creaked beneath her steps as she cautiously moved forward. She thinks still, if something happens, I can always use the hourglass to turn back time and get out of here. At the end, she opens the door and went in. Everyone turned to her, then Asher said, You're here. She stepped forward and offered a polite greeting. It's nice to meet you all. I am Arya Rowe, please, just call me Arya. Welcome, Lady Arya, came the warm reply. This is my first time attending, so I'll be in your care, she said with a small bow. Scanning the room, she quickly recognized Lane and the knight she'd seen before at the general store. One man stepped forward. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm... The introduction continued. At the end, a man greeted. My name is Vika. His face stirred a faint memory. Arya thinks, yes, I'd seen him at noble parties before. A staunch supporter of the nobility, if I recalled correctly. She gets thrilled. Asher had said this was a place where class, gender, and even age didn't matter. Looking around, I could tell this really was a gathering where anyone could debate freely. And everyone was welcoming me without judgment. That was a relief. Now then, someone announced, let us begin immediately. The meeting continued talking about different things. Arya thinks in the middle. We're debating the operation of the casino, but something strange. Asher is speaking casually to everyone, yet everyone else addressing him with formality. Why? I believe the casino should be shut down, someone said firmly. It won't stop at mere amusement. But do you realize how much tax revenue the casino generates? Came the immediate counter. We can't just close it as we please. I agree, another chimed in. His Majesty the Crown Prince oversees the casino personally. Neighboring countries are showing interest in it, too. This is a rare opportunity to attract nobles from outside our borders. Besides, someone added, shutting down a legal casino could encourage illegal gambling dens to pop up, Arya recalled. That's true. When the casino was previously closed over certain issues, there was a huge spike in illegal gambling and drug use. The gap between the rich and the poor only widened after that. It was total chaos. Then, Lane suggested, how about limiting how much someone is allowed to gamble? But what would you base those restrictions on? Their personal assets? Their yearly income? A quiet tap punctuated the tension. She felt a jolt run through her. Lane winked at her. Would people who show up to gamble even be honest about their finances? Arya said inwardly. That's exactly what I said earlier, this bastard. She raised her hand slightly and thinks. The ideas being brought up now, they seem a bit limited. Eyes turned toward her. She began. In the end, there's a high chance the casino will earn a bad reputation as a failed business. People will blame the Crown Prince, and their resentment toward him will grow. Vika questioned her. Then are you saying there's no way to prevent the Crown Prince's reputation from being tarnished? She gets surprised. We need to worry about his reputation too? She wonders, why is a noble so concerned about this? If you wish to preserve His Majesty's honor, she said evenly, then there's one solution. Have someone else run the casino. Perhaps a noble. There was a ripple of murmurs in response. What do you mean? If that happens, Vika challenged, His Majesty will be criticized for failing to run a major business. More murmurs, growing louder. Arya thought, what's wrong with him? She pressed on. Like I said, the casino might be profitable for now, but in the long run, it won't benefit the state. And there's a limit to the capital that foreign nobles can bring in. If the Crown Prince hands it over to someone else and it fails again, it may actually support the narrative that he made the right decision by stepping back. How can you be so sure the casino will fail? A voice challenged. We can't make such a rash decision. Enough, Asher interjected. We've heard many thoughtful ideas today, but I like the suggestion of handing the casino over to the nobility the most. He turned slightly towards Arya. That way, there's a good chance to rebuke the nobility later on. I like the idea of giving the Crown Prince a chance to strike back at the nobility. He hasn't had an opportunity like that in some time. What's this? They're going with my idea? A strange sense of satisfaction bloomed in Arya's chest. That makes me kind of happy. That concludes today's gathering, someone announced. As the meeting dispersed, one of them said to Arya, I can't believe I never had the pleasure of knowing someone as wise as you until now. She smiled politely. It's because I'm not nearly that outstanding. Haha, you're very modest, they said with a bow. I look forward to seeing you here again. Now you'll have to excuse me. Behind Arya, Asher said to Lane. Aren't you going to leave yet? He blinked. Huh, I have to leave too, Asher forced him. Yes. Then he stepped closer and asked, what did you think of the gathering, Lady Arya? She looked at him. Before I tell you my thoughts, don't you have something to say to me first? He laughed. What do you mean? Arya said. Even if you try to change the subject, I won't fall for it. She asked him, serious. Who on earth are you, Lord Asher? She pressed on. I won't leave today, not without hearing your answer. Arya asked him, who on earth are you? And why are you going this far to hide your identity, Lord Asher? He smiled and said nothing. She then said, I don't really like one-sided relationships, like ours. He laughed hearing that. Haha, she asked annoyed. What's so funny? He still laughing, replied, nothing. Everything you're saying is right, so I have nothing to add. I'm sorry for making you uncomfortable. I was just very eager to get to know you. She asked, curious. Why do you want to get to know me? Meanwhile, she thinks, it doesn't really seem like he's fallen for my appearance, and it's not like I ever gave him the idea that he had a chance with me. He replied, Well, I have several reasons for that, but the biggest factor would be the advice you gave the Count about his fur business. The way you're able to predict trends is amazing. She thinks, so he likes collecting intelligent people? She said, just from the gathering we had today, it does seem like you enjoy that type of company, Lord Asher. Everyone seemed smart and non-judgmental. She said, I think if you told me who you are, it would help strengthen our trust in each other. He replied, I'm afraid that's going to be difficult. She asked, what? He thinks the house of Count Rose sent. As the crown prince, I'm still unable to assert my power over the nobility. So revealing my identity wouldn't benefit me. He bowed and said, I apologize. Though your reasoning makes complete sense. Please allow me some more time to prepare myself. For now, you may think of me as an unnamed sponsor. She nods. He continues, who has been mesmerized by your wisdom. She blushed. She shifts her gaze from him thinking, this won't do. When I look into his eyes, I feel like I'm losing the upper hand. She turns and said, fine. While leaving, she said, I still have my suspicions, but I know you aren't a threat to me, at the least. But please don't make me wait too long for your answer. She sighed while thinking, damn it. Just when I insisted that he tell me today, he said, I understand. Thank you for your patience, my lady. While stepping up the stairs, he asked her, do you have an idea about who I could be? She asked, pardon? Does it matter, when you won't tell me who you are? He replied, I'm curious about how you see me, my lady. She thinks, what a strange person. She said, I don't know. At first, I thought you were a country noble who had come up to the city with minimal funds to strike it rich. But from your wealth, the gifts you sent, and the way you speak, I thought that you might be the crown prince. Hearing this, he flinched. Then she said, but there's no way that someone who is going to get engaged to Lady Isis would roam about like this. He steps closer to her while she said, so? He said, you really are much more perceptive than I imagined, Lady Arya. She starts blushing, then said, I do admit that it was a rather far-fetched guess on my part. There's no way that's true. So in the end, I concluded that you must be a nobleman that I don't know. Creek, you seem to like secrets, Lord Asher. He said, I see. That is fine with me. I look forward to your attendance at our next gathering. She replied, I'll think about it. At the Rose-Scent Manor, Miel received a bouquet and said, how kind of Mr. Lane. He keeps sending these bouquets. Her father, standing behind her, said, haha, he may be busy, but it seems he still wants to keep in touch with us. That's fine by me. She replied, I agree. But also, I think he's interested in Arya after all. She beamed and her father also laughed and said, is that what you think too? Wasn't just jumping to conclusions then. She asked her mother, don't you agree, mother? Her mother replied, oh, well, he seemed nice enough, but it bothers me that we don't know what his status is. Miel replied, I don't know. If he's of a lower class, wouldn't that mean the two of them would have more in common? Arya said to her father, Father, is the warehouse I suggested before coming along smoothly? Her father replied, oh yes. After a thorough evaluation, a warehouse seemed like a great solution. We've already made quite a bit of progress on the construction. Her mother sighed sitting next to her, and Arya said, goodness, I can't believe my small idea is becoming a reality. It's like a dream. Her father replied, a small idea? It was so brilliant that I even considered naming you the successor of my business. She said, gosh. Her father continues, of course, you're a woman, so it's impossible. Still, I look forward to what you'll think of next. Just let me know if you have any more good ideas in the future. She replied, of course, father. Meanwhile, seeing me, she thinks, why does she keep picking a fight with me when she won't ever win? She's in high spirits because Lady Isis and Lord Oscar are on her side, and so is the Count. As I thought, I need to pave my own path. A few days later, Arya, wearing a beautiful dress, stands next to her carriage. She steps in the carriage while Annie says, I see we're even changing carriages. Where are we headed, miss? She sits inside and said to the coachman, to the casino. He replied, yes, miss. Annie got surprised and asked, the casino? Arya replied, that's right. Annie said, but you're too young. Arya interrupts her, shush. Showing some fake identification papers, Arya said, there's a way around that. Just make sure you don't call out my name while we're there. Annie whispers, asking, then, should I just call you, miss? Arya replied, that should be best. After some moments they were at the casino. The man at the entrance welcomed them. She said to him, take me to the main hall. I'd like 100 golds worth of chips. Pointing towards the drinks, she said, and bring 2 glasses of Pananla red wine to the second floor. The servant replied, yes, miss. The casino was full of addicts. Arya, seeing them from upper floor, thinks, I haven't been here in a while, but nothing's changed. These people are gambling at such an early hour. Well, one would think I'm the same as them. She went to a poker table. The man before her shouts, how could I have guessed only one card right out of such a large deck? I'll just play a different game. The casino's servant asked Arya, would you like to try your hand at this game, miss? She replied, yes. He said, I will escort you to your seat. Then the servant starts shuffling the deck of cards. The card turns out as king and the man shouts, King of Hearts. Hearts again? She was using her hourglass to win again and again. The man shouts, is there anyone who bet their chips on this card? She earned a lot and everyone was shocked. They said, oh, congratulations. We haven't seen you here before. That's what they call beginner's luck, missy. The next day, she came again and wins again. The man shouts, 4 of clovers. Whoa, you won again? Gosh, your luck is lasting long. The day after, the man shouts, 8 of diamonds. She wins again and again and everyone was in shock. A man said, what have you got there, miss? She throw the 8 of diamonds and everyone shouts, it's the same card. Wow, she did it again. That's impressive, missy. Whoa. Whoa, is she using magic or something? That's amazing. Whoa, what are the odds? She thinks, oh dear, using the hourglass 3 days in a row is quite tiring. She stands and were to leave when the man said, hey, are you just going to leave after one game again? Why don't we talk a little before you go, huh? Arya whispers to Annie, let's split up and leave. Call the carriage to the front entrance and wait for me there. She whispers back, yes, miss. While she was leaving, a man shouts, don't be like that, miss. Let's just talk for a second. Tell me your secret method for winning. She thinks, these gambling addicts have zero manners. How far are they going to follow me? The men following her asked, which way did she go? I think she went further inside. Is she trying to go to a private room to gamble so we can't watch? How cold of her. She definitely has some kind of trick up her sleeve. She thinks I should hide somewhere first. A man wearing a lion-faced mask whispers to her, this way. She gets stunned seeing him. It's a gold lion mask. It's blinding. She thinks, huh? Just now, his voice sounded kind of familiar. The man said, I have rented out this room, so you can stay here for a while before leaving. She thinks, huh, maybe I was mistaken. Then she heard the other man's voice. She was just headed this way. Did she head upstairs? She's a fast one. Let's get a move on. Then the place went silent. She asked, are they gone? Well then, excuse me. I'll be going, he said, wait. They probably haven't gone far yet. So please wait a little longer and check before you leave. He opens the door and there was a man wearing a cloak. He whispered to him, Sork, break up those gamblers and come back here. The man whispers back, yes sir. Then he turns towards Arya and said, actually, there was something I wanted to ask you, if there was time. I've heard about your wins at the casino, miss. I found it rather curious. How did you guess the right card, when there are 52 in a deck, and 3 times in a row at that? I'm only asking out of curiosity, so if it makes you uncomfortable, you needn't reply. I don't want to be lumped together with those people outside. She thinks, I don't feel any ill intent from this person. On the contrary, I feel goodwill more than anything else. He was Asher behind the mask. She thinks, though this is only my intuition, I don't think he's a bad person. She said, you saved me, so I guess I can tell you that much. Oh. I simply trusted my own skill and placed my bet accordingly. He asked, your skill? She replied, yes. She smiled and said, luck is also a skill. Isn't it? She thinks, still, I can't lower my guard just because he doesn't seem like a bad person. Then someone knocked the door. Asher opens it, and Sork whispers to him, I've broken up the group, sir. He said, you've worked quickly? He whispered back, thank you. That's a compliment, right? Asher turns towards Arya and said, I think you can leave now. Arya said, all right, thank you for your help. Please excuse me. She left, and Asher took his mask off and said, she stands out too much to hide behind a flimsy mask. Sork said, Lord Asher? Vika will be coming soon to report on his progress. Asher asked, oh, has he made the deal? So, how did it go? Then Vika came with his report. He said, Viscount Vig acted as we had predicted. He said he would purchase the casino as soon as he gathered enough funds. Asher asked, enough funds, you say? I guess even Viscount Vig doesn't have enough money to seal the deal immediately. Vika said, he said he would gather the money as soon as possible, and asked us not to sell to anyone else. Judging from his reaction, I believe the transaction will progress smoothly. Asher said, all I did was have someone say in passing that the Crown Prince is having difficulty running the casino, and wants to hand it over to someone else, and the Viscount leapt at the chance so quickly. He sighed while saying, though it probably means the nobility are underestimating me that much. Then he asked, anyway, that's fine. Did you tell him to keep the deal a secret from Lady Isis? Vika replied, of course. Asher said, well, even without a warning, there would be no reason for him to report this to Lady Isis. The Viscount probably doesn't want to answer to House Frederick forever. And he probably wants to increase his assets, so he wouldn't run the casino legally. Vika laughed and said, we're also planning to add financial pressure in regards to his current assets, so that he'll have to make use of the casino more. Asher laughed back saying, if we wait for the right moment and shut down the casino, it'll be a big blow to the nobility. I look forward to the occasion. The greed of the nobility is endless, and the wealth they accumulate never trickles down to the less fortunate. As the Crown Prince, I can't just sit back and watch this imbalance in power grow worse. Vika said, since we're on the topic of the nobility, it doesn't seem like we'll be able to do anything about Count Rossen's tax-evading warehouse. We can't put a limit on it with the current laws that are in place. Asher said, so the only solution is to change the laws. This is troublesome. Vika said, goodness. Either way, they're just pulling low tricks. I don't know who was behind the idea, but it was probably some trifling fool's suggestion. I wonder who. I'll find out who it was and have a stern talk. Hearing this, Asher gets furious. He said in anger, if you have nothing else to report, you're excused. Vika said while leaving, yes, your highness. Was that not the right thing to say? He plopped down on his sofa and starts thinking. He recalls Arya saying, who on earth are you, Lord Asher? He asked her, that's what I want to ask you, who exactly are you? Why does the sight of you always linger in my eyes? I tried to put a reason to it, like your knowledge or your beauty, but it's just that, your very existence sways my heart. Oh dear, this might be a serious problem. At Rose Scent Manor, Annie said to Arya, there are so many zeros on this check, miss. I thought I saw you exchanging your chips today. Oh, will you not be returning to the casino? Since you've exchanged all your chips. Arya replied, that's right. I won't be going there anymore, Annie whispered, but the wine was so delicious. Arya sighed while thinking, there are only so many games that I can manipulate with the hourglass. And even if I go in disguise, there aren't any games that I can bet higher amounts on, not to mention how physically draining it is. Well, I can't secure a monopoly on anything with this much money. But I do have enough to start a business, she said. Annie, I need your brother's help. She said, I will reward him handsomely, so bring him to me immediately. We have many tasks ahead of us. They went to Annie's brother Andrew. After hearing Arya, he asked for confirmation. You want me to buy up as much sugar as possible? Arya replied, that's right. Please purchase as much sugar as you can with the money I've provided. Andrew replied, if it's sugar that you need, there's only one wholesale dealer that has a monopoly on it, so there shouldn't be any issue buying it in bulk. Arya thinks that's right. Sugar is also a luxury item, so the nobles have complete control over its supply routes. Soon, the noble from Manhua is going to cut off all the luxury item traders, one by one. Just like he did in the past. It'll be hard for me to do anything about that. Instead, I've chosen a luxury item that is easy to manage and buy in bulk. I'm going to dominate the sugar trade. Some time later, some ladies whispers, "Did you hear? Viscount Serby, that's right. I heard he lost his clients. Goodness. I heard Viscount White also lost his customers. Gosh. I heard that as well." Hearing them, Arya thinks, "They're talking about my tutor's husband. They have no territory and are from small families, so they can't expand their trading either. Those women kept nagging me to meet their sons because they wanted to leech off the power and wealth of House Rosecent." A lady said, "I'm scared that this might affect our family too." Others said, "I know. People are whispering that the enemy might be someone within our circles. Everyone is suspecting each other." Arya thinks, "There's no reason for small families like yours to worry, when they aren't even part of the higher noble class anyway. Don't you worry. An enemy within our circles, you say. The culprits are targeting smaller houses that were granted monopolies by the greater houses. Their plan seems so thorough that it doesn't seem like an outside job. But I know for certain that noble from the Pinonua region is behind this. No, wait. This nation's nobles are the ones who will suffer from this incident, and the more powerful families at that. If anyone were to attack the nobles, it would be the Crown Prince. Could it be that the Crown Prince's people are using a foreigner to carry out their plot?" She was lost in her thoughts when Sarah said, "My lady." Lady Arya, still lost in thoughts, she said to herself, "This might actually be a political power struggle. I need to be careful not to get involved." Then Sarah again said, "Lady Arya." She jolted suddenly. Arya turns towards her saying, "Yes, Sarah? When did you?" Sarah replied, "I'm sorry I interrupted you while you were deep in thought. Did I scare you?" Arya replied, "No. I was just spacing out for a bit." Concerned, Sarah asked, "Is it because you're worried about your father?" Arya asked, "What?" She thinks, "No." Sarah grasped her hand saying, "Arya, I don't believe House Rosecent will ever fall because of something like this. If there's anything I can do to help, please tell me anytime." Arya said, "Sarah, she thinks, even if House Rosecent falls now, the next 3 generations can survive. But it's sweet of her to worry. What a good girl." Then Sarah whispered to her, "Oh, by the way, the Marquis confessed to me." Arya said, "Goodness." Finally, Sarah said, "You're the first person I've told, Arya. The Marquis said he wants to invite you over for dinner, especially since you're the reason we were able to meet." Arya asked, "What do you mean?" "It's all because of your own hard work, Sarah. All I did was tag along for the carriage ride." Sarah replied, "You're so modest, Arya." Then she said, "We're going to get engaged next spring. If you have time before then, will you have dinner with us? I wanted to introduce you to the Marquis for the longest time. I want to show him what a wonderful friend you are." Arya blushed while saying, "Of course, Sarah." Meanwhile, she thinks, "Sarah, you truly are the best investment I've made so far." After that, she went to gathering to discuss the situations where Asur, Lane and Vika was also present. Lane said, "So, if this situation persists for 6 months, 5 families will go bankrupt. The lower nobles will find it difficult to pay taxes to the higher nobles. They were completely dependent on the higher nobles for their livelihoods, so they should fall easily." Arya thinks, "As I expected, we are discussing the nobles' recent loss of clients at today's gathering. What's interesting is that the debate revolves more around who will suffer because of the incident, rather than who was behind it. We're looking at the issue through a fresh perspective. How fun! But these people seem glad that the higher nobles are suffering." A man said, "This incident will surely cause harm to the Duke's house." Vika, forgetting about Arya being the Count's daughter sitting in front of him, said, "It will be damaging to the Count's house as well." She thinks, "Maybe it's all in my head? Aren't you also a noble, Vika?" She thinks, "I don't really have much to add to this conversation. I'll just sit quietly and listen." A man said, "Oh, and Viscount Vig will start to partake in illegal activities using the casino. If he will likely tamper with the odds of winning and increase the number of guests that are allowed in. After all, the only place that can immediately replenish the funds of the nobility is the casino." Arya asked, "What does Viscount Vig have to do with the casino?" Vika replied, "Oh, it's nothing important. Recently, Viscount Vig purchased the casino that the Crown Prince put up for sale." Dazed, she asked, "What? But why?" It didn't seem like the Crown Prince was planning to sell the casino. Everyone starts staring at her. Asher also stares at her, remaining silent. She thinks, "What the? Why is he staring like that?" Asher asked her, "So you didn't think that the Crown Prince would sell the casino?" Arya replied, "That's right." He stares at her, asking, "Why not?" She thinks, "His stare is making me uncomfortable. Because he didn't sell it the last time around. The incompetent Crown Prince managed the casino until there was an incident that made it go bankrupt. He faced a lot of criticism for it at the time, too. I criticized him as well, she replied. It hasn't been long since the Crown Prince took over the casino after Viscount Lupre. Wouldn't anyone find it odd that he already handed it over to Viscount Vig? Asher said, but perhaps the Crown Prince was only managing it so he could investigate it. It would make sense for him to hand it over to a suitable person once the investigation was over, right? She asked. A suitable person? But if it's Viscount Vig, she thinks he's a staunch supporter of the nobility. How would someone like that be suitable for? Then she realized something and said, oh, a suitable person this is, she said. Like you've all said, things are turning out unfavorably for the nobles. If this was all the plan of those on the Crown Prince's side, I suppose it makes sense that Viscount Vig was chosen as a suitable person for their purposes. She said, in the current situation, Viscount Vig will exploit the casino for his gain. It's only a matter of time before an incident breaks out. If it were me, I'd use that chance to crush the power of the higher nobles. That is, if the Crown Prince's supporters are really behind all this. Hearing this, Asher smiled. While leaving, she thinks, that's what I said earlier. But does the Crown Prince have the intelligence to make those kinds of decisions and give such orders? Even during our last gathering, I was the only one who suggested the casino should be closed down. Even the media mostly disagrees. Could it be that I set off some kind of butterfly effect that changed the original course of events? No, it can't be. This is just a casual gathering for sharing opinions on different issues. While she was leaving, Asher came and said, my lady, your insight was just as impressive as always. Arya said, I think there's something else you should be telling me before that. He said, oh yes. I apologize. I'm sorry I didn't give you all the relevant information ahead of time. She said, it's fine. I was just slow in acquiring that information for myself. It was just a slight inconvenience, Asher said, but you guessed what had happened correctly. She thinks correctly? Then she said, I don't know. That was only a guess. She said, I don't know what the Crown Prince was actually thinking. How on earth the truth? Asher said, I'm sure he thought the same thing as you. Arya said, you don't have to flatter me so. If I can come to that conclusion, anyone could predict that much. He said, that's not true. Then he said, but suddenly changed his words. Everyone's praises towards you are either false nor empty. Despite your modesty, I hope my feelings will reach you, my lady. She said, oh, all right. You're too kind, but thank you. Asher said, I'm only saying what is true. She thinks while sitting in her carriage, it's fine that he's showing interest in me, but I can't open my heart to someone with so many secrets. It would have been nice if Oscar had been that forward with me. He's too timid. Anyhow, should I give up on my plan to use Oscar? At the manor, Miel said while seeing herself in mirror, haha now. I am ready to receive Lady Isis. Meanwhile, Lady Isis in her carriage thinks, Viscount Vig has taken over the casino. That stupid bastard. He was blinded by the thought of quick money and made such a foolish mistake. But he said he fooled the Crown Prince into selling the casino to him at a low price. Wouldn't he make a profit off it eventually? That money means nothing compared to the opportunity to put pressure on the Crown Prince for mismanaging the casino. Who on earth was behind this? There's no way the Crown Prince would have had an idea like that, when he lives in hiding away from the nobility because he can't handle their pressure. He's probably borrowing intelligence from somewhere. She reached at Rose Scent Manor and Miel welcomed her. Welcome, Lady Isis. She said, I'm sorry I'm a little late, Lady Miel. Miel said, that's all right. I hope you had a comfortable trip here. Isis replied, it's good to see you. Oh, and I brought you something. The maid shows a box while Isis said, it's summer black tea from the Cranberg region. I asked the merchant to set aside an extra container of the same tea I bought for myself. Miel asked, you brought such precious tea for me. Thank you. I'll have a servant brew it immediately. Please come this way. They sat down to have tea. Isis asked, anyhow, that brooch suits you very well. Is that a blue diamond? She replied, Lord Oscar gifted it to me. Isis said, oh my? He did? Isis said, I was just thinking it was quite tasteful. Miel asked, isn't it? I've never seen such a pretty blue diamond before. Isis said, it's not just that. Confused, Miel asked, pardon? Isis laughed and said Oscar was wearing a similar brooch, too. I didn't think it matched his usual style, so I asked him about it. He said it reminded him of you, Lady Miel. Haha, it seems he sent you a matching brooch. Miel surprised asked, Lord Oscar did that? Isis thinks of course not. This is a lie. That brooch looks ridiculously over the top. I could tell at a glance that the prostitute's daughter gave it to him. What on earth? How could I just let that slide? That's why I had the jeweler make another one. Then, the two become matching brooches. But more importantly, Miao sent. You know Oscar wasn't the one who sent you the brooch, and yet you're pretending not to know. This is how a noble should act. They should humor those who are higher than them, and manage those below them. On the flip side, the Count should have looked for someone with a higher standing if he was going to get remarried. How could he even think of bringing a prostitute into his home? Why would he marry a woman he's only going to cast aside once he grows tired of her face? Then again, the prostitute probably talked him into it, and our family has to ally with that very Count's house. It's such a disgrace, Isis said. This is really quite rude of her. I suppose it's because of her lowly background. Still, how could she not even come down to say hello? I can imagine how hard it must be for you, living with her. Miao replied, Oh, she can be quite unpleasant in person, so it might be better for you not to see her, my lady. Isis said, If she's behaving like this towards me, she must be even more horrible to you, Lady Miao. Isis said to a maid nearby, I should say something to her myself. Tell Lady Arya to come down here. Maid replied, Yes, my lady. Then Arya came and bowed. She said, I apologize for being late to greet you, Lady Isis. Isis thinks, She's greeting me more politely than I expected. Isis said, Hello, Lady Arya. She thinks, right? Anyone could learn how to greet people properly in 2 years, even if they're from a low background. But that's probably all she knows how to do. She gets dazed by Arya's shining aura and thinks, Did the clouds drift away? The sunlight seems much brighter all of a sudden. Then she said, Please sit. It's nice to see you. Were you feeling unwell? Arya replied, No. I didn't dare come down without your permission, my lady. Isis said, Goodness. I completely forgot about your background. I should have been more considerate lately. There are rumors going around that are casting a negative light on your family. She asked, How is your education coming along? Arya replied, Thank you for asking. I am working hard to repay my father's generosity. Meanwhile, Arya thinks you and Miao were the ones who spread those rumors about me. Annie, how could you forget that Lady Isis was visiting today? I did let all my servants rest recently, because I wanted to be alone. But still, Isis said, working hard isn't enough. You must make sure that you don't create a bad name for yourself and your family. Arya thinks it's fine. I won't dwell on it. I'll just wrap up my greeting and head inside quietly. Arya bowed and said, I shall do my best, my lady. Arya thinks, How dare that vulgar thing talk back to me? Her voice doesn't have the slightest bit of hesitation either. Is she looking down on me? Arya takes a sip of tea. Isis asked, How is the tea? I brought it over today. Arya, still drinking the tea, thinks, I'm sure a lowly girl like you wouldn't know the taste of high-quality tea. Arya replied, It's very nice. Isis thinks, Goodness. She doesn't know anything about tea, yet she's saying whatever comes to mind first. Then Arya smiled and said, It has that signature bitterness with a slight sour taste. It's summer black tea from the Cranberg region. I've heard that it lowers your body temperature, and is perfect for the summer heat. It's an honor that I am able to enjoy such a precious black tea. Isis, shocked and sweating, asked, Really? You know the name of that tea? Arya replied, Yes. Arya, seeing her hourglass box, thinks, It's good that I brought along the hourglass. Arya said, I think it would have been even nicer with half a spoon of sugar. But I suppose you could drink it like this, too. Isis replied, I'm sorry for taking your time. You may leave us now, Lady Arya. Arya bowed and said, Thank you for being so considerate, Lady Isis. Arya came inside. I almost ended up being their laughingstock. Her eyes were full of malice. Lady Isis is definitely dangerous to me. Annie starts crying and said, It completely slipped my mind. I'm sorry, Miss Arya. Arya replied, It's fine. I told you not to disturb me unless it was for something urgent. Anyway, Annie said, Miss Arya. She said, That's right. My brother sent me a letter. It arrived just a moment ago. Arya asked, A letter from Andrew? Then she reads the letter. I made the transaction with the owner of Flower Mountain. I sold 5% of our stock to him at a price 10 times higher than the original. Arya thinks, good. Now, the nobles will start swarming the cafe. At Cafe Flower Mountain first floor, a man shouts, Hey, where did you get the sugar? Don't just keep it to yourself. You should share that information with us. The man at counter thinks, Share the information? You lot acquired all the sugar and sold it to lower nobles like me at inflated prices. He said, I barely got my hands on it, too. Thankfully, someone who was able to sell me some turned up. The other man shouts, That's why I'm telling you to let us know who that was. he said. All right. I'll make an inquiry into it. So please head back for today. I need to open the shop, another man said. TSK. Guess you're getting good business here, thanks to the sugar. Don't be stingy and keep that information to yourself, all right? The man at counter replied, of course. After the other men left, he thinks, I got my hands on that sugar by paying several times its worth. You think I'm just going to give up that information to you? Right now, the seller can set whatever price they want for the sugar. At the dining table, Count asked, Miel, do you not have an appetite? She replied, I'm sorry, father. I'll try eating more slowly. It's a little hard to eat, the Count said. The food doesn't taste that good without any sugar. They've found a new supplier, but apparently they've been held up at customs. I heard they still don't have permission from the Crown Prince. I wonder how he can be so unreasonable and slow to react. Miel sighed and replied, it seems he lacks flexibility. How can he not think to take care of his people when they're suffering like this? Arya, chewing her food, thinks, then, you nobles shouldn't have hogged all the sugar to begin with. The nobles came together to monopolize the sugar and sell it at a high price. That's what made it a luxury item in the first place. So many other products became luxury goods the same way. To think they still have the audacity to blame the state after what they did. The Count sighed and said, I have less faith in the Crown Prince's ability to rule. Arya thinks, I'm the daughter of a noble. But if I were the Crown Prince, would I have wanted to take care of nobles like these? The man from cafe asked, shocked, you want me to pay 20 times the original price? Andrew said, you do know that the seller calls the price of sugar these days, right? The man said, but it was hard enough for me to pay 10 times the original price. Andrew said, my master isn't one to increase prices without reason. They have included certain conditions in order to make it a fair deal for you as well. The man asked, certain conditions? Andrew said, we will give you a high quantity of sugar at 20 times the original price. Afterwards, you may use it in whatever way you deem fit. He asked, do you understand what that means? You can sell the sugar at 30 or 40 times the original price, at your own will. The man thinks, 30 times. This is my chance. Even if I sell the sugar at 30 times the original price, the higher nobles will come running to buy it. The man then said, please let me buy all of your stock. A few days later, a lot of nobles came to buy sugar from him. The man shouts, I'm next. Damn it. Don't hog all of it for yourself. I'll pay more, so sell to me first. Wait, then I'll pay more on top of that. The cafe man said, all of you, please calm down. I don't have a lot of sugar to begin with, but I am willing to sell to those who will offer a good price. Hearing this, the other man shouts, me. I'll take it. No, me. No, me. Arya thinks, if I were the Crown Prince, I wouldn't ever feel sorry for those people. In her room, Arya and Annie sat down on a sofa. Barry poured tea in Arya's cup. Annie said, Miss, I heard that cafe owner sold the sugar at 30 times the original price. Wouldn't it have been better for you to sell it yourself? Arya replied, but I'm trying to stay inconspicuous here. I even enlisted you brothers' help for that purpose. This was just a temporary investment. We shouldn't be greedy and try to make more than we originally set out to make. She takes a sip of tea, saying, we should diversify our investments and invest in as many different products as possible, in order to minimize our risks. Annie, confused, asked, risks? Really? Arya called Barry. She flinched. Arya said, when will you learn to get the correct water temperature for the tea? And why did you bring me such bland cookies? Barry said, but sugar is hard to find these days, miss. Arya asked, do you think I don't know that already? So that makes it okay for you to bring these awful cookies? Barry bowed and said, and no. But, Arya asked, don't you have the sense to look for a replacement? She said, I'm not trying to tell you off, but it's been weeks since you started serving me, and you're still so thoughtless. Annie said, that's right. You should pick flowers or something and find a method to make these taste better. Right, miss? Arya thinks, now that I think about it, honey is hard to find these days, too. In the past, after I made a fuss about the food tasting bad, I think I bought something to replace the missing sugar. That's right. It was scented oil. Scented oils became popular after people who wanted to at least make their food smell sweet started buying them. I think I bought mine at Baron Burbam's store back then. Then Arya said, just leave these and go clean the stairs in front of my room. I saw so much dust there yesterday. Barry saying, yes, miss. Arya thinks, but if I remember correctly, the oils that were most popular were sold by a different noble. Then, why did I buy my oils from Baron Burbam? Oh, right. At the time, Baron Burbam ran a family-owned scented oil business. But it was a small store with little capital, so other nobles eventually took over the market by growing their businesses quickly. She shuts the book she was reading thinking, I went to Baron Bourbon's shop when scented oils were just starting to become a trend. She starts writing a letter thinking, alright, Baron Bourbon, scritch this time, I'll give you an opportunity for success. Be sure to make good use of it. Baron Bourbon steps in his shop thinking, I was told more people were coming to the shop lately. I see. With sugar being scarce, people are looking for scented oils instead. Holding Aria's letter in his hand, he thinks, the person who sent this letter with an investment fund asked that I pay the sum back, along with 30% of my total profits. This is a good chance for me to increase my oil supply. But to think they'd invest such a large sum, it's almost as if they've looked into the future. I wonder who this anonymous investor is. A few weeks later, Jessie came along a letter and said, Miss, you've received a letter in gift. Aria shuts the book she was reading saying, I have? Reading the letter she thinks, the Baron is raking in earnings, even though I only sent him a bit of money as an investment. How many zeros is that? He did better than I expected. It seems he's a more skilled businessman than I'd thought. I wonder who sent this. Is it from Oscar? She reads the letter. I was able to achieve great profits thanks to your foresight, Investor A. Please accept this gift as a token of my appreciation. Baron Bourbon. Jessie, opening the gift box, said, Oh, miss, this is a cravat. It seems like a present for a man. Maybe they sent the wrong gift. Aria thinks, he thinks I'm a man, just as I expected. Annie, smelling the box, said, They must have sprayed perfume on the box. They have good taste. Jessie said, You're right. It smells lovely. Aria thinks, What should I do? I didn't want to make a direct move, if possible. But I can't just stay put after receiving a gift like this. She said, Annie, I'm going out, help me get ready. Annie replied, Yes, miss. Where are we headed? Which clothes should I prepare? Aria said, Right. First, we should head to the clothing store. She reached at Baron's store. She thinks, it seems like a nice store, with a nice atmosphere. The maid at entrance said, A man? Welcome. Have you come to purchase a gift for someone? The gift boxes are over on this side. Aria, removing her hat, said, No. I've come to see Baron Bourbon. Then the Baron and Aria sat down on a table. She smiled and said, Hello, Baron Bourbon. He gets dazed by her and said, Hello. Aria asked, Do you know who I am? It was nice of you to escort me in here. Baron asked, I'm sorry, but may I ask what your name is? She thinks, he agreed to meet me without even knowing who I was? Is he okay? She thinks, seeing as I'm dressed in fancy clothing, he probably knows I'm a noble. She said, My name is Aria Rose Scent. I came here to give you something, Baron Bourbon. Baron gets shocked. Rose Scent. Oh, he hits himself thinking, wait, she's 15? He said, I'm sorry. I didn't realize who you were. Aria asked, Really? She thinks, no wonder he was blushing so much earlier. Maybe he feels ashamed for being attracted to a child. At least he's acting like a responsible adult. I'm so silly. Honestly, he's better than someone else I know. She said, I have something to ask you, my lord. She said, Have you contemplated your next business move? Confused, he asked, My next move. She said, It's true that scented oils are currently popular, but they're not an essential consumer item. It doesn't seem like this trend will last very long. She thinks, well, I only invested in the oil because I knew it would trend for a long while. How far ahead can he think, I wonder? She said, You may be satisfied with your profits so far, but, he said, of course, it'd be a shame not to take advantage of the trend while it's still popular. Actually, I was thinking of selling less concentrated scented oils for commoners at a lower price. Though I'm currently only selling oils to nobles in order to pay back my investor. Many commoners envy the lives of the nobles, so we're offering them a chance to feel like they're enjoying the same luxuries. I expect we will be able to profit from this business longer through this move. She said, I see. That's a good idea. Meanwhile, she thinks, it seems I've found the right business to invest my money in. That makes me happy, she asked. But is it all right for you to divulge all that information to me, when we've only just met? She thinks maybe he has a weak spot for pretty girls. He blushed and said, Oh, of course. To be honest, your question earlier made me think that you're trustworthy. So I couldn't help but tell you everything. She asked, Trustworthy? He laughed and replied, Ha ha ha, yes. Actually, he said, an anonymous investor helped me recently. That's how I was able to expand my business this far. You seem to have a similar way about you as that person. Oh, but, she take off the cravat while he said, I suppose it'd be rude of me to compare an anonymous man to a lady as beautiful as yourself. She said yes. I found that treatment quite awkward myself. He said, oh, I'm sorry. About this cravat. She puts the cravat on Baron, and he starts blushing. She said, I tried to wear it myself, but it's a little too big for me after all. Gosh, it fits you perfectly. Shocked, he said, huh? This cravat is? She said, I'm sorry, but I've come to return the gift you sent me. The Baron's eyes widened. This cravat. It's the one I sent to Investor A. Does that mean, if you're going to send me a gift next time? She continued. Some scented oils might be nice. As an investor, it's odd that I haven't tried out your products yet, don't you think? Lady Arya is... Investor A? He gasped, before dashing after her. Wait! He hurried to catch up, panting. Please forgive my rudeness, my lady. Arya turned, expression calm. What are you talking about? I only came to say hello today, so I'll be going now. She smiled politely. Just then, her maid approached. Miss, I bought all the oils we need, she replied. Really? Then shall we get going? A shocked cry followed them. Why you bought them? Please wait a moment. The man returned with an armful of goods. He said, they're not much, but please accept this small gift. Arya raised a brow at the heap. This isn't a small gift at all. I don't think I can carry all of these. He handed her something else. And please take this. Flowers? She asked, surprised. He said, they've been treated to preserve their shape and fragrance for a long time. It's one of the products we'll be introducing to the market soon. They're truly beautiful. She murmured, impressed. I have some for you as well, my lady, he said, offering another bouquet to Annie. For me? Annie, her lady-in-waiting, stammered. Oh, do you not like the color? The Baron asked gently. She replied. And no, it's not that, Arya said. Thank you. I didn't expect you to be considerate enough to prepare a bouquet for my lady-in-waiting as well. So that's who she was. The Baron mused, then turned to Annie. Excuse me, my lady, but what is your name? Her name is Annie, Arya answered for her. Annie, this is Baron Burbum. He's a businessman with a promising future. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Annie. You have beautiful eyes, the Baron said with a warm smile. Annie blushed. Arya chuckled. You really do have a soft spot for pretty girls, Baron Burbum, he replied, flustered. And not at all. I was just, but please, Arya said more seriously, lowering her voice. Keep my identity as Investor AA secret. She leaned in slightly, whispering. You do understand why I used an alias, right? The Baron replied quickly. Oh, of course. You have a beautiful smile, Investor A. While on their way back in carriage, Annie sighed, blushing. Miss, how does someone as wonderful as Baron Burbum even exist? Arya's expression shifted slightly. Is that what you think? Yes. He's really wonderful. Annie sparkled with admiration. Annie and Baron Burbum, ha! Arya thought to herself. They're not a bad pair. Annie wants to climb the social ladder, and the Baron seems to have a promising future. If I use Annie to strengthen my connection to him, it'll benefit me in the long run. It'll also set a good example for the rest of the maids. Her gaze turned calculating. What's important is how the Baron will react. Men like him aren't easily lured in by looks alone, so it would be hard for Annie to seduce him, unless she's as pretty as I am. Not that you can court anyone for long based on looks alone. After they reached at the manor, Jessie asked, Shall I take all of these up to your room, miss? Put them down in the hall on the first floor, Arya replied. Then she turned to Annie. Will you call all the maids to the hall, Annie? She replied, surprised. Gosh, miss, are you going to give all those oils to them? Arya said. Yes, Annie asked. But these are so expensive, Arya said. How on earth would I use all of these myself? Annie suggested. Then you should set some aside for yourself first, Arya replied calmly. That's all right. I already have some oils I'm using, and I can buy more if I run out. When that time comes, you can go to the store yourself and pick some out, Annie repeated. To the store? Why, you'll send me to Baron B. Burbum's store? She asked, blushing. Arya winked to her, saying, That's right. How about you ask him to pick some out for you? Annie stammered. Pick some out? Arya asked. What's wrong? You said he's a wonderful person, so you wouldn't mind seeing him again, right? Miss. Annie flushed furiously. Arya continued. Today's the first time I've left the house in a while. I'm exhausted, Annie filled in. I'll round up the maids and hand the oils out. All right, Arya said. I'll leave it to you. I'm tasking you with taking care of my scented oils. Make sure you keep them stocked up from now on. she said while going upstairs. Annie replied happily. Okay, thank you, miss, Arya added. But don't break the bottles on purpose, alright? Oh, of course. Annie flinched. Some time later, Annie gets ready to meet the Baron. I'll go out and buy some scented oils, miss, Annie declared bravely. She went to Baron's store. There all they talked about was Arya. When she returned, she looked worn and sluggish. Ha! I'm back, miss, she muttered, trudging in. Barry, bring us some warm tea, Arya ordered. Barry replied. Yes, miss. What's wrong? Arya asked, noticing Annie's low energy. Was the Baron cold to you? She replied. Pardon? And not at all. He was very kind, actually. It's just, Arya asked, hoping. What is it? I'm just not as beautiful or anything, Annie admitted, slumping. Arya sighed. Gosh, Annie, I think you're misunderstanding something here. She leaned towards her saying that. Annie asked. Pardon, Arya replied. You're more enthralled by the Baron's wealth and position than the Baron as a person, right? Annie hesitated. Is that how it is? Arya said. Think about it. Would you have fallen for him if he had been a commoner? Annie replied. And no, probably not, Arya continued explaining. See? He's as kind as the average man and has a decent fortune. You were drawn to him because you thought those things would make you happy. Annie clenches her hand. Maybe you're right. Arya gently patted her on the shoulder. Love is simply a mutually beneficial agreement with a pretty name. Only the ones who understand that get what they want. I'm sure you're smart enough to understand that, Annie, Annie replied. Yes, Mississippi. You're right. Then Arya smiled, thinking. We must do whatever it takes to achieve our goals and close off our hearts before we get hurt. That's how I've decided to live my life this time around. Later, while at the dining table, Arya noticed. The dressing tastes sweet again, Miel said. Ugh, I don't think I can have any more, the Count sighed. I was able to acquire some sugar, but the food is still quite bland. The Crown Prince sure is being slow to handle this issue. He really can't do anything right. Arya wonders. Is it just my food that has sugar in? Wait, she sniffed the air, then smiled slightly. This scent. She looked over to the maid who was serving her, then smiled. See, Annie? We're all linked by mutually beneficial relationships. You must not forget that. Hello? Long time no see. A familiar voice rang out cheerfully. It's me, Lane. He came with a heap of gifts. Arya blinked in surprise, watching the man with a mix of confusion and curiosity. Why is Lane here? Lane chuckled. These presents are for you, Lady Miel. Gasping, Arya's eyes widened at the contents. One of Miel's maids smirked. Sugar and honey, and in such large quantities. They are gifts befitting you, miss, as a lady of House Rosent. Arya frowned subtly. What's this about? I thought Lord Asher was interested in me, not Miel. Then Lane added. That's right. I also brought a present for you, Lady Arya. My servant will carry it to your room. Oh, thank you. Her voice faltered. Why is the box so big? One of Lane's servants was carrying it while hiding his face. Step by step, the servant carried the imposing package. Arya watched in silence, puzzled. What in the world is Lord Asher thinking? There's no way Lane bought the sugar himself. You can just leave that there, Arya instructed, and the servant obeyed with a soft clack. Then the servant turned. It's been a while, Lady Arya. He was Asher, he said with a calm smile. Arya replied. Lord Asher. Yes, it has been. But why are you here? He asked. You don't seem very surprised. Her heart was racing, but she replied. You've popped up out of the blue so many times before that I've gotten used to it. Oh dear. I'm glad you've gotten used to me, he said a bit dramatically. But it seems I was the only one who wanted to see you. That makes me a little sad, she asked. You wanted to see me? He replied. Yes. I haven't been able to host any gatherings recently, so we've had no chance to meet, she concluded. So that's why you came here? Did you come here on purpose to see me? He answered softly. Yes, she pressed on. Is that really all? I'm sorry. He sighed, then smiled again. But I truly just wanted to see you. What could be more important than that? Besides, I was worried you might not be eating well these days. She blushed but acted. But you gave the sugar to Miel. Oh, he grinned. That was all a ploy to see you again. I figured that if I officially gifted the sugar, it would be shared among the family. Since sugar is so rare now, I assumed they'd at least serve Lane tea as thanks. And that would give me more time with you, Lady Arya. Does this mean he's not interested in Miel? Really? She frowned slightly. Lady Arya, are you perhaps feeling jealous? He asked, teasing. What? I'm not. She shot back quickly, face flushing. You thought I was Miel before and sent her all your gifts. I thought you might have made a mistake again, so I was just checking, he laughed. That's not it. She felt flustered. I was just worried that a wealthy man like Lord Asher might have gone over to Miel's side. It wasn't jealousy at all. Humph. I won't ever make such a mistake again, he promised solemnly. I swear it, she replied. You don't have to go as far as to swear. Then someone knocked the door. Lane slightly opens the door and whispers, Lord Asher, we must get going. Then the prince said quickly, Oh dear. I'll sort out my business and contact you as soon as I can. I hope to see you at our next gathering. All right, Arya said quietly. See you again soon. Then he left with the sound of a clack. Me? Jealous? She thought with a huff. Who is he kidding? Miss, I brought you some tea, Jessie said, entering with a tray. Arya said, Barry should be doing that. Why did you bring it? Jessie replied. But you love sweet tea, miss. I rushed back because I wanted to bring it to you quickly. They're baking a cake in the kitchen as well. I'll bring it up shortly. Thank you, Arya replied, finally relaxing. She turned her attention to the open box. Jessie exclaimed, Wow, this is amazing. Inside were a beautiful dress and matching accessories. Arya thinks, this type of dress will attract too much attention. I need to keep up my saintly facade. I won't have much use for it. Then a thought crossed her mind. Did he bring these gifts to make up for everything he sent Miel before? She chuckled at the thought. That's kind of cute of him, but I've set aside any plans that involve using men. This kind of attention is no use to me. Later Annie reappeared. I've sent letters of dismissal to all your private tutors. Also, this is a letter from the Baron. Arya's eyes flicked over the seal. Is this about those young businessmen looking for investors? Annie told. Yes. He said they all have promising ideas. The Baron sorted through them himself, but left the final decision to you. Judging by Annie's glowing expression, Arya couldn't help but smirk. From your mood, I can tell the Baron was sweet to you today too. He was. Annie beamed. I think showing him how hardworking and persistent I am really paid off. Though I only did as you advised, Mississippi. I see. I figured that sort of woman would be the Baron's type, Arya said. I think you two will get along well, Annie exclaimed. You're amazing, Miss Arya. Your most recent investment was also an immediate success. You have such a good eye for this sort of thing. That's because I'm using my memories of the past to make the right investments, Arya thought to herself. The courtship advice I gave, it was also based on my own experience. I simply have knowledge of the future, while others don't. It's not all that amazing. Then the prince came to her mind. She wonders, why did he come to mind just now? She decided, I'll use everything I have at my disposal. That's right. This is all for my own good. She read the letter, her eyes lingering on the familiar handwriting. I'm sorry for sending this letter so late, Arya. It's been so long since we last met. I can't wait to see you again. The Marquis and I will be waiting. See you soon, Sarah. Then she went to the Marquis Manor. Whoa there! Someone called out. We have arrived. Arya smoothed her dress. Do I look all right, Jessie? Jessie asked. Pardon? Arya asked. Does anything look out of place? She replied. Of course not. You always look perfect, Miss Arya, Arya said. Good, she thought, finally. It's time to see how all the hard work I've put into Sarah has paid off. The Marquis greeted her while the maids bowed. Welcome to my estate, Lady Arya Rose sent. Arya was shocked to see the Marquis. Are you all right, my lady? He asked. She replied. I'm fine. She thinks in her mind, I thought Sarah would be the one waiting out front. I didn't expect the Marquis. Lady Arya! Sarah called joyfully, rushing forward. She hugged Arya and said cheerfully, It's been so long. I miss you, my lovely Lady Arya. Me too, Arya said, breaking into a genuine smile. My greatest investment of all. Then Marquis said, Let's head inside. Sarah exclaimed, Goodness, I've made you stand outside too long. Let's head in. Later while eating. Thank you for your hospitality, Arya said to the Marquis. He replied, I'm glad you liked the food. Thanks to you, I was able to meet Lady Sarah. This is the least I can do, Sarah added. He's right, the handkerchief that brought us together was sewn in commemoration of your birthday, Arya said inwardly. Well, that would have happened regardless of my birthday. No, she said, smiling warmly. It was all thanks to your excellent embroidery skills, Lady Sarah, the Marquis added. That's right. Back then, I was so stunned by the quality of the handkerchief that I just stared at it for a while without realizing. Sarah smiled. I remember working so hard on it because it would match the handkerchief I wanted to give you, Lady Arya. It made me so happy to embroider it. I wanted to do my best for you, my lovely Arya. Arya felt touched. Sarah continued, I'm so glad I met someone who noticed that side of me. If it weren't for that handkerchief, I wouldn't have met such a special person. It's almost as if you created my happiness. Thank you so much, Arya. But Arya smirked under her breath. You know nothing, Sarah. Arya thought bitterly. I used you because I didn't want to die. Honestly, that's all there was to it. But despite herself, she smiled sadly. I truly hope that you two are happy, she said in her mind. How strange. It's almost as if I really want Sarah to be happy. Few days later, Jessie asked Arya, You want your birthday party to be smaller than last time? Yes, Arya replied calmly. Please plan for a small party. Jessie hesitated. But Lady Miao's birthday is right after yours. I've heard she's throwing a large celebration. Lady Isis is even attending. Wouldn't it be better to prepare something grander for you as well? Arya's answer came swiftly. That's exactly why I want it to be smaller, Jessie asked. Pardon? Arya said. I'm sure Lady Isis wouldn't attend Miao's party without a reason. There's no need to draw attention to myself by hosting something extravagant right before hers. Her gaze turned distant. Besides, Sarah won't be able to stay long. She's busy. The name lingered on her lips. Sarah. I'm only using her for my personal gain. I can't be swayed by useless emotions. I'll bury my villainous past and take the route that ensures my survival. After her birthday party, some flowers and gifts arrived, anonymously. Looking at them, Arya wonders, what was the point of sending these in secret? My birthday passed quietly. Soon, it was Miao's turn. The estate bustled with excitement. As Arya came, someone murmured, She's here again. She has no tact, another said. She's the prostitute's daughter, isn't she? Really? Some people never should have been born. Arya doesn't pay mind to her, flinched inwardly. Annie was standing beside Arya listening. She felt irritated and said, They have such foul mouths. Shall we head upstairs, miss? Annie offered. No, Arya replied, composed. Don't worry. It doesn't faze me at all. We were invited. We should hold our heads high. But Annie muttered, clearly frustrated. How can they be so crass? Arya thinks, let's see what Lady Isis has planned. Whatever it is, I'd rather witness it myself than hear rumors later. I want to know what you all have been up to. The crowd stirred. The star of the party has arrived. Applause filled the room as Oscar and Niall arrived. While clapping, someone remarked, They make a lovely couple. Arya's expression hardened. Yeah, I thought Oscar would be here. Suddenly whispers buzzed. Goodness, even the Duchess has come. Even she's come. Someone whispered, I didn't think I'd see her here. Arya wonders, what? Why is Duchess Frederick here? Then, Lady Isis stood tall. Thank you all for coming. I have something I would like to announce today. Arya's heart skipped. Wait, is this? No, as these two are so smitten with each other, I had no other choice. Isis said brightly. Once Lady Miao comes of age, she will be engaged to our Oscar. I hope you'll all attend the engagement party to congratulate the couple. Arya stood frozen. I was prepared to lose Oscar to Lady Isis, but I thought maybe he would develop a backbone and choose me. She looks at Oscar's hand, who was putting ring on Niall's hand, and jolted while standing. She dashes away, unable to control her rage. Annie called from behind and followed her. After she reached outside, Arya said, Annie, I want to be left alone. She complied. Yes, miss. Alone. Arya let the truth settle. I never had romantic feelings for Oscar. I only pursued him to hurt Miel. And now I've lost that weapon. No matter how much I want it, some things are simply out of reach. There's a wall in front of me, an invisible, crushing wall. It's weighing down on me like a heavy depression. Then she returns to her room. Her eyes caught something. Looking at a gift lying in front of her door, she wonders, what's this? She opens the box, a brooch, the same one I gave Oscar. She stared at it, eyes narrowing. Oh, the nerve of that man. He won't act, but he dares to express his feelings in such a passive, pathetic way. He wants me to understand him? Her anger boiled. She was about to throw the brooch to the ground but stopped after looking at the flowers. Calm down, Arya. Stay level-headed. You're not the same Arya Rose you once were. You've earned assets, trust, and power. Don't throw that away. I am the Arya of the present, not the past. She drew in a sharp breath. I don't know what I can do about House Frederick just yet, but I still have time before Miel gains more influence. I'll try everything I can before that happens. If I do nothing, death awaits me. I won't give up on my life like before, Miel. Later at the dining table they chattered lightly. The Count said, I believe it would be wise for the engagement ceremony to take place after Lady Isis is wed. Yes. The Crown Prince should come through by then. Though he's taking his time solving the sugar shortage, the market prices have skyrocketed, Miel added. Well, Lady Isis wouldn't tolerate otherwise. The Countess laughed. Goodness, Lady Isis and the Crown Prince? If the Crown Prince and the King attend the engagement, the other nobles will follow, right? Including Lord Oscar's friends. The Countess glanced at Arya. Miel replied. They have refined tastes. They probably won't pay attention to just anyone, Countess said. I see. Then we must prepare a suitable dress. Should I look for a designer? Miel said. House Frederick has been handing down a ceremonial dress from generation to generation. It's tailored for the women of the house to wear on such occasions. It's been many years since you came to the estate, and you still didn't know. The Countess laughed it off. Ha! Really? What a dignified family tradition. Then Arya finally spoke. Congratulations. I'm sure you'll be the most beautiful bride in the Empire. Thank you. Miel replied, smiling sweetly. Then Arya said, By the way, Miel, would you look at this brooch? She held it up proudly. I got it as a gift. Doesn't it look similar to the one Lord Oscar gave you? Miel looks at it. There are red roses in the jewel. That design, the Countess chimed in. It seems expensive. Who gave it to you? She replied. I don't know. It was left outside my room on the day of Miel's party. The red roses reminds me of House Frederick's seal. They're pretty, aren't they, Miel? Miel's chest rose and fell rapidly. Later in her room she broke a clock in anger. She huffed, that devil and her sly tricks. She won't get away with this, she won't. Her breath quickened, her eyes burning. How dare she do this to me? Lord Oscar is mine. As she calmed down, Emma asked her while picking up the debris. Are you hurt? Miel replied. No, I'm fine. What happened to the new maid we sent to Arya? She asked. She's trying her best, but things aren't going well, came the reply. Emmy recalls Barry telling. Those wenches won't stop harassing me and piling on more work. I barely have time to report back to you. I'm sorry. I have to get going. The maid blurted, dashing off. Emma said inwardly. Those wicked girls. Miel lifts her pen and said. This won't do. I'll write to Lady Isis. But, miss, Emma cautioned gently, you've been corresponding with Lady Isis about the announcement of your engagement. The aristocratic party is dealing with bankruptcy issues right now. Lady Isis must be incredibly stressed. It would be better not to write to her at the moment, Miel muttered, clearly irritated. This really irks me, then Emma said. You've already exchanged rings. You should have faith in Lord Oscar and Lady Isis, and wait a little longer. Oh, of course I trust Lord Oscar, she replied. But that little leech keeps bothering him, Emma said. I'll take care of it. But how? Miel asked curiously. Let's see. Since she's a leech, maybe I should put some insect repellent in her tea, she said with a mischievous smile. Miel beamed for a second, then pouts. But since the groom got punished for the carriage incident last time, no one wants to volunteer for anything risky. Ha! I'll take care of that, Emma reassured her. You should focus on your future as a duchess. Okay. Miel straightened up. You're right. I'll be the future duchess, after all, Emma added. Exactly. I also heard there's a new influential faction rising among the nobles. It's a group of young nobles, and they're succeeding in all their business ventures. I've heard of them too, Miel said, intrigued. Emma continued. They'll need networking support if they want to grow. If House Rosescent extends a hand, they'll surely take it. It might even help solve the aristocratic party's financial troubles. This could be a good opportunity for both you and Lady Isis, Miel said. I like that idea. Why didn't I think of it before? I'll schedule a gathering. Contact the wives of that group for me, Emma complied. Yes, Mississippi. Then both of them mused at the sound of the music. Later, when the noblewomen arrived for the meeting, Arya asked, looking down from the window. Are they here again? Yes, Annie answered nervously. Once again, Lady Miel is holding a tea party for the wives of lower nobles, and even some commoners. I can't believe this. Arya felt annoyed. Miel would never have bothered with anyone below high status before. She asked her. What were they talking about? Annie replied. They were discussing their husbands' businesses, mostly. I couldn't hear much, I was only eavesdropping from afar. Arya wonders. This never happened before. What in the world is going on? Then she said. I have no choice, Arya decided. I'll just have to see for myself. Laughter and chatter spilled from the nearby hall. Gosh, Arya said sweetly as she entered. I heard we had guests, so I came to greet you. You seem to be enjoying a lovely gathering. Whispers erupted around the room. Who is that? I don't know, Miel calls out. Arya? Oh my! One woman gasped, bowing. Hello, Lady Arya Rose sent, Arya replied gracefully. Hello? I don't believe we've met before. If it's all right, may I join you? Join us. Someone echoed, uncertain. They thought. She's the rumored Villainess. They say all her teeth are sharp like a monster's. I was curious what sort of person she'd be. Join us. Welcome, came the voices, whether out of curiosity or caution. Arya didn't mind. Any interest worked in her favor. Pardon me, she said, settling in with poise. She thinks in her mind. Perhaps it's because some of them are commoners, but they don't seem too worried about noble opinion. No one bothered to ask what Miel thought. One of the women stood. Let me introduce myself. I'm Baroness Klin. All of them introduced themselves. Arya scanned the room. They're all the wives of nobles I've invested in, she realized. Now that I think about it, I told those businessmen to hold regular gatherings. I didn't expect their families to grow this close. So that's why Miel arranged this meeting. She wanted to acquaint herself with the new power players within the nobility. It's surprising she even thought that far ahead. The chattering continued. The investor was happy to fund us after just looking at my husband's plan. Someone exclaimed. Again? So they invested that much after just seeing the plan? Another chimed in. It's not like they'll invest in anything. Someone clarified. I hear that the business they invest in always succeed, another said. It was the same for us, Miel said. I'd love to meet this investor. They're talking about me, Arya thought, smiling inwardly. Then Arya said, I heard Baron Klin has been importing spices recently. The Baroness asked, Are the rumors spreading already? We haven't even put them on the market yet. I have an interest in such matters, Arya said aloud. So I was looking into recent developments and found out by chance. I heard he secured a new import route, not one of the high nobles. Until now, they had a smooth monopoly. I'm sure they'll be revolutionary once they hit the market, Baroness replied. Thank you for saying that. The investor cheered us on the same way, another murmured. Then I'm sure your business will be a success. Our family should work harder too. We'll have to do our best until things become more stable. Then Miel asked, surprised. You also work, madam? Oh, yes, one woman said proudly. I help manage my husband's business, stock, accounting, the like. Why do that yourself? Can't you hire professionals? Miel asked, raising a brow. My husband and I started this business with little capital, she explained. Once sales grow, we'll hire help. But I actually enjoy the work, it suits me. That won't do, Miel interjected sharply. A wife's duty is to care for the household. I don't know, Arya said calmly. I think it's admirable she's involved. It lets the Baron focus without added stress. I completely understand, the woman smiled. Haha, right? It's our family's finances, after all. But I'm sure we'll hire professionals in time, just like Lady Miel suggested. A wife's hands shouldn't smell of metals, Miel sneered. She should tend to her home. A sudden crackle of tension filled the room between Arya and Miel. Really? Arya said coolly. But isn't the family stronger now because she used her abilities to help? Gosh. The woman smiled gratefully. Thank you both for your kind words. For now, I want to keep working with my husband. It's rewarding. Of course, I'll manage the household later on, Miel said. That's a wise decision, madam. There's much to do in a home. It's a very important job after all. Why don't I explain those tasks to you? Miel offered suddenly. Would you like to come to my next gathering? Actually, it would be nice if all of you could come. I'll introduce you to the other noblewomen I have tea with as well. Noblewomen she has tea with? Maybe she's talking about Lady Isis? The whispers stirred again. Oh, and Miel said while Emma sets down a box. Here are some souvenirs for today's gathering. Please take one with you. Looking at them, Arya thinks. Crystal brooches in the shape of roses. What a luxurious gift. She used roses instead of lilies. She's acting like she's already the Duchess. Did she copy my idea? Arya thought bitterly. I'm sorry, one guest said gently. This gift is too lavish for me, and I'm not sure if I should attend a noble's gathering as a commoner. Same here, said another. It doesn't feel appropriate, another added. Me too. I'd barely managed to come today amid work. It'd be hard to attend another, though I appreciate the sentiment, one added with a nervous smile. If I wore this, I'd feel like I was bringing shame to you, Lady Miel. Miel stood abruptly. Then I suppose this gathering ends here, one of them asked. Pardon? Miel said while leaving. I don't feel well. I'll be heading upstairs. There won't be another gathering, so please don't worry. The door closed behind her. Is everything all right? Someone whispered. She seemed angry, another asked flustered. What should we do? I should step in, Arya thought. Rising with grace, she addressed them. Everyone. If it's all right with you, may I host the next gathering? I had a lot of fun today and would love to see you all again. A murmur rippled through the group. They were surprised. That would be nice. Looking at their blank reaction, Arya thought, maybe they're unsure because I don't have Miel's influence. Their reactions aren't entirely positive. Lady Arya, Baroness said, stepping forward. If it's all right with you, would you care to join our gathering next time? Pardon? Arya blinked. You want me to attend your gathering? Prince Asterope was deep in thought when a voice called out to him. Your Highness, I have something to report regarding Baron Burbum. He turned and asked. What is it? Lane said. I've obtained an invitation to his gathering. The prince raised an eyebrow. An invitation? Lane replied. Yes. Why don't you attend, Prince Asher? You've been interested in that gathering for quite some time, haven't you? That's true. The prince nodded slowly. But how did you manage to get your hands on it? With a chuckle, Lane replied. It wasn't too difficult. My cousin received it. People always mock him for his odd business ventures, but this time, they contacted him first and asked him to attend. The prince's expression shifted thoughtfully. I see. They don't seem like the type to invite just anyone. Impressive, Lane continued. That gathering has grown large for something hosted by a baron who sells scented oils. He must have a powerful investor behind him, though I haven't the faintest clue who it could be, the prince said. If they don't support the aristocratic party, it might be a good idea to bring them to our side, Lane replied. I believe they sent the invitation to my cousin so he could get a feel for the gathering before committing long term. I thought it would be a good opportunity for you, Prince Asher. So I brought the invitation here. That's a good idea, Asterope admitted. I'm almost finished with my work here, so we should be able to return to the capital soon. I'll attend the gathering, Lane added. I also have news about the nobles who tried to have you sent to this border region. The Duke's house is demanding that luxury goods be reintroduced into the market. Even His Majesty is requesting your return to the capital. He let out a quiet laugh. They were the ones who insisted the Crown Prince be sent here to learn his duties, and now they're complaining about luxury trade restrictions. They're never satisfied. Indeed, Lane agreed. Regardless, we should consider loosening those restrictions soon. Asterope tapped the table with his fingers. How many nobles have gone bankrupt? Lane replied. Let me see, about 13. All right, the prince decided. Move the stock through customs. I don't know who started it, but someone sold sugar at a high price early on. That caused prices to skyrocket, throwing the market into chaos. If we ease restrictions now, prices will plummet. The nobles who bought up sugar in large quantities will be furious. Well, Lane said calmly, prices were unnaturally high. It's only natural for them to fall. I also have news about Viscount Vig. He's using the casino for all sorts of illegal activity. Not only is he manipulating the odds, but he's also eliminated betting limits. I understand he's backed by Lady Isis, but I think he's gone mad. The prince looked outside the window saying, Lady Isis likely knows nothing about what he's doing. She's careful. She wouldn't tolerate behavior that could backfire. She always stays just within the law, like monopolizing goods. Asterope chuckled darkly. Thanks to her, I've had to deal with more than a few headaches. Then Lane said, beaming. Lady Arya's opinions were spot on, as usual. She's truly impressive. The fact that she suggested you sell the casino at just the right time was amazing. Not to mention all the other businesses she's advised. She has a sharp eye. Asterope gave a faint nod, his gaze softening. Yes, I agree. Lane smirks to himself. Whenever we mention Lady Arya, his true feelings show right on his face. Why don't you take a break from work and go visit her? He added slyly. The prince asked. What? Lane suggested. If you use your ability, you can get there in no time, Prince Asher. Asterope frowned. Have you forgotten? That ability causes a butterfly effect proportional to the distance traveled. Once I've completed my duties here, I'll return to the capital. I can see her then. So you are going to see her eventually, the man said with a teasing smile. Then I'll work even harder so you can finish sooner, the prince asked. Were you not already working hard? Lane jolted. And no, I'm always giving it my best, the prince observed. You've seemed well rested lately. Are you lacking in work? Lane said. That's not true at all. My face has been breaking out recently. Must be from all the stress. He turned abruptly. I'll be going now, so I can work even harder. Once the door closed, Asterope let out a soft laugh. Once we're back in the capital, he recalls Arya. Then he whispered to himself with a smile. I should get back to work too. He picked up a pen and scratched down an order. Later Marquis Vincent received the letter. The letter reads, sell the luxury goods at half the original market price. Pinocchio. He raised his glass in confusion. What do you mean, Pinocchio? This document bears the Crown Prince's signature. Then the Marquis recalls his conversation with the prince. The prince said, I'd like you to oversee part of the trade. The Marquis asked. But why me? The prince replied. Because I know you won't hand the goods over to the higher nobles in the aristocratic party. You're a centrist, the Marquis sighed. I had a feeling there was a reason he wanted to meet in such a secluded place, he replied. I don't wish to get involved in a fight between the two parties. The prince smiles, really? But I'm sure you'll accept my offer. Since you don't like the aristocratic party either, Marquis groaned inwardly. I won't get in your way. Use your authority as you see fit. Now the Marquis was complaining. He keeps sending me orders. I knew this would happen. But I've never liked how the higher nobles have monopolized the trade routes. It seems many of them recently went bankrupt. They were buying up all the goods at high prices. If I lower the market even further, more will fall. He handed a sealed letter to a waiting attendant. Deliver this to the custodian. Watching the messenger leave, he added to himself. The Crown Prince, he's changed. Ever since he took over the casino, he's striking at the higher nobles without harming the commoners. That's something. I look forward to what you will do in the future. Crown Prince Asterope, he writes in the letter. I have done as you requested. Later Annie asked Arya. Miss, have you heard the news? She glanced up from her book. Oh, our toy talking about the casino. I was just reading about it, Annie replied. Yes. Apparently, there was a lot of corruption going on, and the Crown Prince swept in and sorted out the matter again. The maid gushed, clearly impressed. There wasn't any human trafficking this time, but they were evading taxes, manipulating the odds of winning, and doing all sorts of illegal things. Honestly, casinos shouldn't exist at all. Arya's gaze drifted, recalling their discussion from the last gathering. If I recall correctly, Viscount Vig taking over the casino must have been part of the Crown Prince's plan all along. There's no way to know for sure, but when I look at the situation, it certainly feels that way. Maybe the hourglass affected things on his end too, Arya murmured thoughtfully. Either way, if the higher nobles lose their power, he might not have to marry Lady Isis. I suppose that's a good thing, she added under her breath. The maid gawked. Pardon? What do you mean it's a good thing? Viscount Vig is a staunch supporter of the aristocratic party, Annie said. They've already arrested all the nobles who helped him buy the casino for the same charges. House Rose-Scent also belongs to the aristocratic party. The Count must be very worried. Arya's smile was thin. I don't care whether House Rose-Scent goes bankrupt or not. I have money after all. And if the family collapses, Lady Isis will cast Miel aside too, Annie exclaimed. House Rose-Scent is in grave danger, Arya thought. The higher nobles are going bankrupt. What if House Rose-Scent falls next? She imagined both Miel and Emma being thrown out. Arya gave a smile. I see. Father must be in quite a lot of distress. It truly is worrisome. She took a sip of her tea, calm and composed. One of the maids watched her nervously. Is she being serious? But what I'm most worried about right now, Arya said, turning with a sudden sharpness in her voice, is you, Barry. Barry flinched, startled. How much longer do I have to wait until you can brew tea properly? This is ridiculous. Barry began to tremble. I'm sorry. I don't know how she ended up working for House Rose-Scent, Annie muttered with a sneer. Did she get in through connections or something? Gosh, just look at her. As she glares, Annie slapped her. Are you glaring at Lady Arya? You know this is all your fault, don't you? Barry refused. And no, I wasn't. Arya drops the cut. The teacup shattered against the floor. That was such an expensive teacup, Annie whispered, horrified. Arya ordered. Clean this up and bring out a new pot of tea. I'm thirsty, so have it ready within 5 minutes. Barry bowed, trembling. Why yes, miss. She rushed, hurriedly picking the paces, off in a panic, stumbling slightly. Miss, Jessie spoke gently. It's almost time for dinner. Will you still be drinking tea? Is it already time? Arya said, lifting an eyebrow. Then, I should get Barry to drink it all. What do you think? Annie replied. I suppose so. I probably seem like a villainess to you too, Arya thought. But when I think of what she did to me in my past life, this sort of thing just feels like child's play. Pardon? Barry returned just in time to catch the end of that. Her voice trembled. You want me to drink all of this? Yes. And finish cleaning the hallway before I return from dinner, Arya ordered as she crossed her. You vulgar little. Barry hissed, gritting her teeth. Who are you to order such a thing? Go ahead, Barry, Arya said in her mind. Show us your true colors. After taking our history into account, I've decided to use you for the first part of my revenge.